I'm Christopher Lloyd, and I'm standing here in the studios of Sirius XM Satellite Radio. It's a weekly morning, approximately 6 a.m., and this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot, do we? I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know it's time.
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show. This is not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed and conventions burned to the ground. Would you like to make some fucking circus? With Opie, the Destroyer.
I would eat Betty White's ass. She's 90, right?
It doesn't smell too bad.
Anthony, the Rage.
Holy fuck, how much more fair you wanted? Tired of these people up my ass all the time trying to get me to help.
Fuck you.
And Jim Norton, lover of the transgender.
Every time a transsexual walks in the room, party horn should go off. Like, surprise!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Double guns, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning, everybody. Wednesday, huh?
Yeah.
December 19th. 2 days before the end of the world.
I wonder if he'd call in.
Right.
Piers?
Yeah.
He could call the show anytime he wants. He's been on the show. It's funny, like, people are picking up on the fact, lately anyway, every afternoon it's Jim Norton and Opie starting their Twitter wars.
I wait until the nighttime.
Yeah, you're on a different time schedule, but
Yeah.
right around 2, 3 o'clock, me and Jimmy start revving it up. He's still hitting the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
And I just had a simple question to Piers Morgan, and fuck, he engaged me, but he couldn't answer the question. Because I'm so sick of, we're sick of a lot of things, and we're going to get into all of it, but, you know, they're starting to focus on that violent video game shit again.
Yeah.
But they won't focus on themselves.
Right.
Because it's pretty much in the same category. If you think violent video games could affect someone and make them, you know, shoot up a school, well, then wouldn't that be said about your 24-hour news cycle?
They never fucking acknowledge that at all.
Yeah, I just wrote it to Piers, and then he engaged me and calling us flaming hypocrites. So I guess we're all gay and all that.
Nice.
And he's like, you know, you guys aren't touching on, you know, the school shooting. And I said, we absolutely are, but in a way more honest way than CNN has.
We're not standing there with a camera trying to get angles inside the school, and nobody takes us seriously.
Right. And a lot of our coverage is focusing on how the media is covering this tragedy. So he could call in, but he's not gonna, because he can't answer that question for whatever reason.
The media is the focus of the outrage for some, and they deserve to be.
A lot of people are focusing on the media, man. There's an article that came out in Denver, I believe. Hopefully we have that in front of us. The locals want them to go home.
Yes, go home. Oh, yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
Go home.
It's obvious.
And we all went after Dr. Phil yesterday, too, because
Oh, yeah.
he's just a fucking pig with a mustache.
Yeah.
I mean, here, it's as simple as this. You're Dr. Phil, right?
Oh, no. I don't want to be Dr.
Good point.
Phil.
You want to go up there and help the people? Fine. Go up there without the fucking cameras.
Right.
As soon as you turn on the cameras, you're exploiting it for your own benefit.
Absolutely.
And you know what? That's fine. I'm here to say that's fine. But don't be dishonest about it.
Don't fucking say you're going up there to help.
Right. You're not. As soon as you turn those cameras on, you're all right. Maybe you're helping still a little bit, but you're also focusing on how this is good for you.
We've been in the business for a while. You know the cold, calculated meeting that went behind Dr. Phil going up there? Like all the production people and everything and sales and all the people got together and said, how could we get up there and make this work? How can we get Dr. Phil up there? And nothing. It wasn't let's help. It was all that logistics that goes along with sending a show somewhere. Don't give me the help bullshit.
It's P.T. Barnum shit.
Right.
Yep. And we all love P.T. Barnum shit. But as a society, we've decided that's kind of primitive and barbaric. Yeah. So what we've done is we package it better to make it look like, we're helping.
Yeah.
We still have P.T. Barnum shit. Mm-hmm. But they just package it nice, like, Hoarders is P.T. Barnum shit.
Yeah.
Intervention is P.T. Barnum shit.
Sure.
Little People, Big World, not on TV anymore. That's P.T. Barnum sideshow shit. All the TLC shows where the lady has giant legs. We all saw that one.
Fucking monster.
Remember her with her heavy legs? That's P.T. Barnum stuff.
Fucking tumor face guy.
Tumor face, tree guy, tree face guy.
Tree face man.
That's all sideshow, but it's just packaged so we feel better about ourselves that we're not just pointing and going, holy shit, look at that.
Yep.
I wouldn't be as hard on Dr. Phil if he had flown people out to L.A. or whatever. But the fact that he's going there, he wants to say, I'm here, I'm in the middle. He really is such a disgusting guy as far as I'm concerned. He is just, and Dr. Oz, too. These guys are fucking disgusting.
Dr. Oz.
Well, I'll tell you, Dr. Phil was taking a fucking savaging on Twitter yesterday. And believe me, he's used to getting criticized, but he is not used to the savaging that a lot of people gave him. It wasn't just us, it was a lot of people.
He's beloved.
Oh, boy, did he get a fucking beating.
Good.
What I did, because Twitter is really strange, like, if you don't follow both people, you can't see the exchange, I guess.
9.
So I put the whole exchange I had with Piers Morgan on my Facebook page, Opie Radio Fans, if you want to check it out for yourself. But basically, I just wrote, I've been writing all these guys. I go, hey, Piers, stop being so ignorant. I'd blame 24-hour news cycles before violent video games for the increase in school shootings. He writes, and I bet you radio guys have barely mentioned it, right? Don't be such flaming hypocrites.
Wow.
And that got me going. I go, hey, Piers, I mean, idiot. I'll guarantee we've taken a way more honest approach than stupid CNN, including not focusing on the shooter. We haven't even mentioned the shooter's name once, and we barely focus on him. And then I write, Piers, how badly does CNN want to put Chuck E. Cheese in Google Maps to find more surviving 6-year-olds to interview? Not helping. And then I wrote, you don't think CNN using the graphic small coffins is not sensationalizing the tragedy?
Yeah,
at least I could sleep at night, you phony. Because we know who we are in the end.
Yep.
I mean, when they started, the graphic yesterday was small coffins. I don't know if anyone else was watching CNN.
They love they love saying tiny coffin.
Yeah, they said that in one of the papers today.
I saw small that they were using over and over again. And then finally he wrote back. He goes, you lead the way then. Don't mention another word about it. Then you won't be such shameless hypocrites.
But no one's saying don't talk about it. It's the way they cover it.
Exactly.
Thank you. So then I write, you didn't answer my question because he's trying to, do that old deflect shit. Does the media influence others to shoot up a school? You're not dumb, but you are dishonest. And I don't even know the answer to that. But I'm just saying, if you're going to throw violent video games into the discussion, that certainly should be discussed as well.
Yeah.
24 hours. I said it later on in the night. That's not part of this exchange. I know more about this shooter. And people are like, well, just turn it off. I can't really turn it off because it's kind of part of what we do as well. So we kind of want to be in the know. But I said on Twitter last night, I know more about this kid than Mick Jagger. People are like, oh, that's ridiculous. No, it's not. I really do know more about this kid than Mick Jagger. And I'm kind of a Stones fan.
I know nothing about Mick Jagger's mother, what his home life was like. I know about this kid's.
Yeah. I have no idea. Oh, and then Piers. Jesus, It's not. He writes, I'm sorry. I like you guys, but please stop being so ridiculous. You've covered this story and debated it. I've heard you. And I hate that shit. So I just write, Jesus, it's not about liking us. You're blowing off an important angle. Does 24-hour news coverage influence future school shootings? That's all I wanted an answer to. That's it. And then I finally wrote, your silence to my question speaks volumes. Checkmate. And then I wrote, Opie Radio 1, Piers Morgan 0. Good day, sir. And then I had to go, by the way, soccer sucks. Because he tweets about soccer a lot.
Tweets about fucking soccer.
So then he has to write, it's not soccer, it's football. The real kind. No helmets, no pads, round ball, global audience. And then I wrote, I'd rather watch Mark Sanchez throw 4 more interceptions than that dreck. Just answer the question. Would be real journalism. Sorry, there's long-winded. It's just about that.
That's fine.
Then Piers writes, my answer is, so he finally answered what he thinks he's answered my question with this, and this drove me nuts, but I knew I had to be done with this. He writes, my answer is this. I think CNN's coverage has been utterly outstanding, reporting the news with empathy, compassion, and dignity. That doesn't answer my question.
You see, he can't admit it because he's there.
Right. Yeah, I wrote, good for you guys, but that wasn't my question. I know that you know. I know that you know that you can't honestly answer the question. Face.
And so let me ask you, so he thinks dignity, even though it wasn't a CNN reporter that asked that question of the little girl, like were your classmates, what kind of, trying to get the little girl to cry? So you think that's dignity to show that little 6-year-old. They're delusional. And the problem with violent video, we talk about violent video games all the time. That's in the mix of discussion. People know. I think it contributes on a small level. It's certainly not the only factor, but it may be one of 5 parts. I don't think it's completely innocent either.
Yeah, you're never going to have a perfect record.
Never.
So, you got a delusional kid. He might be on some meds, a lonely guy. He's on violent video games. Sure. I think, that's a possibility that something's going to snap. But it's tough to ignore all the people that do play violent video games, and nothing will ever happen.
Right.
And like I said, I'm going to say it again. And in a lot of cases, I bet you it actually helps them get some aggression out.
A lunatic could look at a tennis ball and decide he's supposed to kill people.
Right.
So whether it's video games or anything else, you're talking about an unstable fucking crazy person. And if that's the case, then maybe violent video games will, react poorly with them. But it's not. Millions of people are playing these.
But I think if you could go out like these school shooters, and you see how they're going to cover it. I think that's something to at least discuss.
I think it's just as viable to discuss that as it is video games and gun control and everything else.
And the problem is violent video games are talked about. No, the media never does the story, what have we contributed? Mm-hmm. They never do that story.
Yeah.
They simply, maybe once in a while, MSNBC will attack Fox or Fox will attack CNN. But as a whole, they never get together and say, what are we contributing by showing look at this, the Post. They have the kid's face again on the front page.
Front page. They
know better.
We've been doing radio a really long time. We were lucky enough to be on the front page once. And you know what? That was kind of cool. Not going to lie to you. And it was for something horrific. A lot of people say what we did at St. Patrick's Cathedral was horrific. It got us on the front page. And as much as we were going through some shit when that all went down, it was fucking cool to be on the front page of the paper. Cool. I'm telling you. I could sit here live. It was like, wow, look. It was for a bad reason. I would have liked it because we won some kind of fucking radio award or something. Something a little more classy or whatever. But no, in the end, we were on the front page for something kind of horrific. But I went home that day going, holy fuck, we made the front page of the paper. How cool is this? Yeah. Right?
Yep. And it definitely does something, I think. I think it definitely has an impact on people that are unstable and say, well, I could go out in a blaze of glory and I'll get all kinds of press and I'll be that famous person and remembered forever like I always wanted to be. That's definitely something that should be looked into.
Yeah, and, I am happy because I do see a change over the last year or two. They do focus a lot more on the victims. There was a time they never did. Yeah, they're like, 20 people were killed today, whatever, and you never knew their names, their face. You would see their faces in the paper on all, one page with their names and their ages, and that was it. Then they would just move on. But there at least, there has been a pushback, and I think it is the public have been pressuring these, these news. Yeah. These news media outlets. So I think they are feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah.
But they can't wait to get right back to the profile of, the shooter.
Oh, they love digging in and getting all the info they can.
What do you got?
It.
Oh, no, I'm actually twittering right to Rupert Murdoch. I'm being respectful to him because I actually like Murdoch, but I'm sorry.
Den of Doom.
They're showing this kid every day in the Post, and it's like, you know what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's what bugs me. Like, we know we do dirty jokes, and we're perverts, and we're pigs. They know they're contributing, and they don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Den of Doom, and I were talking before the show. It's just where he played his violent video games. You don't play violent video games with fucking, the windows open and the sun coming in. You want to darken the room and set up a nice gaming site for yourself. What the fuck is a Den of Doom?
You know where I played my video games when I was a kid? In my basement.
Yeah.
Just like him.
Right.
That's where
No
you
window.
play your fucking games.
You don't want fucking windows and the sun coming in when you're trying to immerse yourself into whatever
No,
game
plus
you're
your
into.
parents don't want you to play it in the living room all
Yeah.
day.
Right.
That's why they set things up for the kids in the in
They
the
say
basement.
take it to your room or take it to
Yes.
the basement. Sure.
Yeah.
So I had a Den of Doom.
You had a Den of Doom.
Take it to the man cave. Take it to Daddy's man cave. Yeah.
The man cave.
Yuck. So, yeah.
I don't know. A lot of people going out buying fucking guns, that's for sure. A lot of guns being sold.
Well, we kind of knew that would happen.
A lot of guns. I think people are kind of thinking this assault weapons ban is going to go through. I think it is too.
I think it'll absolutely go through.
So everybody's buying up as many as they can because most of the time these things pass, and when they passed last time, they don't take away the ones that are out there. They just stop selling any new ones.
Right.
So people are stocking up.
Yeah, so they'll buy as many assault rifles as possible until the ban goes into effect, which, it's not official, but it absolutely looks like it's happening.
Yeah. This is
I don't know. I don't know if that helps things. I'm not going to sit here and say it does.
so.
It'll put a lot of people at ease, I'm sure.
Until the next one.
They'll have some kind of false security, I guess.
The country just needs something right now. It's like we don't know who to be angry at because the guy's dead.
Right.
So right now, I mean, this happens every shooting.
Can we at least find the father and slap him around a little bit? Just a little bit.
For his bad cum.
Someone said,
Am I the only one that would feel maybe a little better if they just slapped him around just a little bit?
Someone said he doesn't have that fucking nasty ex-wife anymore or the burdensome son.
Yeah, no
So
kidding.
he made out.
Look.
Jesus.
Look, there's something we have brought up over the years about tragedies. Not everyone is completely bummed out, and I got to be careful how we say that. But there are people that go, "Holy fuck, I was in a bad fucking situation." And I'm not talking about the fucking kids at all. I'm talking about maybe this guy if he was in a horrific situation.
Yeah. Jesus.
I don't know.
The NRA released a statement yesterday, which I don't know what they're actually going to do. But I guess they have to, but I was impressed with the statement.
Do you think they should have released that sooner than they did? Actually, it's pretty soon, though.
Kind of hard for them to
These days go
do
by
anything in
very
these
slowly. So
Yeah, kind of
it's
hard
only
for
been
them
5 days.
Right.
to do anything in situations like this. You know, they're going to be looked at like, you fucking, the monsters, So, yeah, they waited.
I think their statement is, it's... I'm not a fan of the statements. We've seen those over the years, too. They're pretty much... Of course they're going to say that. You know what I mean? And that works on both sides.
But
It's
they
that
said,
generic-
they're going to do something, I guess, be involved in some way.
All right.
They're doing a press
That's
conference
promising.
Friday. They're
That's
having a
promising.
press conference Friday where they're going to pretty much spell out, I guess, what they want to do. But I think it's going to be...
What's the statement? What's the...
Yeah, it's got it.
The actual
Yes,
statement?
the National Rifle Association broke its silence on the shooting, denouncing the horrific and senseless murders and vowing to, quote, help make sure this never happens again. Facing a fierce push of new restrictions on gun ownership and the tragedy's aftermath, the group said that it would hold a major news conference in Washington on Friday.
Did you read what they actually
Elaborate.
said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The National Rifle Association of America is made up of 4 million moms, dads, sons, and daughters, and we were shocked, saddened, and heartbroken by the news of the horrific and senseless murders in Newtown. The organization said in a statement emailed to reporters, the NRA is prepared to offer meaningful contributions to help make sure this never happens again.
Do they usually say stuff like that? Like,
No,
they don't.
no,
That's
never.
the
That's the first, right? That's a big
the first
statement
they've
from them.
ever gone.
Never.
In my memory, they've never gone that far. So this is a doozy, man. A fucking doozy.
Westboro is protesting, of course, but they're doing the principal's funeral.
Why? Why don't they do them all?
I don't think
boy.
I'm imagining the police told them we won't be able to protect you.
Yeah.
I'm imagining the police told them if you do that, we will not protect you.
They're going to actually be outside with their signs?
Oh, yeah, they might have done it.
That's going to be a problem.
Well, if they do it,
did they do it already?
I don't know.
I think there might be a problem.
They're up there now.
Holy fuck, man. That's the principal that ran out trying to do something and gets killed? That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what... whatever.
But the reason I'm raising is I'm wondering if... I don't think they care, but the cops or somebody senses, like this one for some reason feels a lot different than the other ones have.
Yeah.
And the president reacted differently than any president has, as far as being emotional about it. The NRA makes a statement like that. There's a really weird undercurrent of people are really fed up.
Everyone has kids or has knows kids that are
right.
Your brother's kids, your sister's kids, whatever it would be. Everyone has kids. And that innocent thing is what's brutal. And, not to make light of it, but it's way worse than Columbine. And we all know how bad Columbine was.
Because Columbine was terrible, but it was something different about a peer shooting his peers, which is still terrible.
Of course.
But it's more understandable than an adult killing kids.
Right.
Because you can't because we can all understand being mad at our peers.
Right.
But you can't understand shooting kids.
I don't want that twisted.
Make any sense.
Both horrible. But when you have innocent kids, and we kind of know some of the details, and they never had a chance, that hits home with pretty much everybody.
It's awful, and people are just, and I think this guy did us a favor by killing himself, because now the whole country is aggravated and disgusted and angry, and there's nowhere to focus it because he's not there.
So let's pull the Aurora guy out of his fucking jail cell and slice his throat.
Yeah,
let's take it out on him.
I would love one cop.
I'm going to say it every day. Yeah. We're not better than that. Stop making believe we are.
One cop, it's all it would take to do that. Or one guard.
Yeah.
To just two guards to say, look, we'll give up just to beat. Of course they won't, but how great would that be if they just beat him to death with their billy clubs?
He's well protected. He's well protected.
Yeah.
You know who wasn't well protected in jail? It's a story we haven't even touched on yet. Michael Douglas's son is fucked up.
Yep.
Michael Douglas's son ended up getting into some deep trouble with drugs. And they got him and they sent him to jail. What was his sentence?
10 years.
Whoa. He got 10 years. He's I don't even think the kid's 30.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did he get 10 years? He got years for dealing, I think, meth, and he's a heroin addict, but then he got caught, like, getting stuff sent to him in jail, which extended his sentence, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so there was some payback. Some payback in jail because he's not protected like they're protecting the asshole in Aurora.
Would they fuck him up? Yeah.
Fucked him up bad. Like he's in bad shape.
Jesus.
Really bad shape.
Broken femur, and I think a broken finger. Apparently there was some Italian group that got wind that he was, like, his psychiatrist fucked up and accidentally said on the stand that he had agreed to testify.
Right.
Oh, boy.
It was a complete mistake, but his dumb shrink fucked him, and it became knowledge, and they put out a $100 bounty on him getting him beat up.
We're in some ways we're pathetic as a nation because you got this Aurora shooter, whatever, and we protect him. Look, you did the fucking thing. Now you should be in prison like everyone else, and now take your fucking chances. Sorry, why are we protecting him? Because we're better than that. I don't want to hear that anymore.
No, because lawyers will sue. It's all about lawsuits. It's all about if he's killed in state custody, that family sues the state and would win. That's all it's about.
Wow. The quote is Michael Douglas's son. He broke his femur, which is hard to snap.
Oh, femur's your biggest fucking bone there.
It's the Brian Regan bit that is really funny. Search it out. Or we could play it into break there, E-Rock. That would be kind of good. And he had to have a rod inserted.
Rod.
He told health services staff that he hurt them playing handball. And then this guy writes, you don't break a femur playing handball.
Handball. Oh,
how do you break a femur, you think?
Do they put it on something and jump on it?
Yeah, they must have stomped him.
Oh, my God.
Or did they hit it with a bat or a brick or something?
I'm only getting my info from Brian Regan, not Dr. Steve, but supposedly that's pretty much the worst pain you could feel, is having your femur broken.
Oh, that's a big bone.
They must have been stomping him, just stomping him.
Would that break? I guess it could break your femur if you're on the steps or something and it's up.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Ow.
So,
Ow.
bring it back to today. You got the Aurora guy well protected. Yeah. I don't think that's right.
No, he's in prison. You're fucking...
Because that's another thing, potential shooters know.
Yeah,
They take me alive, I'll be protected.
Yeah.
Nothing horrific could actually happen to me.
Yeah. Yeah, they should fucking just throw them into general population.
Yeah.
But even that, I've lost faith in general population's ability to do the right. I don't think they give a fuck either. Once in a while, you'll get a convict that has some kind of, feelings towards that. But there's rapists in jail that are doing fine. There's pedophiles in jail that they could get to and they don't. So
yeah, maybe we just don't know how the system works.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
They're all a bunch of fucking lowlifes.
Yeah, they don't want to go get more time and
yeah. Yeah.
Got breaking news.
Oh.
Lindsay Lohan?
Yes.
Reportedly clogged her toilet on Scary Movie 5 set.
Do you know my dick jumped when I read that?
Clogged her toilet.
Clogged her toilet?
And that's news, by the way. That's news today.
She took a big shit?
I guess. I don't know.
She's denying it.
She's denying it?
Oh, just a big dump coming out of that ass.
I would imagine she's got very dry duties.
Oh, man.
So that's a possibility.
Or maybe she had to use a lot of paper to wipe because it looked like black tar heroin.
Wow.
She was wiping her ass like a mudslide.
Was it that, or was it that her shower was on? Was it really a toilet? Did she take a big dump?
No, I don't know.
So great.
I don't think it was a big dump.
I hope so.
I like to think it is, but...
Oh, we all would.
Let's go to Rich. Rich, what's up? New York City, brother. Retired cop. God bless you. What's up?
Hi, Rich.
What's up, man? Hey, guys. The problem is this Aurora thing, they won't even go to trial for another 2 years, so it's going to give every defense lawyer, it's almost like a law lesson, how to defend against these pieces of shit. If Obama really wanted to come up with some meaningful legislation, just like treason, like they killed that asshole in Oklahoma, make it a federal crime for any type of federal terrorist-type shooting, automatic death penalty, takes it out of the hands of the state, and they kill these fucks within a year. They killed the fucking Oklahoma guy how fast after that bombing, that Timothy McVeigh douchebag.
Rich, let me ask you, though, didn't Timothy McVeigh, once he was convicted, stop appealing? Like, didn't he say, just go ahead and kill me? Like, he'd still be alive if he was still appealing, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I bet.
And I'm not sure. Does Colorado have the death penalty? And is this a death penalty case? I would assume if you're shooting up a movie theater, it's a death
premeditated. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a death penalty case, but don't be surprised when they say it's not.
But you got to make it federal, and it takes. Right. I mean, you have to do something. I mean, taking guns away is not going to fucking stop. You know what? Because this douchebag, instead of paying fucking $500 for a Glock, he'll pay fucking $2,000 for an AR and do the same thing. And these douchebags are going to know that.
On the black market, right?
That black
especially
market.
if you know you're going to like take yourself out in the end. Who gives a fuck? You'll just empty your bank account. You don't care how much it costs.
And let's be honest. Anthony, you have guns. If you buy an AR this week for $1,000, 2 years from now it's worth $3,000. A legit guy comes to you with a permit and wants to buy it for $3,000. You're going to sell it.
I wouldn't.
Is it your fault? No, you wouldn't. But I would. But
a lot of people will. Yeah. Yeah, it's
so, all right, fellas, punch it out.
Thanks, but I didn't realize that's a good point Rich made about a federal crime and a state crime, because it does take it out of the hands.
Yeah.
It almost takes the pressure off the states to have to go against their constituency. It should be some type of a mass murder. What is classified as a mass murder? Is there a way to make it a federal crime? Where
don't make a federal case out of it.
Oh, that's what I always say. I leave the window open, you're cold, you make a federal case out of it. What, are you going to give me the death penalty or something?
You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yes. I made a mountain out of a mole one time. There was a big hair on it.
Are schools safer? I don't know. I know I dropped my kid off yesterday.
Morally safer?
And there is nothing different.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
That was brilliant and the worst thing I've ever heard all at once.
Of course it is. Terrible.
There's nothing different at my kid's school yesterday. Nothing.
No.
But I am hearing that some Marines, or at least one, took it upon himself, said, fuck that. I'll patrol my local school.
A Marine. Yeah.
A guy back from Iraq, he's looking for some shit to do, and he just took it upon himself, said, I'm here. Just want to let you know I'm here. I don't know how they felt about it, but he was trying.
And any shooter would know not to go to that school. So it's just...
Who knows? I don't, you know,
it's really just.
We've said it for the last few days. I don't know what the answer is.
No, I don't either. No one does.
I really think it's very complicated. I really do.
You know, even though the Daily News is covering this a lot, I have to say, unless I've missed something in the last few days, they're handling it in a way that doesn't disgust me.
Not
like the Post is being tabloid, showing the kids' picture, Den of Doom. And what they're focusing on is the funerals and the victims, like the Daily News, I mean. It's focusing on the funerals and the victims, and I don't mind that as much.
I think both papers suck, but the Post is way worse.
Yeah, they're doing a terrible job with
They're completely
these.
despicable.
Yeah.
So,
could you turn that page for a minute?
Sure. What happened?
Let me see. It took me 5 minutes to buy this rifle the morning after massacre.
It says that in 5 minutes is in red, and there's an arrow pointing to the rifle, but there's no other rifle on the page. It doesn't have to say the arrow. We know which rifle you mean.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
Yeah, well, you still had to go through your fucking check, the background check, the criminal check.
Do you think the NRA is going to be for some kind of a national database of? Is there a national database of mental health information that all gun people can get to immediately?
God,
no.
I'll bet you they're going to back something like
there's
that.
There's not even a fucking.
I don't have knowledge on this, but I would bet you no.
The thing is, that's kind of secret information. You have as far as your medical records go and your mental health records, a lot of times that's fucking classified.
You're right, but I do think that it's a give and a take. And if in this society we're going to allow you to have guns or allow each other to have guns, in this day and age, in the wake of this shit, then I think that you have to say my mental health is absolutely has to be up for grabs. Like, meaning you have to be able to verify. Well, when you want to become a cop, they give you a mental health test because they're going to give you a gun. So when we allow certain things in society, there's a give back. You have to prove that you can handle. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a felon, you can't own a gun.
Yep.
So why not if you're crazy?
I agree with you.
A national database of fucking nuts. They've done enough to damage us.
I don't care if the world knows my mom's nuts.
Dude, absolutely.
I don't care.
There's going to be all kinds of talk, though, as far as will that then be used for other things? Will this database of your mental health be used for jobs or for the ability to adopt children? Like where else does it come into play? And is that then going to restrict people from getting things based on their mental health?
Is that the old slippery slope?
Everything's a slippery slope. It's amazing, but when you really think about how things do happen in our country, people do just continue to keep the ball rolling. You know what I mean? They don't just stop at one thing.
We were saying before the show, you know, the problem is that they're talking on the news already about we got to find a middle ground.
Yeah.
That's America's problem right there. We never find middle ground.
Oh.
Maybe not never, but in most cases, we never find middle ground. It's either my way or it's their way.
My way or the highway.
Has it always been that way? Seems like it's worse.
No, I think there was some form of compromise years ago.
So what changed?
But now, I don't know.
What changed
what
with
has
that
changed?
shit?
We're a very divided nation. We like divvying ourselves up.
And by the way, Anthony, the national database thing could only be put into it if you're trying to buy a gun. Meaning, like if you're saying could it affect other things? Hey, if you don't go for a gun, that information won't be available to anybody. But if you're going to a gun, going to purchase a weapon, I think your mental health, the rest of us, absolutely, our right to be safe and to know that you're mentally qualified overrides your right to private medical information.
Well, I know in New York you have to disclose if you have some kind of mental issues.
I mean a database where it's beyond your control.
Well, yeah. Well, then there's the constitutionality of it. You know, are you going to put yourself in a position by exercising a constitutional right that will then in some way, shape, or form put you up for some kind of what's the fucking word I'm looking for?
Scrutiny or
like
a penalty?
Yeah, almost a penalty or like put some kind of a stigma on you. You know,
even if you are, too bad.
Yeah.
Here's again. We talk about the mindset of the Constitutioners and what they were thinking when they did it, and we have to acknowledge that when they wrote the Constitution, they didn't even see women voting, blacks voting, so they were looking at things a lot differently back then. I don't think that they would have stood up and said, after a school shooting, yeah, we want anybody to be able to get it regardless of mental health. Like, they didn't talk about mental health back then. Right. Like, if you were considered crazy back then, you were literally probably running around eating shoes.
You think anyone shot up a school back then?
No. I mean, if it was so rare if it happened, they probably just lynched you in the town square. They took care of business.
Plus, it took 5 minutes to put a bullet in your gun, right?
Exactly. Jesus. Yeah, by the time you had the third bullet loaded, everybody else had their guns.
Right. Yeah. Oh my God. Loading up your musket.
You were dragged by your awful wooden shoes and hung.
Every kid was out the back door. So you're trying to load that dumb thing.
Very hard to do a mass shooting with a flintlock.
That must have been the battles back then must have been boring.
Well, they did a good job of figuring out what to do. They had like lines of people, and the front line would fire as the back line is loading, and then they'd shift and move back. The front line would boom fire. They'd move to the back of the line. The next line would move up, boom, and while you're doing that, they'd be loading again. So
getting picked off. Holy shit!
Oh, just brutal.
And remember,
battles are fucking disgusting.
You talk about the forefathers. Remember, these were the same people that thought a drum and fife corps was a good idea during battles.
You need the drum and fife.
Imagine our boys in Afghanistan. Well, who's going to be the fife guy? We got to keep up the tradition.
It's a battle.
Right.
There it is.
How important is patriotic music?
How about a gun?
Imagine they went to the Marines. Okay, look, we're going old school. We need a drum and fife corps.
We're bringing back the fife.
Can you
Terrible.
imagine?
Run into battle like that?
Well, phones are lit.
Of course.
Let's go to Tom. Tom?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey there, Tam.
Hey, you asked if schools are any safer today. Well, in the last couple of days, I've been to 3 different schools for my job. They all have those little security buzzers on the door. You press the button, 3 magic letters get you in every time, and nobody asks or nobody comes to see who you really are.
What's the 3 magic letters? What do you mean by that? Without giving it away, I guess, but...
UPS.
Oh, that's all you have to say.
I push the
Gotcha.
button, you hear the voice say, "Can I help you?" UPS. And the door opens right up, and you're in. And there's nobody near the door to come greet you. You have to walk through the school and find the office and talk to the secretary.
I think that'll change a little bit. Yeah. And schools,
I hope so.
There was an article, we read a little bit about it from NPR. The schools are absolutely a lot safer since Columbine. That is true. But I think we could do more.
And you can always find...
They're comfortable. And by getting comfortable... Everyone, hey, the UPS guy, great, we got a package.
Right.
Nobody thinks to get up, walk down, or maybe, just the secretary poke her head around. Is there really a brown truck in the driveway? They just, it's instinct to let the UPS guy in.
But it won't be as much anymore.
I don't think it won't be either as much.
You can't get 100%. There's always going to be a crack or an...
No.
And by the way, it's amazing
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. The guy says... on Twitter, don't understand. You guys have had 2 full shows on it, but rail against the news for talking about it. No, dude.
Oh God!
But we're not even doing that.
I'm not even saying.
We're not saying don't talk about it. We're saying don't go there and bother these people. Don't exploit it by showing the shooter's face. Don't inspire future shooters, you dumbbell.
I was about to say the one thing like the 24-hour news cycles don't do is talk to the people. And you might go, what do you mean they're talking to the people? No, they're just fucking finding people that are going to cry on camera.
Yeah.
They don't have a guy like Tom that goes, hey, I want to tell you a little something that I found out.
Right.
That's why I think our coverage is way better.
Yeah.
We're hitting it from every angle. They don't want to hit it from every angle because it doesn't make good TV. Because you do sensationalize shit. We made a living off sensationalizing shit. We know. We're not stupid.
Jesus. You know what else is fucked up about this situation? You don't know the shit that didn't happen.
Of course.
Like how about there's probably quite a few people that wanted to shoot up a fucking school that couldn't get their hands on a gun. That just weren't able to.
Right.
So they didn't. There's also I've heard from so many people that have been like, "Hey Anthony, why don't you list all the mass murders that have been stopped by someone with a gun. It's like you can't because they didn't happen. Yeah. Because there's somebody, it could have. How about that old codger that pulled his gun out and chased those 3 guys out the door of that little fucking casino-y looking place, whatever it was, that internet cafe looking, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
I mean, that might have been. You don't know. They might have just come in, robbed the place, and leave. But you don't know. They might have just unloaded on everyone in that place.
Sure.
But the guy had a gun, and he chased him out. You don't know it's going to be a mass shooting until it's a mass shooting. So to say that people haven't thwarted them with their own weapons is a stupid thing to say. It has been done. I listed a fuckload. I put a link up on Twitter yesterday about a bunch of armed citizens that protected themselves, their families, other people against robberies, rapists, whatever the fuck it may be. But there was a fuckload of them. It happens. It happens a lot. But to say that, no one ever thwarted a mass murder because you haven't seen that in the news, it's because it didn't happen because it was thwarted.
Right. Well, and they do have stories about, catching people ahead of time, but it's a small little blurb because there's nothing sensational about it.
Just the
so
other
you
day.
see it, it's a tiny little thing. This kid, was talking some shit, and they arrested him, and they found this and that, and, boom, he wasn't able to do it.
Just the other day, a off-duty sheriff shot a guy that was running and took a shot in a movie theater.
Right.
Took a shot in the parking lot, and he fucking shot him. There's a guy that had a gun that stopped something bad from happening. But you never really see those stories.
I'm a retired teacher from Long Island. We don't have to go to George, but he says on the phone screen here, I work in North Carolina now. We have a deputy sheriff who's on our grounds and the surrounding schools every day. That, as a parent, would make me feel pretty fucking
there you go.
Safe. Let me say hi to Tony. Tony, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Hey, man.
Listen, this is horrible. My sister's a teacher, and I got to tell you something. You got a lot of guys with guns who think they're cops. And they're not. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Oh. And you know what? I think they have. It's a big responsibility. My friend's a cop, and he says, Tony, he says, you get these guys who want to be cops, they get their guns, and they can't handle it because they want to run around like they're fucking Captain America. And that's a fucking problem. I don't want some old guy pulling a gun out in the casino like he's fucking John Wayne in a movie.
Well, you know what?
Right?
Put it this way. If someone's shooting up a place, I'd rather have the old guy with the gun taking some pot shots at the fucking guy than have nothing and just be a fucking room full of victims.
I think you're watching too many movies. And let me tell you.
Oh, stop it.
But, dude, Ant just made a good point to you, though. Like, he just gave you a decent answer.
Too many movies. I would rather have somebody in there fighting against the...
I don't want my father at 75 pulling a gun out. He can't even work a fucking cell phone. Give me a break.
Dude, you'd rather actually just be shot at with nobody with a gun?
So you'd rather just have the guy that wants to kill everyone.
Cop pull the gun out. That's what I'd rather
What?
have.
Well,
you said it before. The sheriff, the off-duty sheriff.
You don't know. Yeah.
Where are those guys? Are they going to be? My question is: are those guys going to be everywhere we are?
How about the old guy at the internet cafe thing? The surveillance video of that. He did a perfect job of shooting those motherfuckers.
Opie said something great the other day. I'm with you. My sister's got kids. Let me say this. Nobody's pointing this finger. His mother was a fucking whack job.
Mm-hmm.
Parenting stinks. What are they going to point the fingers at the parents?
Well,
she had the guns. She trained them how to shoot. So you know what? I put it all at her fucking feet.
No, a big part of it. He's 20. He wasn't 9. He was 20. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, but
he was scared of being committed. He was a self-centered little piglet.
But no, I agree with you, Jim. He's an animal. But Jim, she gave him the guns. She taught him how to shoot.
Yeah, she sucks too.
She did everything. She
was trying to bond with him with fucking trying to bond with your lunatic son with guns. Brilliant idea.
Yeah,
dummy.
But then neighbors and stuff were aware to a point.
Yeah.
But then what? You go to the authorities, go, wow, this kid's fucked up, and the mom's a little crazy too.
Hey, yo, she lives next door to you.
They're gonna go, yeah, great, but unless they commit a crime, there's nothing we can do. We've all heard shit like that before, so.
Yeah. This is making me disgusted. Really, that's what it is.
Of course.
And
There's no easy answer.
These schools already. Put cops in the schools. That's what I want. I told my sister, go to the principal. We got to go to your congresswoman. Let them start working. I want an armed cop in every. In my old high school now, there's metal detectors and cops.
I'm obsessed with the news channels. I'll tell you why. Because you're going to hear over and over again that this problem. They're basically saying this problem will be taken care of if we have stricter gun control and we get rid of violent video games. That's pretty much all they're going to focus on. But if you talk to the people, and that's the difference with doing TV and radio, you could just sit here and take phone calls. You really learn a lot more, and you realize there's way more to this.
And you guys are right. The media, it's one big. How many commercials can I fucking sell? That's it. They're not doing shit. They're trying to go in there. Turn the TV off because they're a bunch of fucking hoes, really.
Why talk to someone like you when there's somebody in tears that they that make for way better TV?
It's horrible. This is the media. Blame them. It's got to go at their feet too. They glorify it.
The problem is they don't ever talk about their own contribution to it. Like, I'm not saying it's 100% the media's fault, but they never have that conversation meaningfully where they're going to make a change. They would rather sit there and watch the rest of us argue and film both sides and pretend they're impartial. They're really reprehensible. We don't pretend to do that. We don't pretend to be news. We're just fucking guys giving our opinions. We're not a news organization, Piers.
Not one of these. Well, not one, but all right. You got to keep it fair. In general, you don't see these guys giving their opinions on this thing.
No,
you just don't. Wolf Blitzer hasn't made one opinion, not one, and he's one of the big shots over there at CNN.
Wolf Blitzer,
not one. I mean, Piers, he does give his opinions. So I do respect that, but I do think there's absolutely some dishonesty in him as well.
I just think, like you said, I told my sister these nephews, and I tell her, I said, I want cops in front of the school with a gun. That's what I want.
All right.
You want to
go?
This
guy's putting a lot of his faith in the police.
Okay,
that's good.
Well, I would too, though. Before I arm someone in the actual school,
of course.
I don't know if they would have enough training for to take care of a situation, but yeah. I mean, it'll cost so much money to put a cop at every school.
Exactly.
That's why that will never happen.
And there's a liability issue and all that shit.
For fucking everything.
And
they got to round up these mental patients. Go on Queens Boulevard.
This guy's a putz.
Queens Boulevard. Hold on. Yeah, but he's engaged me, and I like this because I have something on this. I went to B&H. We all love going to B&H for our electronics cameras and shit. The Hasidic Jew place.
Love those Jews.
And it's in a sketchy area, and I'm walking back to the subway. I saw so many fucking crazy people, Tony. Guess what? They're not, in general, they're not the problem. I know what those people are about. Huh?
You got to start rounding them up. Some of them are off kilter.
I walk right through them, and I know what they're about. It's the ones you don't know what they're about.
Yeah,
that they have the appearance that they're a normal kid and a little quiet, but there's some shit going on. Those type of people scare me way more than the lunatic on the street. But, I mean, with that said, you're probably right. We should round some of them up. But
because they can't, anybody who's on the street all day and night, and you got to feel bad for them, and that means they're broken. There's something not right there. Peeing themselves. Come on, I mean, it's horrible. These people are not able to function in society. You got to get them off. I wouldn't want Junior coming out of school. Can you imagine?
Right.
All right,
so if I had it with this guy.
What? What's going on here?
All right.
I got to go, man.
Yeah, you do.
You're done with him?
He's a putz.
Punch it out, man.
Jesus. Well, a lot of these guys are walking around like...
What are you doing? Everybody's crazy.
Exactly.
You guys in the street, you go to the bathroom or something. What are you going to do?
God.
I want cops everywhere. I want a cop at every seat. I want a cop in,
you got to get a cop in, at every school.
Well, Anthony, what do you want?
What do you want to do?
He meant well.
He meant well. That's true. Oh, you see that picture?
Kate Upton. I saw those today.
Kate Upton's kind of chunky. Not chunky, but she's got some meat on her.
Woman's body. We like to call it ample.
Yeah, nice. She's ample. She's bosomy.
She looked nice in the paper today.
Yeah, she does look good.
Yes.
All right. Well, I mean, to that guy's point, not that it matters too much, but we let all those people out a long fucking time ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Most of those people you see fucking walking around like lunatics, they were in homes.
Yeah, they mainstreamed them, it's called. Mainstream.
Was that the term?
Yep.
No kidding.
Let's mainstream them and assimilate them to society. And then, that didn't quite work. So now you get people that occasionally just get bashed over the head with a fucking brick, pushed onto train tracks. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Wow, look at those fucking...
What?
Yeah, she's fucking good.
Oh, she is just a big-titted girl.
A dish.
She's a dish.
Yeah, I would like to see her with a fucking...
Look at the big tits. She's like Urs Landris. Urs Landris back in the... Urs Landris, I want a cop on every tit. Oh, and I suckle those.
Now we got to all tweet her fucking ample bosoms.
I would just suckle them and call her mommy. I would want her to hold my head. I want her to cup my head like a baby in a babushka.
You think she would be creeped out by that?
Some women would either love it or just want you never to call them again.
Yeah. I don't get this whole mentality where people are completely against the idea that if you're in a room with a gunman who's just shooting people randomly, that they would rather just have that than a person in there also with a gun that is shooting at the gunman. Like, I can't fathom that whole ideology.
Well, that's the hypocrisy of the whole thing now, isn't it?
Crazy.
Because I'm not a rah-rah gun guy like yourself, but I was in a restaurant last night and I was thinking.
Yeah.
And my thought was if some, maniac came in there, this is my thought, and it was at dinner last night. I go, man, I sure hope someone in here has a gun.
Just something. So if the guy somebody comes in,
and I think a lot of people would think that way.
Yeah,
they want less guns, but if they're in a situation, I bet you, if the people were being honest, they would be hoping that someone had a gun.
If someone just starts shooting. And you're under a table, and he's just like doing that stalking thing that they tend to do with as they just shooting people one by one. Before he gets to you, wouldn't you be like, please, someone shoot this guy?
Yeah.
Could someone please just at least shoot at this guy so he fucking gets distracted for a second? Anything but him just walking around with impunity shooting people.
I think what it is people are playing the odds. Like the odds of being in a mass shooting are very low, but the odds of being in a room with someone else who has a gun could happen to you almost every day. And I think that's where people are, because people can't picture themselves in a mass shooting.
Right.
They think they can, but they're thinking of the other 50 times they go to the movies and nothing happens. They don't want the old guy with the gun. They're not thinking about the time where a guy walks in a Joker hat and starts shooting everybody because he needs attention.
I'd rather have just somebody in there that's at least trying to remedy the problem of somebody just shooting without any distraction. He could just keep blasting people because no one's in there to help.
Mm-hmm.
Frightening. That would have to be the most fucking frightening thing ever, to just be like powerless to do anything. Oh, man.
Well,
fuck that.
I've had a gun pointed at me one time, and it was scary. Like, for real.
Was it horrifying?
It was
you were in the jacuzzi a long time. I wanted you out.
Remember that you said, put this in your mouth or else. You meant the gun.
Of course. What happened?
I thought I told you the McDonald's store.
Yeah,
I was in the robbery with my ex-girlfriend. We were sitting there, and the guys ran in with parkas.
Don't shoot.
No,
very scary.
Let me ask you something. Were you hoping someone else had a gun in that joint?
I didn't think in that period of time.
Right.
You were
just hoping your girl wouldn't get lippy.
Raped. Yeah, I thought she was going to get raped. No, I knew she would get lippy, but I was afraid she was going to get raped.
Because, women tend to get lippy and then want you to take care of the situation.
They really are idiots.
Oh, my God. Will you shut your mouth, please?
Quiet. Where's the gun? It was a hamburger. Come in.
Got the cops.
I know they...
I know. I'm coughing.
All right, food's here. We should take a break. We got a busy show. David Tell coming in today.
Ooh.
One of our favorites, man. He really needs to do this radio show more. And it seems like he's starting to do that. That's great. And Judd Apatow from This Is 40 coming in today to talk about his movie.
Yes.
Indeed.
And we're going to go to break with the femur bit from Brian Regan.
Kenny, can I have tissues?
Why not? We could do that.
Nurse finally comes in. How are you doing tonight? I'm on a gurney. you have a painkiller or something? This is killing me. So she goes, how would you describe your pain? It's killing me. I don't know if you remember that part. Ouch. What are we playing, that pyramid game? Excruciating. Horrific. Would rather have shards of glass in my eyes. How do I convey this to you? So she asked, how would you rate your pain? 4 stars. 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. She goes, how would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst? Well, you know, saying a low number isn't going to help you. Oh, I'm a 2. Maybe the high 1s. And you could give me a baby aspirin and cut it in half. And maybe a Flintstone vitamin and I'll be out of your hair. You can go 10 to all the 3s and 4s and such. If anyone's saying such ridiculous numbers. I couldn't bring myself to say 10, though, because I had heard the worst pain a human can endure is getting the femur bone cracked in half. And I don't know if that's true, but I thought if it is, they have exclusive rights to 10. And now I'm thinking, what was I worried about? Is there like a femur ward at the hospital? They would have heard about me and hobble into my room. Who the hell had the audacity to say he was at a level 10? You know nothing about 10. Give me a sledgehammer. Let me show you what 10 is all about, Mr. Tommy A. No!
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Ahoy, mateys! Time to launch back onto the 7 seas with your favorite aqua adventurer, Captain Louie!
It was my first day in the boat. I just bought it, but it was a big fucking boat with 2 engines, and it's really complicated to drive. I took Chris Rock and my manager out on it. We went out to the Statue of Liberty, and there was this thing floating in the water. Chris saw it. He said, what is that? And it was this big thing, and it was dark. It was night. It was like 1 a.m. So it looked like, you know, like a big round raft. That's what it looked like to me. And I yelled over, hey, is anyone in that boat? And then we noticed that it was coming towards us, like kind of with some speed. And Chris goes, get the fuck away from that thing. Like, it was creepy. So I backed away from it, and I put a light on it, and it looked like a giant manhole cover sticking out of the river. This was the weirdest night fucking ever. And it's right by the Statue of Liberty, and it's like, I don't know, 20 feet across, and it's moving. It's leaving a wake. So I call up, and then this woman came on and says, New York Harbor Coast Guard, give me your phone number. So I give her my number. This guy calls. He goes, describe it as well as you can. I go, I don't want to cause a problem, but it looks like the hatch of a submarine, and it's headed towards Lower Manhattan. That's what I'm seeing, and I'm sure it's not that, but my main concern is it's not lit, and it could cream anything that hits, it's going down. And the guy goes, all right, well, I'll call a boat and send him to you. So he hangs up, and like 20 minutes later, there's nobody there. So anyway, I call back, and they're not sending anybody, and I at one point, I got crazy, and I was like, you are the Coast Guard, and I am saying to you now, there's a submarine attacking Lower Manhattan. I'm saying it. And they're like, yeah, we're trying to get park police over here. I'm like, send a fucking helicopter. And he kept asking me to hover. We kept hovering around it and stuff, and then finally this big police boat comes and shines like a massive light on it. And then he calls me on the radio. Hey, Captain, are you the one who reported this? And I go, yeah. And he goes, it's a mooring ball. It's been there since 1965. Mooring balls are so you don't have to throw an anchor down. You just hook up to it. And I go, what if you don't see it? And the guy goes, well, most people navigating those waters know what the fuck they're doing. I have no business being on the water. And I would have hit it if I hadn't stopped at the Statue of Liberty to show it off to Chris and them.
Arrgh! Maybe not quite the adventure you were looking for. Well, shiver me timbers and all that bullshit. Ah, Pegleg! This fucking parrot just took a shit on me! God damn it!
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh,
was feeling pretty good for la 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 la. Taking my time on the la 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 la. Snow falling down in the la 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 la. Everybody singing like la 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 la. Decking all the halls with the la 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 la. Making my way to the la 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 la.
You kind of enjoyed it this time, aren't you?
La 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 la.
We could all use a few more la-las in our life.
Word is bond.
You know that. That's the problem with this world. Turn this up. I like to drink a little beer.
Walking in the town, feel like a million miles away. Now the snow is like a sea, like a sand above the beach. The lights walking in the trees, the people shining in the street, and the people in the light, all the children in the light, singing holy, holy.
That's what we can fan out of this.
The Shepherd of Leaves.
I am a fan of the La La song for real.
I hate the La La
I was
song.
thinking of the Shepherd of Leaves the other day.
Shepherd of Leaves.
And I'm obsessing about this video, which was done by the same guy that just penned the song you heard.
Come, Mortimer.
And I need to know how this video ends. And I'm sure it doesn't end with a big, splash.
I don't think we've ever gotten to the end.
No, we never get to the end.
It is.
We hear about Mortimer.
Mortimer. Oh. There's Mortimer.
The Shepherd of Leaves. Sleeves is in the woods. A little
Shepherd
stream.
of Leaves is a lunatic.
And he's helping the leaves along for their journey. They fell off the trees, but now they got to go downstream. It's
downstream.
kind of a fish thing.
Yeah, there they go.
I understand the concept, but I need to know how the video ends. We never get to the end.
No, we never get to the end.
How long is the video?
Only 6 minutes.
Well, how about we just play the last minute? Sure. Is that possible?
That's a good idea. We never really saw. You're right.
We've done about half the video where he names all the leaves and they all have different personalities and blah blah gets stuck over there. Don't get stuck over there.
We've never seen this part. Right?
All right, this is the end right here.
It's the last minute.
All right.
All right. Gary Shepherdini.
You see all your leaves down at the leaf pile. Right? Just keep going, you'll make it. Try to stay away from the sides. Sides are very dangerous. You know that, right? You don't need reminding, do you? Leaves spend such a good time. Good deal of their time sleeping. And not many people notice that leaves also whistle all the time. They're always whistling. Very hard to hear. It sounds like a light wind. They sleep and whistle.
That's what a woman gets when she's all tied up.
They know how to get there.
Ready to be murdered by him.
Just not good at it.
Psychobabble. That's it, man.
How does the song start?
What song?
What's the song for this? It actually starts as a song that's not as bad, and then he wrecks it with his fucking idiocy.
Oh, right.
Little Travis.
And there's a shot of him just kind of on the bank of the stream looking at his leaves.
Oh, the Travis leaf is watching the mama leaf.
Oh, no.
Have sex with the leaf with Payas. Sorry, Travis.
I love his voice. I really do.
I don't mind this song as much.
From a bench in the town to a bench in the trees.
You don't like this yet?
No. From the fallen holes.
No. It's going to get to your cold heart, man.
Oh, this
What gets to
voice.
your cold heart?
Oh,
Like
plenty
a
of stuff. Not this, though.
boat on an empty old sea. You leak till you're empty. When empty, you're free. I'd like to climb like a golden flower, sunlight for bread, until it's my power in a ballroom dream.
It's very nice.
I dance with the old river queen.
The old river queen.
She'd
Dancing
sing
with her.
me a song in my dream.
Why?
He puts the
It's
river sounds in it.
I've seen.
Distracting.
He does leave you wanting more.
Oh,
And is that a whole song, or he just wrote the opening for this, and then he fucking 10 minutes of this psychotic? It literally is like watching the fucking Blair Witch Project. That's right. I feel like I have to shit when I watch this. I'm standing up, holding in a duty.
Get in line.
All right, Philip, good work. Johnny, nice to see you.
As they go downstream, the leaves in the water. Yeah.
He's like the Mangala of leaves. Find two twin leaves.
Emily.
Beautiful.
We got to get to Mortimer, and then we'll shut up.
Douglas Leaf.
Douglas Leaf.
Douglas. What a kook.
Charles,
okay.
always going under the water. His wife, Mary. Oh, Mary. Charles, Mary got stuck here.
Mary got stuck.
I don't know these ones.
I don't know these ones.
Oh, sorry.
He ran out of names.
Yeah.
All strangers. Welcome. All in a line. Thank you. Right through here.
All in a line.
And down. That's the way to do it. Try to go the other way. It's dead end. It's not good up that way. You just stop. If anyone wants to stop, needs a break, you go up this way.
Needs a break.
Hello.
Is that Mortimer?
It's not likely to rain, and so you'll probably just end up there for the rest of your line. But if you want to keep moving, this way here. Down here. There you go.
Where's Mortimer?
I don't know any of these. I don't know who they are.
He doesn't know who they are.
Oh, Mortimer right up there. Mortimer.
There's Mortimer. I feel like I know Mortimer.
Yeah.
Like
Mortimer Leaf.
Sleeping again.
He's sleeping.
Pick up Mortimer.
Spends a lot of time on Mortimer.
Leaf, can you hear me?
Mortimer Leaf. Can you hear me?
Anyway.
I want a fucking nut.
But I wouldn't be really bad if you didn't make it into the stream. But then he spins it later and says, look, they're just sleeping. The
They're
ones that don't
sleeping.
make it into the stream are just sleeping.
They're sleeping.
I think this guy shares your annoyance of sleeves. Let's say hi to John. John?
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning, John.
Hey, Ron and Fez every winter the past couple of years have played the Sleeves ice skating winter story. It goes on for about an hour.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Yeah, they play it like every Christmas when they do like their best of over the weekend.
Oh, that's why I've missed it.
Is it like the Alice's Restaurant of winter skating?
For Ron and Fez, yes.
Yeah.
Starts as a little boy, and then as he gets older, he met a girl, and he comes back every year to the same place.
Oh, it's in real time.
That sounds like a nice little story. Can we play the first part of it or no? Or is that stupid?
Why don't we?
Is there more? Is there more to that song, or is that the whole song?
That's it. He never goes back to the song.
Why doesn't he? Well, maybe he has a whole song that he just used at the beginning.
He's
of.
one of those prolific guys, so he probably has a lot of pieces of different songs.
Well, he's dancing with the River Queen.
I want to know what happens to the River Queen.
But her fucking feet and box smell like river mud. She's been sitting there with pinworms in her hiney. I hate the River Queen. The River Queen's actually a guy in a dress.
Well, Mentality Mag on Twitter makes a very good point. Opie, are you playing this direct to highlight the issue of mental illness that is widespread throughout the country?
Yes.
In a dusty old. That song I like. I have to admit that. I think Anthony likes it.
I like his voice.
No. Oh, I don't.
His lyrics are a little annoying though. Like the fa la 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 could be a really good song, but he just gets too. It's too stupid.
I kind of like the fa la la la.
I want to like it because I hear it enough.
He's a wackadoo. Yeah. If he would
he's crazy. He's batshit.
If he would pull it all in a little bit, he could be mainstream with a song. I think.
You know what we ought to do? Put Sleeves and Grey Wolf together and finish that Tippy Tom song.
Oh, God.
I bet you they could do something with that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Tom, you're tippy. Are you tipping over, Tom? The steps, Tom. Throw down the steps.
Not a bad idea.
Why not? See what they could do with it. He'll get the spirit of it.
Or you know what? Grey Wolf is, let's say he's done. His part's done. Maybe have Sleeves work around what Grey Wolf already did.
Oh, yes, Tippy Tom.
That might be the way to do it.
Oh, Mortimer.
Do people know the Grey Wolf song by now?
Mortimer Leaf.
We get listeners coming and going all the time. We get new ones. We get the old ones saying, fuck you guys. It's just constantly growing, this thing.
Tippy
Do most people know the Grey Wolf song?
Oh, more.
Yeah, I love that song. Just one verse short. We don't write a book about Grey Wolf and call it One Verse Short.
Yep.
And just have the book be one page and go, look what this asshole almost did. The end.
Not as annoying as the homeless guy that would just fiddle with his guitar.
Oh, that fucking...
Yes.
He looked like the guy that did He Did Ride Crambo. Remember that? Papa Rock was a turd.
One of my favorite moments is coming back on satellite radio is just your level of annoyance.
That was
the
so
guy
fucking
could never
funny.
get it together enough to play anything. He was just
Look at you, you're fiddling
Stop
again.
fiddling.
he's just adjusting and
Oh,
how long
God,
has
he
that been,
wouldn't stop.
E-Rock?
Let me check. Eric found the.
Have we ever done a homeless special?
Yes.
Oh, we have. Okay. Not a Tippy Tom special, like a homeless
we've done a
special in
we've done
general.
a homeless
Okay,
special.
because we've had some classics over the years.
Eric found the sleeves thing that Ron and Fez play every year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's called the Christmas Skater.
Oh, no.
It's short if you want to play it.
40 minutes?
45.
45 fucking minutes of that lunatic.
Of what?
Can we hear the
That
setup at least?
skating song thing he
You want to
does.
see
or
how much you
whatever
can
it
get
is.
through?
Look, we're moving into
Yeah.
winter now.
Oh,
and
That's not
man.
short, dude. You said short.
Oh.
can I got to hear the first minute.
Where's Sam?
I just heard moans all over the place, but we got to hear the first minute.
Yeah, we do. Even I want to hear it.
All right, sleeves. This is something Ron and Fez play every Christmas or around Christmas.
I'm out.
Well, I rode on the carousel till my horse tired. I threw darts at balloons till I won. And I drank all the lemonade, drove on
45 minutes of this.
it seemed like
It's just the intro. Oh, what does it fucking kick in?
No, man. It starts with a song and then it gets into a story.
What a dirge. Terrible.
He's such a...
I said, welcome to our wonderland.
Here we go.
You're listening.
I was enjoying that.
He always fucks it up
Motion
with his stories.
and the void.
Ooh,
It's in my right ear.
it's good production.
There's a little creek or stream that pours down the hill behind my cabin.
Which is
and
it?
eventually gathers up into a river or brook.
All
And
right.
every winter it freezes.
Or summer.
I live
Or it
on
doesn't.
top of Market Mountain.
Or the
Not
bottom.
too high, but high enough.
Or
And
or
in
low
the
enough.
winter, at Christmas,
Or the summer.
I
Or
like
4th
to
of
take
July.
a walk down the mountain in the snowy woods along
yes.
the narrow,
It's
down-going
Thanksgiving,
cascades of the frozen stream.
Yes.
Until finally there is some leveling out, and the creek or stream is no
river,
longer rope-like,
or eddy,
and sculpted over the rocks and
under
frozen
them.
in its
Isthmus.
movement, but smooths out.
Or
in a
roughs up.
blanket of ice and waits.
Or it
I
doesn't.
like to think
Or I don't.
my skates, which I have brought along with me,
Or I've forgotten
slung
them.
around my neck,
Or they're
for
around my
such a
arm.
skating purpose.
Good idiot.
If I were a much younger man, or a good skating boy
That's
with
the first minute right
rough
there.
friends,
All right.
Wow.
If he was a much younger man, what would he do?
Oh, you want to keep going? It's 45 minutes. We got to stop it somewhere.
Yes, Alice's restaurant. I just want to know what he would do after if he was a younger man. Iraq.
All right, let's
what would he do?
skating boy with roughhouser friends.
Roughhouse.
I'm sure we'd be having a dare much earlier on the very steep, sloping parts of the river. And we would fall and crash along the snowbanks and be battered
We'd
by
fillet
the tumbling,
each other.
but still happy.
Yes, and throw rocks at Negroes.
Yes. Our little penises could barely stick out of our snowsuits, but we found them with our mouths, much like a pig looking for truffles.
They look like little frozen pinkies. With snot dripping off them. Little frozen kissable pinkies. And the little shooker of the snow pants as you nervously shift back and forth as your friend kisses your little wet pinky.
Shit.
Good luck with Ronnie B, man, because you both are going against him.
What?
Ronnie B says it's the best one-man show he's ever seen. I guess he's done this as a one-man show.
Really?
Yep.
He has an amazing voice. I say
And
one
then-
thing. He should be doing books on tape and stuff.
Oh, fuck yeah. His voice there's something about it. And then this guy writes, I imagine Sleeves looking like Gandalf the Great from The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Yeah, he's got that look, definitely.
yes,
Where does he
yes.
live?
He's got one of those
Lives
wacky
in the
old
woods
old
by a
hats.
creek or a river or a pond.
Weren't you listening to the story?
Long
No.
hair,
Not.
gray.
Yeah.
Rough housing friends.
Yes. I live in a tower in Isengard. You're a fucking lunatic.
Who would frolic in the snow.
Yes.
Where's the buzz on The Hobbit?
It's the biggest December opening in history, I think, right? It's already doing really, really well.
So there's a good buzz, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, I had a massive opening weekend.
Fucking Bobby Kelly tweeted a picture. I guess he got a copy for his consideration for the Oscars, I gather.
Of The Hobbit?
Yeah, he's able to watch it at home.
The fuck?
Why doesn't that fucking asshole come over my house and watch it in my theater?
Could you put on Fox for 1 second? There's a black guy.
I guess whether for God, I don't know.
Oh. His tragic death
big change.
saved 7 people.
I want to move on to Maria Salazar. She was just 12 when she also received
organs.
Amanda's
Oh.
right kidney. Maria, you're now 18, and your sister Marcia is with you because Maria's English
is the Mona Lisa.
is not as
She really
well
does.
as yours. But Maria, you look fantastic.
Okay, I just was
Yeah, it's a different story.
excuse me for.
It's about organ donor.
Oh, all right.
Basically, a lot of people are alive because this teenager died tragically.
Wow.
Yes. So we go back to Piers Morgan. There was a heated exchange on CNN last night, and we got it. Larry
Pierce.
Pratt.
This way, Pierce.
Who's Larry Pratt?
Pierce Leaf.
Who is that?
Who's the Larry Pratt?
Mr. Pratt, what's the matter? Bugs got your tongue?
Who be the Larry Pratt? He's the executive director of Gun Owners of America. Yes. So, oh boy, they're going to not agree.
Oh no.
Incredibly, gun sales are surging in the wake of the massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Colorado and Virginia each set one-day records for background checks over the weekend as thousands of people lined up to buy guns themselves. My next guest says there is blood on the hands, but of lawmakers who voted to ban guns from schools. Larry Pratt is the executive director of Gun Owners of America. He says that if more people with guns had been at Sandy Hook Elementary School, most of the victims might still be alive. Mr. Pratt, you'll be aware that your comments have ignited a lot of debate. Can you try and explain to me why you believe the answer to this is to arm teachers?
Well, the alternative is what we have seen,
Yes.
where people were reduced to waiting to be murdered without being able to do anything effective to protect themselves or the adults to protect the children. So it seems so obvious that since we have concealed carry laws in all of our country now, people can get a concealed firearm, and yet we have laws that say not in schools. And so in the very places that have been sought out by monsters such as the murderer of these adults and children, we're saying, no, we don't want you to be able to defend yourself. It's better that you just sit there and wait to be killed. And we find that morally incomprehensible and deeply disturbing that the desire to defend life has been so cast aside into whatever political correctness views guns as the ultimate evil. Evil's in our hearts, not in the guns.
Again, just what I was saying before. Why would you rather have just the bad guy shooting everyone have a gun than anyone else have one? Now, obviously, you would want somebody that's well trained and knows what they're doing, shit like that. Not just dole out guns to random teachers. That's stupid. But an administrator in the school, something like that, much like the pilots had to take safety and training courses in guns when they put pistols in the cockpits. Same thing with an administrator in the school. Fucking somebody in the school that can have a response time of a few seconds to when these things happen, instead of just depending on the police, who are going to take a while to get there, and the gunman just has free reign to kill people. So what's the fucking problem? Why is that a problem? We live in this world. If you want to say it's a problem because you don't want to think that we live in a world where we need to arm some people in schools, well, sorry. Sorry to blow up your nice little fucking perfect world.
Well, Piers will answer that for you.
The AR-15, as we've now seen from the last 3 mass shootings in America, Aurora, the shopping mall in Oregon, and now at Sandy Hook School, is the preferred choice of weapon for disturbed young men who want to commit mass atrocity. It can fire hundreds of bullets at rapid speed if you have the right magazines. The President of the United States has indicated he wants to ban assault weapons like this. What is your view?
I think we need to ban gun control laws that keep people from being able to protect themselves. The problem is not going to go away if we ban this or that gun. We've tried that. That doesn't work. Doesn't even work in England. You've had mass murders there. All over Europe there have been mass murders. The solution is for people to be able to defend themselves at the point of the crime and not wait for 20 minutes for the police to come after everybody's dead.
Mr. Pratt, was an absolute lie.
Can you pause for 1 second? You see the way Piers is reacting to this guy having a level-headed discussion? Like, Piers is not being... That's not the way a good interviewer reacts.
No.
He's a hothead, though. Everyone knows
He's
it.
a hothead. And
it's very easy to get to Piers. Write him today. He'll write you back.
And with this issue, he's like blinded. He's just fucking blinded. As much as he thinks the gun people, the gun nuts as they call them, are blinded, he's blinded. The other end of the spectrum.
Absolute lie. The gun murder rate in countries like Britain or Germany or Australia, who've all suffered massacres many years ago of similar nature, they are 35 people killed a year. Your country is 12,000.
Your murder rate is lower than ours. That is true.
Lower? It's 35 against 12,000.
Your violent
in Australia,
crime rate,
they had a
your
massacre,
violent
and they
crime
got
rate
rid
is
of these
higher
assault
than
weapons.
ours, as is the violent crime rate in Australia. America is not the Wild West that you are depicting. We only have the problem in our cities and unhappily in our schools, where people like you have been able to get laws put on the books that keep people from being able to defend themselves. I honestly don't understand why you would rather have people be victims of a crime than be able to defend themselves.
Right.
It's incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible.
That guy, even if you don't agree with him, is making an intelligent argument.
Yeah. That's the point, though, that I was just making also. It doesn't make any sense to me that people wouldn't want people to defend themselves. It's not a case of people that have legal guns, that are concealed gun owners, pulling the guns out and shooting people. That isn't happening. It's not the case of a murderer coming in with a rifle and shooting up a room and having a guy with a concealed weapon pull his gun out and make the situation worse. I don't think that's ever happened, by the way.
I honestly can't think of a case where a shooting's been happening and someone pulled out a gun to stop it and made it worse. You're
and
right.
made the situation worse. Oh, my God, this guy's crazy. He's joining in. It's not like some guy goes, hey, someone's killing a bunch of people here. Let me join in because I have a gun. It doesn't happen.
So where's the line? Should we all just get guns?
No, that's what people say, too. All get guns. No.
But where's
I mean,
the line?
some people aren't responsible enough. Some people don't want the responsibility. Some people don't want to own guns. Some people are afraid of guns. The line is, if you want to have a gun to protect yourself, you should train, you should know everything about the gun, and you should know the responsibility it takes to own one, but you should be allowed to. And you should be allowed to defend yourself and other people in a case something like this happens. You shouldn't be the one restricted from carrying the gun when the guy that is going to be killing a bunch of people doesn't give a shit about the laws.
But what about the people that don't do any of those things? What do we do? What do we do with those people?
Then they have to depend on the police or maybe somebody that is an armed citizen in a situation.
It's like everyone is allowed to be a parent, but then they just are shitty parents.
Well, that's true. I don't know. I can't understand that mindset that you don't want people to be able to defend themselves. It doesn't make sense. I don't think armed citizens make the world or this country a more dangerous place. It's been proven otherwise.
Gotta
been
have-
proven otherwise.
Gotta have tougher laws as far as people using guns and shit, right?
Like how? It's very
mental health checks. Even if they can steal guns, mental health checks.
Well, if you use a gun in a crime,
yeah.
you know,
That's got to be a huge fucking
that's what
penalty.
I mean. But it's not.
No, they usually plead it down.
It's a slap on the wrist for guys that live in that world.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be
Yeah.
a slap on the wrist for me or a lot of us, but for a guy that lives in that world, that's like, risk of doing business.
You always hear it's
might
like-
have to do a couple of years in the joint.
Yeah, you hear, you did 3 years on a weapons charge, and it's with 3 years, fuck that.
A lot of people out there would laugh at that shit. It's no big deal to them.
Yeah.
It's a big deal to me if I had to do 3 years in prison. Fuck. Certainly could, fix that part of it.
I could
the
do that
problem.
standing on my head.
Yeah, you hear that all the time.
Love that one.
I know.
You ever see someone in prison standing on their head going, I told you.
I can't do a headstand for more than 5 seconds.
You shouldn't go to
No,
prison then.
Now, if you make the sentence longer, would that deter some of these people? I'm just
no.
saying some.
No.
You don't think so?
These are people that want to die. Fuck the sentence.
No, I know those cases are helpless in general,
Yeah.
but just knocking down, gun violence. Plaxico, how many years did he do? He had a 3-year sentence. He did what, 18 months or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
So that's kind of easy, even for an athlete.
Yeah.
He missed 1.5 years, right?
Did he do it on his head?
He pretty much did it on his head, yeah, because his leg was aching.
It was on his head. Yeah, his legs
He
hurt.
had to stay off his legs for a while. But I mean, what if you move that up to it has to be 5 years, got to do every fucking day of 5 years? Would that deter some people?
I don't know. Because then you fall into those things where that dumb woman that came to New York with a legal gun in her state didn't know she was, illegal in New York, and she asked the cops, where do I put my gun if I can't bring it to the World Trade Center memorial? And then you got mandatory gun laws, and then she's obligated to sit 5 years in prison.
All right, fair enough, but that's the responsibility of owning a gun. You know all the fucking rules.
You got to, absolutely.
And you've been to a bunch of states since you've been a gun owner. You're not just fucking wandering around willy-nilly just assuming
No.
that the laws are the same in every state.
No.
I feel kind of bad for that woman, but she was kind of stupid.
Well, she didn't go to jail
Stupid,
anyway.
but no, she didn't go to jail.
Right.
Let her go.
But I mean, that won't happen every time when you get laws like that.
But how do you not know?
You should know. But the thing is 5 years in prison for that woman really realistic, or will it help anything that she's in there for 5 years?
That would
be
people fucking study the laws, that's for sure, and take it even more seriously.
which they should.
And yeah, maybe a few are going to get caught where it's like, fuck, it's too bad you got to do 5, but what else are we going to do as a society?
And that is my point. Like, people really need to
I think
educate
people have
themselves.
to up their responsibility.
That's my little funny ha-ha joke line I do on Twitter when people ask me, I'm thinking of getting a gun, what should I get? And I say, an education. Nice. See? Because that's the first thing they should do.
But what about
is educate themselves.
But what about we don't need no education?
Oh,
Those people.
all in all. Yeah,
And I like pudding.
You can't have any pudding.
I'll
You
have
don't
meat,
eat
first, then pudding
you're
after.
going to eat your meat first?
I will. Always.
I'm not a big fan of pudding after I eat meat. Oh, just a little strange.
I love some fucking tapioca pudding, some vanilla. What's better than chocolate pudding that's cold with fucking whipped cream on it?
Oh,
We've
I don't like
discussed
the color combination.
Skin, no skin.
Yes.
Skin.
Absolutely. Always.
There you go, big boy.
As long as it's clean. Yeah.
Skin.
Because it's like you
Chocolate
pull it
pudding
back.
with skin.
Oh, we're talking about
see, you're
this.
talking about
You guys are talking about snacks.
Yeah.
Eric brought you guys some snacks.
Oh, the vanilla fucking.
No, why? I'm trying to
goldfish.
lose weight. I had a discussion in the locker room yesterday about my working out technique.
We what did he say?
He said you've been trying for years. Give up.
Enjoy some goldfish.
Why?
Oh, boy.
What is this going after somebody's weight on the show? How funny would it be if I went to how great would it be if I went to Human Resources and got Eric fired?
And all he can say is but. As they're kicking him out of the building, that would be the greatest day
making
ever.
fun of my weight is not appropriate on this.
Shouldn't do that.
Iraq.
Oh.
All right, you got goldfish.
Yes, this one is s'mores.
I don't want. I'll take less.
This one is vanilla cupcake.
That's the one I had the other night that I
Here
talked
comes
about.
a giant palm leaf, Eric.
Oh,
Eric
hello.
leaf coming down.
This one is cookies and cream.
That's the one.
You don't have any real goldfish though. Like, no salted ones.
And
No,
the
just
cookies and
sweet
cream
ones.
Oreos.
This is some of the stuff I had at E-Rock's house the other night.
Jesus.
Go with the vanilla. That was the one that I noticed.
I only like real goldfish. I don't like these.
No, you're gonna like
Just
them.
try them. They're
I don't want
delicious.
Expand your palate.
Have one.
No.
Can you have just one?
Yes.
You sure?
Yeah.
Try it. You'll like it.
Gimme.
It's not open.
Come on, E-Rock. Please. I find this hard to believe.
Does anyone know anything about French food? We're talking about food, so I figured I'd bring it up. We went out with the Vosses last night, Rich and Bonnie.
Oh, the Vosses.
And they took us to a very fancy French joint because Bonnie did some work, so there was a bartering thing. Of course.
Yes.
This is the world the Vosses live in. Bonnie wrote some jokes. Next thing you know, there's a barter, and they get to eat there for free, and they invited us.
Was it what restaurant?
50.
Was it Mario Batali or something?
50. Where the fuck was I? 51st between 6th and 7th. I forgot the name of the place, but it's supposedly one of the best restaurants in New York, and the food was outstanding. And it's a French restaurant, but the portions were so tiny. But I went home so fucking full. And my question today is, what the fuck is that about?
I know which place you mean. Florentine used to talk about it. A French restaurant named Roy Roger's. Look at Jim.
Roy Roger's.
Roy Roger's.
But what's that about? Because the portions come
helpings?
out, and you're kind of pissed off because it's so delicious. Yeah, it's like that shit that Travis is showing us.
Is this the place?
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Bernardin.
Let me see.
Yeah, I tweeted some of the pictures of my meal, but that's pretty much the stuff we were eating. They were tiny, tiny portions. I went home so fucking full. I felt like I wanted to puke it up. I was uncomfortably full.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sat right there.
That's a good song by Pink Floyd.
What?
Uncomfortably full.
Uncomfortably full.
Wow.
But no one knows why.
There is no pain you are
Yeah. Yes, my stomach swelled just like a balloon. Are there any?
It wasn't creamy either, by the way, because that would be the easy answer. So it's butter based or something, and that supposedly fills you up faster. I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way,
tiny portions.
These are good. They taste like, what do they taste like?
they're good, but
little cookies.
They taste like
Animal crackers.
Nilla wafers
Yeah,
or animal crackers.
They
They
almost blow with the cupcake part, right?
They're very dry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like these very much.
Do you?
Anthony.
All right, Edgar.
One was on my
Do you, Edgar?
tooth
Yeah.
from yesterday.
Edgar.
I got one stuck to my teeth. I had to scrape it off. I'm Edgar. Anthony.
Tasty, but
Shut up.
not all that good.
Shut your mouth.
Just shut your mouth.
Shut up. Do your duty.
Right, do your duty.
You're done.
You come from lower stock. That's what it is. Lower stock.
Stock, right?
I'm like low stock. But
Now people ask the question, what is the standard that you would use to measure mental illness? I don't know.
that's true
Yeah,
too.
we're not
We're
doctors.
just throwing questions out there.
And I love when they on
I
Twitter.
don't know.
On Twitter, they say it hasn't been proven. FBI profilers, they're all saying the same thing. This is one of the reasons they do it is for the attention. It's not the only reason, but it's a big part of
Yeah.
it. And I believe when enough profilers are saying it, I just believe it. Because I see as many people as they've captured that they profiled accurately. I trust their judgment more than somebody with a vested interest in the gun issue either way. I trust the profiler's judgment.
Well, Piers and Larry Pratt continued.
You're an unbelievably stupid man, aren't you?
Whoa.
It seems to me that you're morally obtuse. You seem to prefer.
That's where
You're being obtuse.
Yeah.
that's where
What?
Piers goes wrong.
It's going to
Yeah.
send him in the hole for a while.
You don't have to agree with what Larry Pratt's saying, but he sounds like he knows what he's talking about as far as his side goes.
He's not being stupid. He's giving you at least a
The other
legitimate
side of the argument.
Yeah.
You're
What
an
say you,
unbelievably
Fuzzy
stupid
Bridges? Sorry.
What happened?
I just like the word obtuse from Shawshank Redemption when he told the warden he was being obtuse and he threw him in the fucking hole for a couple
But what
of
does
weeks.
obtuse mean?
You're being unreasonable, obtuse. Yeah, not really.
You're an unbelievably stupid man, aren't you?
No.
It seems to me that you're morally obtuse. You seem to prefer being a victim to being able to prevail over the criminal element. And I don't know why you want to be the criminal's friend.
Right.
What a ridiculous argument.
No.
You have absolutely no coherent argument whatsoever. You
What?
don't actually
You have
you
no-
don't give a
He is
damn, do you,
mauling
about the
Piers
gun
right
murder
now.
rate in America. You don't actually care. All you
It
care
seems
about
to me that
is the
facts
right
don't
for any
bother you, do they,
American
Mr.
to-
Morgan?
you would like
Facts-
to see... But let's
Facts
go
don't
through
seem
this.
to... They bounce right off of
No,
your
let's
head.
deal with
you're,
some facts.
You're speaking oblivious to what we do know is that when you go to an area in the United States where guns are freely available, readily able to be carried legally, there you find our lowest murder rates, lower than the murder rates in Europe. You go to our cities where we have cracked down on guns and people can't defend themselves, and that's where the criminals have a field day.
How many guns did Mrs. Lanza have in her home?
Oh,
I don't know how many she had, and that really is not the point.
Well,
The point is
let me enlighten
somebody
you.
with
She
evil
had,
in his...
She had 6 guns, including 4 assault rifles. And what happened was her deranged son, who clearly was very
Her evil
disturbed.
son. Her evil son.
It doesn't matter what you call him.
We shouldn't be... Well, I think it matters, because if you believe and understand that there is evil in the world, then you don't try as your first line of defense to solve it psychiatrically. You protect yourself with a gun.
There you go.
You know what? That guy is making a very... Pierce is doing a terrible job defending himself there. You're stupid. That makes no sense.
He's trying to fucking write it off. The guy was making a valid argument.
An outside observer, that guy, I understood that guy's point. I would love to...
Well, the guy's staying on point.
On point.
Yes.
And Piers has his emotions getting in the way.
I've been pwned.
Like, if Pierce said something about that woman had legal guns in her house, like, that's a valid rebuttal. So then you make this guy rebut the fact, okay, legal guns here, and this is what happened.
Right.
But Pierce didn't do that. He's just throwing that in as an aside while he's calling the guy stupid, and the guy's clearly not being stupid.
Well, it continues.
Let me finish my thread there, Mr. Pratt. So you have an evil young man who is living at home, clearly with serious troubles. And his mother has 6 firearms in that house, including the weapons that he used to murder 26 people, including 20 children aged 5. You are quite happy about that situation, are you? And you would be quite happy if there are many more people in his position in homes around America where there are that number of firearms which could be used by mentally unstable people.
Americans with firearms in their homes typically have them locked in a safe, as I do, and as most gun owners certainly do. The fact that this woman did not and knew that her son was unstable reflected poorly on her judgment, and unhappily she paid very dearly for her poor judgment. But that's not the reason that you should be able to come down on everybody else who's a law-abiding gun owner, who uses good sense, and to say, we've got to pay for that person's stupidity, for their shortcomings. That's just not going to wash. We're not going to let it happen.
This guy smashed Pierce. He destroyed him.
Yes, he's making.
So how do we
very
take care of the irresponsible gun owners?
Unfortunately, very difficult thing to do. Were
you doing an Apple 5 impression right there?
Apple 5?
Unfortunately, gun control.
I don't know.
Assault rifle.
See, the thing is, the way Pierce is speaking.
You mean the hothead?
Yes, the hothead.
I love.
You'd assume that every house that has guns in it is an irresponsible person with a lunatic living in the house that can just pick up the gun and start shooting people. The truth of the matter is, many, many more people are saved by firearms. Legal firearms in their own homes. Many more people are saved by them. So you will get these instances where crazy bad people will do bad things with guns, just like they will with cars and knives or anything else. I will never say that guns aren't the most efficient way to kill a lot of people. It is. But that's That's the world we live in. Why can't people grasp that?
You know what the problem with the argument, anti-gun argument is? Is like you said, we've already so far gone. They're acting like here's the choice: arm citizens to protect themselves, and the other choice is all guns disappear.
Right.
Now, honestly, if I could have that choice, I would take all guns disappear and then go with England's murder rate. I would literally be willing to forego the Second Amendment if, by doing so, all guns disappeared and very, very, very few criminals had them and very, very few gang murders. But that's not where we are. It's not like there's a magic door that you open, and one is you walk through with no Second Amendment and all guns are gone, and the other is all. It's like an unbalanced argument because to say all citizens arm themselves or can legally arm themselves, the other side of the argument is, or we are pretty much where we are right now with a lot of criminals having guns and us not having them. You know what I mean? It's not like you can wipe them all out, and that's where these anti-gun guys go wrong with their argument.
Who is for? What percentage of America is for gun control? Do you know that, Anthony?
54.
What? 54. Of course, it's pretty much split down the middle.
Sure.
That's our country at work. Of course, that is.
News organizations will spin it and say the majority of Americans are in favor of gun control.
But
technically,
that's a crazy stat too, because gun control can be anything from eliminate all guns in this country to we want people to have background checks.
And by the
that's gun control.
And by the way, that number absolutely changed over the weekend because the gun sales were way the fuck up.
There's
way the fuck up.
300 million guns in this country.
Jesus.
You mean to tell me?
Are there really?
Yeah.
So that's one for every person.
Just about. Yeah.
So what the fuck?
So you mean to tell me 54%? It makes it sound like 50. They make it sound like 54% of this country want guns gone. No, they want some controls on the distribution of guns.
So if we have over 300 million guns in America, where does that match up with other countries? Who's number two?
Fucking crazy.
We're way above everybody else.
Far ahead of everybody as far as our gun ownership goes.
I like making my points over and over again, but we went down this fucking road way back in the 1700s with the Second Amendment.
300 million guns.
It's really tough to fucking pull back now.
And I don't have any.
But when you think of I think 88 out of every 100 people have guns.
How many?
88 out of every 100 people.
No, that's 88% of the people.
That's
completely right. That couldn't be right. No way. I think that's.
Or it could be a stat like
yeah, that seems a little
not
high.
Not 88% of the people, but the number of guns per people. It's 88 out of 100. But many people own multiple guns, so that.
Yeah, that could, because, dude, I only know a couple of people with guns. Like yourself and, a few cops I know. I guess you have to count cops, but I think that stat is way off.
What's up? No, you're right. At the end of 2010, it was estimated that 45% of Americans own guns. If you took the percentage of guns to the number of Americans, that number rises to 90%.
That means if you kind of did it one per gun per person.
One gun per person.
So Anthony has kind of New Jersey covered.
Yes.
He has.
Larry Pratt and Piers Morgan continue.
Oh, they do.
They get real heated here.
I'm sure you're not going to try and let it happen. You see, my argument is not about the Americans' right to defend themselves in their home with a firearm. That's not the argument that I'm trying to put out there. My argument is the same as the argument that Senator Feinstein said, that the president endorses, that I believe many, many Americans now believe following this tragedy, which is that there is absolutely no use and no justification for these AR-15 type assault weapons.
On the contrary,
let me finish.
How can you say such a thing?
Let me finish my sentence.
The Korean merchants in Los Angeles use these kinds of firearms to protect their lives and their businesses. And for you to say there's no useful purpose for these guns, that's just completely wrong.
Okay, let me finish my sentence. There are these assault weapons which have been used now in movie theaters, in shopping malls, in elementary schools to murder many, many Americans, and now 25-year-old children. And they are armed with magazines, 30 at a time here, 100 in Aurora in a movie theater. And your only answer, Mr. Pratt, to people that want to get rid of both the magazines and these assault weapons, if I'm not mistaken, is to let everybody else have similar weapons. Is that the solution to America's gun murder problem?
I would challenge you to go and tell the Korean merchants who survived the riots in Los Angeles, sorry you had those firearms.
Can you answer
that
my
saved
question?
your lives. I'm answering your question. I wish you could understand it because you're
Would
talking
you like to
against
see? Would you like to see?
self-defense.
Would you
You're
like to
talking
see?
against people being
Would you
able
like to see
protect
teachers
themselves.
armed
and
with?
you don't want to hear it. That's why you keep interrupting.
No, I don't mind hearing it. I think it's complete nonsense, but I don't mind hearing it. You would like to
Brits,
see?
tend to do that, don't they?
I'll stop being so facetious.
That's what he said, facetious. I agreed with Piers on that last point.
Facetious.
On that last point, I agreed with Piers.
Here's another thing about these assault weapons that they call them, and what
Or pepper weapons.
Here's another thing though, where
double guns. Whoops.
The gist, the whole fucking gist of the Second Amendment is put in place for the American people to keep the government in check. Now, a lot of people will argue that this is a dated concept because of the strength and weaponry of the government these days, but it's not just self-defense and it's not just hunting. The whole fucking framework of the Second Amendment is that the American people have the ability to rebel against their government if the government becomes too uppity, as they say. AR-15s, semi-automatic assault weapons, are the answer to that. And for people that say the American military is so strong that it's retarded, look at Afghanistan. We're talking about the American military going in, and a number of the people they are fighting with a horrid result are just people with AK-47s and a few random explosives. But the truth of the matter is, an armed citizenry is armed to protect against a tyrannical government.
Can you see Americans? We're obese. Can you see Americans rebelling with guns against the government?
I understand, Jimmy.
I can't see that anymore. You're right, but I can't see it anymore.
I understand. But you still can't say, just because there's fat people around, that he can't run the board for us.
Go ahead, say something hurtful about me again.
Oh, no.
We already got one on the HR sheet.
You can't say just because America's out of shape that that they're right to defend themselves against a tyrannical government, which of course not right now. I'm not talking about, but no one knows what the future is going to hold. No one knows if another entity from outside our borders will attack us in a way that the American people will have to stand up and fight for their own freedoms and rights. And to do that with pistols and nothing else because the government says that that's all you can use is against everything the Second Amendment was written about.
Then I think that if that's true,
yes,
then I think the Second Amendment is one of those things. If what you're saying is true, it needs to be looked at in the time it was written in and realize that our interests now in some ways are the same, but in a lot of ways are different. And it's just one of those things like slavery, like women not having rights, all these ideas in this country that have over time evolved and changed.
We're not going to get to that point anytime soon.
No.
I don't know. It just sounds like we're
I'm all for people having pistols,
up.
man. I don't mind that. Because I think if we're at a point where you literally need a machine gun to defend yourself from government intrusion, we're in really deep trouble.
Well, yeah.
Like
Obviously.
I can't, because by the way, if the threat to us as a people is so forceful and violent that we cannot defend it with just handguns or shotguns. Like literally, if every citizen needs some type of a fucking 50-round firing weapon, then the assault on us will not be room to room. It will, if the assault is violent enough that we require that to defend ourselves, then the assault is going to be with tanks, or it's going to be with Predator drones, or the government is not going to come house to house in this day and age with a violent enough assault for us to require that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's at that point where we need that to defend ourselves, the government is using Predator drones.
I'm not talking about using it. It's also something called the balance of power, détente. The reason the government is kept in check is because of that armed public.
Well, I don't go for détente because I think it's incest.
Détente.
Jesus.
It's there to keep the government in check. And regardless of what type of weaponry the government has, no government wants, no government that's in charge of America wants to roll over their citizens with tanks or blow up cities with Predator drones, obviously. But the thing that keeps them from just using legislation or going house to house is the fact that the citizenry is armed. So you're taking it to the extreme on the other end. Well, if something happens, tanks will roll over the houses and they kill everybody, and that's what happens, and your guns will be useless. But take the guns away, and now the people are just at the will of the government to use a pen to fuck us.
But I think we are never going to respond with guns to the pen. Never. We're never going to do that.
But the reason is because they're there. It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent from the government grabbing unreasonable power for themselves, which they have anyway, by the way.
I was going to say, that we're already at that point and we're not doing anything about it. Right. We don't do anything about it.
We do nothing. And I don't think, by the way, that they, I think you're right.
What is it going to take where we do, act out against our government?
The government doesn't want...
If we haven't yet.
The government doesn't want to roll over
taxes go up again January 1st, and what is it going to take?
Yeah.
We all have our guns.
They know if they roll over people with tanks or use Predator drones that our country's gone. It's done.
Right.
But the only way they would need to do that is if they wanted to grab power from the people. Now they could do it with a pen.
But if the fear...
If they were unarmed.
If guns were really a deterrent and the idea that an armed population, then the way the banks fuck us would never happen. The way the companies fuck us would never, ever happen. They have zero concern that an armed population is going to strike back. Because you look at the way they treat us now. It's not as bad as it could be, but look at the way they raise taxes with the death tax.
Right.
Or look at the way that these companies will pay each other so much money and fuck the employee. They have zero fear. I think they need to have that fear. They don't have it. I think people need to drag CEOs out and beat them to death in the middle of the street to put that fear in them, because they do not have it. For all the guns, 300 million guns, and nobody in power is afraid of being murdered, other than a random shooting.
Exactly, but that's the situation we put ourselves in. But if you look ahead, you can't look right now. Obviously, even with Obama in office, where people think he's power grabbing and everything. If you can look ahead to the future and think that there might be at some point a very unstable, tyrannical person in office, 300 million guns turning, the potential of 300 million guns turning on you would be a deterrent to a complete power grab.
But I think that the crisis we live in now, in some ways overrides that potential threat, only because I would 100% be with you if people did the right thing with their guns, and I won't mention any institution, but if people began dragging executives out of certain businesses and putting bullets in their heads for interest rates, I would be 100% with you. If all of a sudden they said fucking 30 bank executives were executed by citizens tired of getting 0.1, I would go, wow, this country is fucking great, and fuck every liberal who hates guns.
When we went through the banking crisis, a lot of lives were destroyed, and nothing happened.
How many of them were murdered?
How many of these guys were getting
shot?
Their bonuses?
They got their bonuses.
They still got their fucking bonuses.
You're right.
The whole thing's a joke.
The fear of someone on the button with a nuke outweighs 300 million guns. Exactly. But my point is, no one's going to nuke the country, because then there wouldn't be a country.
How did somebody send you that feedback from 1988?
Yeah, exactly. Man, no nukes, man.
Hey, look, man, we're backing up here. We got David Tell outside the studio.
Is he here?
And we have one more clip to play from Larry Pratt on Piers Morgan last night.
Oh,
this is how it wrapped up.
I just want you to answer this one question. Post what happened at Sandy Hook, your answer to this problem of repeated use of this weapon with these high-capacity magazines is to continue letting Americans buy them with impunity and to not concern yourself with these mass shootings. Is that right?
The Second Amendment means what it says, and meanwhile, you want to continue laws against self-defense, laws that prohibit self-defense, laws that prohibit teachers and other faculty, other members of the administration in schools from being able to defend themselves if they have a concealed carry permit. The laws prohibit them right now. We have been lobbying against those laws since they were put on. We will continue to do so, pointing out that that is where the problem is. And for you to support them means that you're really blind to the role that that plays in enabling murderers to operate with impunity.
Wow.
I thought he was a little evasive in that answer. Like, I know what he's saying, but he was evasive.
Sure. Well, it's a loaded fucking
That's true. It
loaded
is.
question from Piers, because he's asking it in a way that says, if you support what you've been talking about here, you support killing children. And a lot of the anti-gun people have been presenting their questions and statements in that fashion. That's not the choice. And people don't want guns to give someone the right to kill people and kill children who go into schools. They want their gun rights to protect themselves and protect people that might be in harm's way of a murderer like this. It amazes me. It fucking amazes me. Piers.
All right, with that, we should go
Let's
to
get David
break
here,
because we got David Tell coming in and we got Judd Apatow in about an hour. Stay there.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Are you looking for the perfect holiday gifts for your family?
On the first day of Christmas, someone said to me, I'd like this for my tree.
Come on down to the Ted Scheckler Happy Holiday Mega Fantastic Christmas Trinkets Emporium.
It's fantastious, full of holiday fun.
If Ted Scheckler doesn't stock it, he'll find you a suitable substitute.
I don't have any pear trees. I had a bush.
And if Ted Scheckler doesn't know what you're talking about, he'll make his best guess at what your family member might enjoy.
I don't know what a turtle dove is. It sounds like a crossbreeding.
From the obscure...
I've got Minute Maids at Milky. That's milk in a Minute Maid container.
To the traditional gold ring.
I do have that.
Well, almost.
Well, actually, they're not gold. They're black cock rings that I've spray painted gold.
The Ted Scheckler Happy Holiday Mega Fantastic Christmas Trinkets Emporium carries lots of things.
I have that. You can get whatever you need.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
We gotta welcome David Tell to the studio.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good morning, David Tell.
Oh, does Dave know how to smash you, Jim?
He's good
Jim
that
and I
way.
were having our own little moment there.
Yes.
I apologize.
That was very
David
funny.
Tell's got a lot.
Queers talking.
Tell's got a lot going on.
It's inappropriate. What?
Caroline's the 26th through the 30th. I want to get the
Yes.
plug out there. Fuck, you get to see David Tell in New York City. Do that, people. 212-757-4100, the day after Christmas through the 30th. Nice.
Yeah.
And then other dates all over the fucking place. So
Brokerage and for New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Mhm. That's going to be a gig because
okay.
I'm there with Big J. Okerson. That's going to be a
is.
1-2 punch. I love it.
That'll be great.
Damn. Out on Long Island.
And then just announced the Anti-Social Comedy Tour. You're part of that on February 17th at the Borgata Hotel in Atlantic City with old Jimmy Norton. And
How
Amy
many
Schumer.
times have we been there now, Jim?
This will be our third year in a row. Me and you did it once together, so me and Dave have done it with this will be 4 times, but we've done
Wow.
Wow.
That's a lot.
our 3rd year in a row.
And when is that going to be?
February 17th, President's Weekend.
With Amy Schumer,
me,
right?
you, Artie, and Amy. Yeah,
That's
it's a
going to be
great
a good show.
That will be a great
That'll
show.
be a really good show. I haven't been there since the hurricane, so.
Yeah, me neither.
And you got Dave's old porn starting up again?
Yeah, tomorrow, Thursday at 11 on Showtime is a great episode. Mark Maron and Christy Canyon.
Nice.
And,
love her, man.
If you love 80s porn and, you like Mark Maron, I'm telling you, this is a great show.
You should have got Mick Foley for that one. Oh, you know that. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I feel like I'm telling you something you don't
No,
know.
Wait,
I'm
I
an
don't know
idiot.
what you mean.
Mick Foley loves Christy
Oh,
Canyon.
does he?
She's so hot. She's so cool. And, Christy and Ginger do their own radio show on Playboy Radio. I hate to, whatever, cockblock you guys.
Competition.
But, she's just great. She knew every scene she watched. And, she took us through everything. She's like, that was my prom dress. And, it's a weird, little creepy.
Little trivia you get there, huh?
And, Mark is really cool. I never thought he was a porn guy, but he held his own. He was really good.
Nice.
She's her big, fat, heavy tits.
Beautiful. All real.
Christy Canyon is. Can I see her now,
How old
Travis?
is she now, Dave?
I'm not going to say. I would say
about
30.
She's in the MILF.
She's probably close to 50. I'm going to guess.
She started very young, and then she, dropped out of business for a while, and then she came back, and she's just beautiful. She really is.
God damn, she looks good.
Look at
She's
that.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you?
And she's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Would you stick it to her, Jimmy?
Dude, Christy Canyon is juicy.
Well,
wow. Look at that, huh?
Yeah, she's older. You can see she's had a few years. But you know what? Dude, I would still gladly fuck her.
We're looking
She's
at
really
a topless shot. All right. A little
She is
different
beautiful.
topless.
They're
but
still big and
okay.
heady.
All right.
No, she's just
All
an
right,
amazing. She's an amazing star. And,
Yeah, we're
and
not beating her up, but
so-
I've heard nothing but good things about her.
Yeah,
so.
she's just too cool. That's all.
Dude,
I'm
I
gonna say.
Great
really
show
want
to
to
watch.
fuck Christy Canyon.
Dave's Old Porn tomorrow night on Showtime.
Yeah, and here's the beauty of it. It's about porn, guys, which is in this whatever world we live in now.
This new world we live
terrible,
in. We all need a
terrible
little more
thing,
porn.
porno.
I'm thinking.
Exactly. I think porn would take some of the mean out of people.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There you go.
And come.
Where are you at with the gun control thing?
Well-
It's a tough subject. I know, David Tell.
Well, I'm third generation knife thrower. So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
probably a
there
thing,
you
right? But growing up in the carnivals, throwing a knife is how a man,
Used to take care of business?
I'll tell you what's really weird is that there's so much tragedy going on, so much sadness. I went to a funeral yesterday for a person who was involved in the comedy community, Linda Cork, who was really influential in a lot of comics careers. Chris Rock, myself, Jimmy played for her at her other clubs, but she used to run with her dad this place called Jimmy's Comedy Alley in Queens, and it was a lot of places where we all started to headline and everything like that, and Adam Sandler played there, a lot of people who are now super huge, and she was just always so cool to the comics, such a great lady, and she passed away, and it was very difficult to with all the funeral, all that stuff going on in Connecticut to this, and it's you almost felt weird, like you were cheating on the sadness, you know what I'm saying? And it was horrible. So, to Jimmy, to Linda's family, Paulie and all those people, I just wanted to say, thanks for putting that memorial together, and it took a lot of work. And even the priest brought up the other thing, which I thought was hey, dude,
Jeez.
pick a team. You know what I'm saying? So
It's
I
like
thought
being
that
on
was
a date and
inappropriate.
talking about your ex.
Yeah, it was really inappropriate. But,
Holy shit.
yeah, how do I feel about gun control?
Or anything that is associated with this, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I don't
What's
know.
your thoughts, I guess?
Well,
if you don't want to...
People want, this is a horrible situation. I have a lot of family friends who are teachers, and they're heroes, and they work in Connecticut, and the lockdown that they had to go through that day and all that kind of stuff. It really does show you one thing, that anybody who wants to take away benefits or think your kids are not learning or whatever, these people are really amazing when they're the final line of defense against a lunatic like that. So
and they actually tried to tackle the guy. They went after him physically.
That was beyond courage. That's Zero Dark 30 kind of stuff. They were out there doing it. But for gun control, I know there's voices in the room that are pro and con. But somebody brought it up that the bullets. I think it's something with the bullets. We should not have the ones that explode inside of you. I think that's a good thing. And I don't know if we need assault rifles. I don't know if we need that. But like I say, the lance, the bow, the shield, the battle axe. I think this is a great time for them to reemerge. The Renaissance, the Renaissance weaponry of days of old. I don't know, man. All I'm gonna say is, the kid. Don't blame it on video games. I blame it on,
Jews.
The Illuminati, whatever. He had posters in it. He lived in the basement. We've all lived in a basement at some point.
What are they calling it now? The Dungeon of
the Den
Dungeon
of Doom.
Evil.
Oh, the Den of Doom.
Yeah,
where he
Den
played
of
his video
Doom.
games. But that we all have the Den of Doom. If
The
you're
realtor takes you
if
through
you're
the
a
house.
gamer.
This is the Den of Doom. This is where your child spends a lot
play
of
video
time.
games.
Yeah, that's going
in
to be
a
a
dark
hard
part of the
resale.
house.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard.
Den of
But I
Doom.
guess what we're all trying to think of is just get a rope long enough to go to hell to fight him to the death.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
So,
Cage match in
like
hell.
something, some kind of elevator to
horrible.
hell.
Yeah, what a
But
fucking prick.
it's horrible. So
Yeah.
as a comic, of course, somebody's going to say something on stage, and it's going to get whatever, right?
Yeah.
Dude?
Yeah.
I started talking about it last night.
You did?
Yeah, you just gotta be careful. It's really careful.
Where you talk about the mother and stuff?
No, I concentrated
That
mostly on
fucking
the
bitch.
media, and I smashed
Oh, okay.
Dr. Phil
Dr.
for
Phil
going there. That
going there
vulture.
is so stupid.
And then the mothers, of course.
Dr. Phil went to help, though. with the camera crew.
With
and
the cameras
but the
on.
sympathy
Everything
dogs
else.
beat him to it.
Oh shit!
And once they bring
Yeah.
the sympathy dogs, then they're really starting to run out of like,
Right.
That was
then
crazy.
it's the judgmental cats come in.
Do people
And,
understand what he's saying?
No.
That it was a fluff piece. You don't know. It was a fluff piece on. I saw it on CNN. Yeah, there's a company that brings in these dogs to help with the grief. Yeah,
right.
can you imagine these dogs walking around Newtown?
They're sympathetic.
They're
Oh, yeah,
sympathetic.
they're shitting all over you, stepping in dog shit.
I guess the studies have shown if you're really sad, you're less sad if you start holding and petting a dog. So,
Oh, yeah?
so this company actually brings the dogs into these towns that are suffering.
What do they do if somebody's mauled by dogs?
Oh my God! Right?
They bring in
And then
dogs so you can hit them.
The judgmental cats come in.
Yeah, judgmental.
Do you think the dogs would get a lot more credit if they wore glasses? Because I was looking at them the other day, and I was like, if they wore glasses, they would look like really kind psychiatrist types.
This steps on my company, even-keeled kangaroos. They play devil's advocate very well.
Glass half full. Parrots.
You got anything on the comfort dogs? I see you got it up there on the
Let me
screen.
see.
Yeah, they sent 10 golden retrievers.
Yeah.
Because I think it's it's a proven fact that petting a dog relieves stress.
I like the one with the white face.
Yes.
He must handle the money.
So they just sent 10 dogs down here.
I mean, they're trying to help
I
us.
mean, this is a gig,
That's a gig for somebody.
Yeah.
I absolutely think it helps.
Yeah, but can you
I
imagine?
think it
though?
helps, yeah. I've seen those guys at the USO, and it does help.
Imagine if there was an accident and then a truck hit them and there was 10 dead dogs.
Oh my God!
How much worse that would
no.
make a town feel? There's a pile
Oh,
of dead
God.
dogs that they're shipping up with a shovel.
Then we'd have to send 10 bowls. Oh.
10 live fucking happy. You have to pet them as they're throwing their carcasses into the garbage truck.
Oh my God!
Try to shook a severed paw. Oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. First it was a murder, and then a truckload of happy dogs flipped over and caught on fire.
What
We
is
could
it
hear
with
them
that?
yelping from inside.
Oh, that's awful.
Which is dog for help me, there's a fire.
But don't you think that, with the media, I think you guys were talking about this, which I totally agree with you, that like, it really is a slippery slope of the media, how close they get to this, to where it's like almost like, can I curse here?
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out of town. I mean,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
let
Get
these
out.
people, like, have their moment.
Supposedly the locals want them out. There's a few articles that are popping up
Yes,
today.
of course
They're like
they
enough
do.
already.
Want 'em, though.
How long are you going to stay here?
Well, it's I wrote an article recently called
What?
"News or Exploitation" with a question mark.
Oh, that sounds good.
Jim, you should be wearing glasses.
Damn.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah, but I think that, like, when they, how many times they have to interview the mother and the weird couple that mother and son that run that bar. That's pretty weird. Whatever that is,
right.
The bar that
Is that where Wolf brought everybody?
That's one of it. No, I don't know where he went.
There's a story.
Wolf's got some money. He probably took him to the TGIF out on Route 32 or
I
something.
really don't know the story. You told it just before you went on air, but you got to tell it on air.
Oh, which one?
The Wolf Blitzer.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't
He
have the details on
I
it.
thought it was very nice. All the reporters are incredibly depressed, as we all know. And, especially the guy who makes the montage of pictures. That guy must be, like, suicidal by now.
Holy shit,
I mean, that
right?
is the saddest thing ever.
Right.
But he took them all out to eat. On his CNN money. So who knows where that was? Boston Market or something. and one of the guys reported on the meal. Like, it was pretty good. And Wolf took us out. So that shows you, like, they're out of story. It's like, they hit every angle,
If they're just talking about going out to dinner with Wolf, it's time to just fucking go home.
And he doesn't usually go out on the story. He's usually the guy,
Yeah, back in the Situation Room.
And he's in his...
who's in the Situation Room?
Pierce Morgan now.
He's out on the street.
Piers.
Yeah, he's Englishing it up in there.
Yes. Fucking the Situation Room.
I hate the fucking bed of music in this shitty situation. I've never wanted a fire to break out somewhere so badly as I do in this Situation
You have
room.
so much hate in you.
No, I don't, Dave. It's just to help us. I'm tired of the Situation Room music.
The bumper music they're using for this tragedy. Can
It's
you,
really
can you at
sad.
least just
It's
drop
incredibly
that?
sad.
Like, there's a couple little things you could at least do.
Yeah.
They find the saddest music to go in and out of their reports on CNN. Yeah, this type of shit.
This music's
Like,
great.
why do you need that as a news organization?
How about the music that we always like to play? The Benny Hill music. I mean, that would change all coverage.
It certainly would.
We're back with from Newtown.
Oh my God, that would be awful.
Talking to the families who've been so affected.
You think there would be outrage?
Oh my God!
Holy shit!
But it would be more honest about what the fucking press is doing.
Right.
It'd be more honest about what they do.
It is a circus.
Yeah. The Ropers theme. Wow. This song can only be classified as retarded.
No, it's the theme song for my advice show.
Oh,
today, by the way.
Is it?
Is it really?
Today.
Yes, it is.
Damn.
Is this right?
This show, well, I have to ask, you have a special guest coming in. Can I say who it is?
Oh, yeah.
Shut up.
Yes.
We'll have to ask him about movie music and like how, like for the bromance, it's got to be a certain type of, something like this side of Dave Matthews, but not, Bruno. Like he probably has some kind of weird.
I got your
there's
answer.
gotta be a formula to
I got
it.
your answer.
What is it?
Graham Parker.
Oh, there you go.
Do you remember Graham Parker?
Well, you'd have to play an example for everyone to.
I don't know who Graham Parker is.
I think he did "Cruel to Be Kind," right?
Yeah.
Cruel to Be
And then he had
Kind,
another hit.
Is that him?
And I think. Graham Parker is
measure.
featured in this. This is 40.
Nick
New
Lowe
Judd
did.
Apatow.
Nick Lowe did "Cruel to Be Kind."
Okay, yeah.
Play some
I
Graham
remember
Parker.
Nick Lowe.
I can't remember what Graham Parker sang then.
I know
I think he had two songs. They featured the one that wasn't as popular as the other one. I guess he couldn't get rights for
What's
the
Graham
big song.
Parker's big song?
You rock.
Oh fuck!
Wow, I said "Cruel to Be Kind." Not
Look him
good.
up. What are you doing in there? Fucking eating cookies?
Hold back the night.
Nah, let me see.
Sweet on you.
I want.
Hey, look,
Big man.
Oh,
on paper?
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it was Ghostbusters. Yep.
No.
Wow, I don't know what Graham Parker sang.
No. E-Rock just won't play them.
E-Rock.
But he's the major storyline for this movie.
Songs, but I don't know what his popular one is.
Well, why don't you just look it up? Travis, look it up online.
Well, that's what I
Graham
have
Parker's
right now.
big song.
Protection,
on
hey,
YouTube.
Lord, don't ask questions.
Big Man on Paper would be the highest charting song.
Play that then. Let's try. I don't know what he sounds like.
Well, let's hear it.
I know. What's the
Or
mystery
Wake
for?
Up next to you in parentheses.
Either one. How about play one
play
from
someone,
YouTube?
Eric.
All right, Big Man on Paper.
Cocksucker.
Oh,
Travis, play it off YouTube. Eric is fucking.
That's okay because I just thought of another gun thing.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Okay, yeah, so like everybody's talking about their thing on the guns, their theories and like guns and movies. And this guy who like works at a deli, he goes, I don't get it with America. Like where I'm from, everyone has a machine gun, and yet this never happens. But we don't have TVs. So evidently, this man from Waziristan thinks we have a problem. So we have guns. We just don't have schools, TVs, roads,
women with clitorises.
Yeah, we don't have any of the. Any of those temptations. Roads, toilets.
I look at a newscast being broadcast.
Nope.
And try to connect
Never heard it.
events in front of my eyes.
Get it off immediately.
I don't like it.
It kind of has
Hate
that
it.
Elvis Costello thing, right?
Yeah, I didn't hate
What the
it.
fuck
That's
is
an
this
insult
song?
to Elvis, I think.
Kevin from Connecticut, where the fuck are you? I need your help today. He played with the band The Rumor, right?
Local girls.
Local Girls, that's the one.
That's Kevin from Connecticut saying.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
Let's have local girls.
You know this one.
There you go.
You know this one, didn't you tell?
This is it. Every bromance. Debbie! Come back! That was just. We were just studying.
Yeah, but then Debbie can't because she's being wheeled in for a mastectomy. It's like a really weird twist.
Then at the end, they kiss at the prom surrounded by helper dogs.
Where's the hook?
Yeah.
Oh, you know this one.
That's a good one, yeah. But that seems like that dates it. That seems like 80s, early, whatever.
I don't know this.
I think I know it.
Well, this isn't the song he played in the movie.
I remember this.
Yeah.
What year was this?
I don't know it.
Late
Days?
70s, I guess?
No.
This is later.
Sounds
than
80s,
that. Yeah, it's
83.
80s.
I think it's 83, I'm going to say.
I just guessed that.
Somewhere between
82.
Bill Murray's.
82.
Stop prices writing me on my dates.
What?
79.
Wow.
Go
That's great.
shit
for the win.
Great
For
year
the win.
for porn, by the way.
79.
For the win.
I wonder if Joe was just a fan and wanted to use him in something.
Yeah.
But
they didn't even use that song?
I might be wrong. I don't think so.
Damn.
Hey, we just showed the video of the baby being picked up by the golden eagle. This
I didn't see
video, everyone will see this video in the
That's
next couple of
fucked
days.
up, yo.
This fucking golden eagle, put it on our Facebook page, Opie and Anthony, actually gets the kid up in the air.
They go slow motion, so he must have thought he was
You
a
didn't see this,
bunny
Jimmy?
rabbit or something.
Some park somewhere.
Little eagle comes down around.
Comes swooping in.
Oh,
shit.
Grabs the kid. And he gets him off the
Guy's
ground.
thumbing the grass.
Well, he's running toward his kid.
Wait, they're speaking like some weird language.
Yes,
Yeah.
that isn't American.
That's bird language.
Oh no.
There's a kid, it's okay. And then they have to jazz up the video, but here it is in slow
Wow.
motion.
Oh, man.
It gets the kid up in the air, though. Look. Goes about 10, maybe 10 feet.
Horrible.
And then drops him from about 5-6 feet off the ground. No,
That
even
kid will never stop eating chicken. He will never stop.
That's fucked up
That
shit
kid's
right
gonna
there.
hate birds forever.
Oh, my God. It's the bird hater.
Yeah.
We got to ban golden eagles, obviously.
What a
They're
great
problem.
story.
Cute animal story.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of flying? Well, when I was a child, I was almost abducted by. But wouldn't that be great if they abducted him and raised him to their eagle world?
On the side of the cliff somewhere.
Yeah, like
regurgitating food in his mouth.
What age would you run out of room on the side of the cliff?
And he'd have to regurgitate. Yeah, oh, that would be the best.
It would last right
His
up until they
eagle
try
knowledge.
to push him out of the nest to make him fly.
Let's get a treatment together. That could be a good movie.
Yeah.
And he has great eyesight because eagles do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he got him. Except
Yes.
that he confused him for a rabbit.
When he goes in a restaurant, he can't sit at the table. You have to put a crumb for him, and he has to run from across the room and snatch it up and eat it.
And did you see how the father, whoever ran to it, was like slowly like, oh, I better stop this.
He
But he knew it was a
sauntered.
great video moment.
Yes.
So, you know.
Yes.
He was torn.
That's a weird attack.
I wonder if that happens and it doesn't turn out nice.
I don't know.
Where the eagle just flies off with some fucking kid.
And they actually said that with the reason that they said that this is a problem because the kid had worms in his hood.
Well, but also the eagle had Asperger's, so
yes,
they didn't know what to do with him.
Yeah.
The kid was a little chubby little fella. So
Yeah.
I think that saved his life.
But he was sitting there like he kind of wanted it. He was sitting there like
It was how he was
I'm just
dressed.
sitting here.
He was wearing a little animal hat. It had eyes on it. Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah, his hat had little eyes on it like a fucking animal.
Oh, did I see that?
I bet the eagle fucking
Well, I bet you that's what it was.
came down on him.
But if he was wearing a Philadelphia Eagles hat, that would have been
Oh, man, that would have
amazing.
fucking been cool.
The father set him up.
Yeah, the father said dress him like a
He had
bunny.
a thing on his hat that said,
Oh, wow, look at
delicious eagle food here.
Got two
Look at the
giant
poor
eyes
little
on the
guy.
top of his winter
Little
hat.
eyes and ears on his
okay?
little thing.
Ears, too, yeah.
That's what it
Aw,
is.
poor little guy.
Harry in PA, he says you gotta Google golden eagles killing wolves. It's amazing.
Oh, cool.
Can you find just one of those videos?
They
please?
should be scary.
Is this the new Hobbit movie? What is that? Giant eagles attacking
Yes.
little people?
We saw The Hobbit, David. Tell.
How was it?
I liked it.
And
And I like the new technology.
Yeah.
Is it really? How long has it been since the last Hobbit?
It's the
I mean-
first Hobbit.
First one was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Well, it was Lord of the Rings. Now
Lord of
they're
the
going
Rings.
backwards.
Okay.
Doing The Hobbit.
Yeah, that was 10 years
Wow.
ago, which is
Pretty
fun.
soon we'll just have one of J.R.R. Tolkien just yelling at his son or something. Leave me alone, I'm writing.
You think this is the
It's got
best
another world.
golden eagle killing wolves video?
Oh, neat. I'm into this.
All right, we got the
Wolves
wolf.
are badass,
That
too.
looks like a coyote.
That is not a rescue dog.
What the fuck is that guy holding him? Like a Sherpa.
Oh, boy. They've decided to let the golden eagle have its way
Eagle
with the
versus wolf.
Two of them.
All right. They released the
great.
golden eagles.
There's two of them flying.
Yeah.
They've actually been trained because they have the strings on them.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he knows.
The
He
wolf
knows what's
knows.
Is that a
thing's
baby wolf?
Doomed.
This is like in some kind of Mongolia. They only
Yes,
have those kind of.
Mongolia,
They only
yes.
have those horses like in that area, the Genghis
Yes.
Khan horses.
Genghis Khan.
Like you never see those. You never at a party. You never get ride one of those.
It could be Burma.
Wow.
That
You
eagle
might
is-
know it is
Look at
Myanmar.
this, man.
Does the eagle get
Coming
wind in its
in.
eyes?
Holy wow!
Oh, fuck that. Pulls it right down to the ground.
See,
Can't you kick the shit out of that eagle, you
You'd
fucking
think.
pussy? I just fucking grab it.
wow. See, we don't need gungs. We need
Oh,
eagles.
my
Yes.
God. That flips the wolf right over.
We need eagle control.
The wolf doesn't have hands.
Let's come over on my weird horse. I'll be right down. I'll be right down on my dog horse.
Mongolia.
It's a strange horse. It has tiny little legs.
Yeah, it's like a
Genghis Khan horse.
It's like really.
The wolf's okay. They were actually just tickling it.
Oh,
okay,
Chico. And then the eagle comes right back to the guy.
That's a hell of a
great,
weapon
see?
right there.
That's a big fucking bird,
That
man.
thing's got to be heavy on his arm.
How many how much do they weigh, you think?
Fucking 300 pounds.
I thought it'd be less heavy. I'll play my part.
What are they doing with the wolf? You going to eat him?
Wow. And I like that very serious voiceover. The Jeremy Irons of Ukrainian.
Of Upper Mongolia.
It's no honey badger.
You know, it's funny. It's like this is the other thing to do there. You know, it's like, what do you want to do? Milk a goat or this? Oh, wow.
There's a bunch of them.
Wow.
Like got an eagle brigade there.
Yeah, it's a fucking eagle farm.
That's how they hunt.
That's where they take the pictures for money.
Wow. Not a tree to be seen.
Wow, that's fucked up right there.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'll bet you they have the highest incidence per capita of hat thefts.
That's great.
Yes. So it's an epidemic in Mongolia.
Yes.
People having their wool hats pulled off. Don't get eyes on your kid's hat then. Get something eagles hate. Like a fucking, like a little, get fire on his hat.
Yes, they don't like fire.
They don't
I'm
like
sure.
fire.
A chainsaw.
Yeah,
Cutting down
chainsaw or a
their
gun.
habitat.
Yeah, we have to bring up something else too.
Cool.
Remember Gus and Elmer?
Yeah.
Do we have the actual
The
story?
old gay couple.
Either Gus or Elmer is no longer with us.
No.
The longest gay couple.
Wow. First Daniel.
We did hours on Gus and Elmer. We love Gus and Elmer.
Oh, how tragic.
But I guess one of them's gone.
Wow.
Is it true?
It was a glory hole mishap.
They held out for marriage. Dave.
They never got married?
They waited 60 years to get married. There's Gus and Elmer. We love these guys.
Gus and Elmer.
Oh, wow. Oh, I hope it's not the one we're in the bolo.
Yeah.
What's the story? Do we have the news story?
Poor Gus and Elmer.
I hope I got my info right.
Gus.
Oh,
Which
Gus.
one's Gus?
96.
Bad news, Dave.
Which one?
The one with the bolo.
No.
Gus?
So Hawaiian
Gustavo.
Santa is still alive? This guy? Hawaiian
inspiration.
Tropic?
Sorry. An inspiration for gay marriage dies at the age of 96.
Dude,
Waited 6 decades to get married.
Wow.
Died on Marco Island, Florida.
Imagine sucking the same dick for 60 years.
Wow.
Oh, man. I can't suck that same dick for like 3 days.
I know.
Got to switch it up.
I want an eagle to pull me out of that. Evac.
Pull your head out
You
of the
pop
lap.
smoke and the eagle comes down.
Oh, what a shame.
Wow.
Yeah, we talked about them because,
Sure.
they were gay lovers in a time where, that wasn't really
Yeah, that's when it
tolerated.
was really cool.
That was
Remember,
really
remember
tolerated.
everything we did on them? They were old.
Yeah.
They started out as just, roommates.
Roomies.
Until,
And maybe war buddies.
Yeah, they both probably met like on Omaha Beach or something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey. And then we talked about how they got home, and the news must have covered it like, yeah, they're single and available, ladies. Yes, 2 very eligible bachelors. They spend all their time together, so ladies, you might want to hook up with a friend of yours, because you're going to be spending a lot of time with these 2. They go everywhere together. Pals is what I call them.
So why didn't they get married? I don't get it. Isn't it allowed now?
Well, did
No,
they
I
ever
think
get
they
married?
did. I think that's why we finally knew about Gus and Elmer.
Because
That was
Elmer
60
came
years.
too quick. Gus had enough.
They finally got
so
married.
that was an engagement bolo. That was
Yeah.
that was the sorry I'm taking bolo he was wearing.
So there's the update on that. We certainly did a lot on Gus and Elmer.
Wow.
The other one.
Godspeed, Gus.
And
Godspeed.
Daniel Inouye, he also,
Yes.
by the way.
88.
Yeah. Last word, aloha. Hmm?
They said that, but it probably wasn't.
What do you think it was?
Pants after I just shit my.
Was he a senator or a congressman?
He was like fifth in line or something to be president. If something,
Yeah.
right? Wasn't it something like that?
Yeah, if Obama and fucking Biden and the Speaker of the House and 2 congressmen from Jersey, I think he was after a fucking a bus driver in Florida.
He started when Hawaii became a state.
Oh,
wow.
That's how
Is this
long
for Gus
he
and
was
Elmer?
in. Well, Jimmy likes his yogurt, fat-free.
Yeah, Jim, you look
spread.
excellent, man.
Thanks,
You've lost
Dave.
some weight since the last gig.
Yeah, I've been working on it, Dave.
Yeah, what's the secret?
Oh, no, don't ask.
Well, I tell you, yesterday was a kettlebell day.
Kettlebells are great.
Yeah, I know. And after very
Not how he
briefly,
says it.
in the locker room, you ever see that? There's a black guy in our locker room. He's always there. He's in tremendous. He looks like he's strong as a bull. He looks like he's about 45.
He looks like an old school strongman.
Yeah,
I know
he's
what
like
you're talking
Haitian or
about.
something.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was doing kettlebells. He was watching me do them. So he comes up and he goes,
Give me your wallet.
yeah. He said, he goes, where did you learn to do kettlebells? And I was like, well, I've been watching this guy on online. And he goes, can I see the video? And I'm like, I'm dreading it because I know when he asks me, he's not going to go, well, could you teach me to do kettlebells?
Yeah.
So we watched the video for about a minute in the locker room. And he goes, he doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm like, really? And he goes, yeah, I was watching you. You're going to hurt yourself.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
you can.
And he told me that when he showed me videos. He's a trainer, but he showed me videos of guys who are really good. And he goes, do it like these guys do because you're going to hurt yourself the way you're moving.
What were you doing?
It was something about my movements just weren't right. But then he watched the video and he realized I was doing it like the
Were
video.
you throwing it up in the air and having it land on your head?
Yes, when I was doing it with the kettlebells.
You're going to hurt yourself.
Is I was skipping around the gym carrying like little kettles, and I would mime pouring tea for everyone, and then I would ring them like bells against my face.
You could hurt yourself.
I thought they were called kettleballs, so I would swing them and allow them to mash into my testicles with my back against a wall. And he goes, "You're going to hurt yourself." And I'm like, "Thank you, guy from Serpent and the Rainbow." Dr. Allen, I dreamt about kettlebells. You were in it.
That's very good that he told you that.
But I have to look up these other guys now.
Yeah.
But I think they were still helping me get strong. But I've been having some
No,
fucking...
I know a guy for you, man.
Do you?
Yeah, no, really. This guy, Steve, Coach Fury, he does the kettlebells. He's great. It's all about, like, honestly, he's really good
Is
about
there a video online? Because
yes.
I hate having a
He's
trainer.
super strong.
Why do you hate
He's
having
great.
a trainer?
I just don't want to commit to it. It annoys me. I like doing it at my own pace. Like yesterday, I do my kettlebells and my fucking pull-ups.
If
That's
I didn't
what
have a
I'm doing.
trainer, I wouldn't work out.
If I did, I would resent it and bail out.
Yeah?
Steve, Coach
That
Fury,
rhymed.
he's great.
Man.
You're the same, right? You like to just kind of go in and do your own thing.
I would never
Yeah,
fucking work out.
Steve Cotter. Oh, yeah.
No, not this guy.
That's
No,
one of the guys
no,
he
that's not
recommended
the
to
guy.
me.
Oh, man.
Steve
Look
Cotter.
at him go.
My guy's really good.
No, I go to a trainer every once in a while, learn some
Damn.
new shit, and then I do it on my own.
That's
Yeah.
not the guy I'm talking about.
He
Plus-
told me Steve Cotter.
Plus, our gym has shitty trainers.
Do they?
Yeah, they just talk to their clients the whole time. And they allow them to carry their pocketbooks around.
Steve
it just
Holland.
bothers me.
There was Steve Cotter. He recommended the American Kettlebell Club and this
Yeah.
guy Parvel or something. He said those are the 3 videos to watch. So I'm going to relearn kettlebells. Watch me do one the way he said and just paralyze myself.
Well, we got to get ready for the Judd Apatow interview. The big interview's coming up here.
Right.
Dave is staying.
What kind of?
Yes, please.
Do you mind? Because I was in one of his movies. You
Yes,
know?
you were.
Yeah, funny people.
Yes.
Question mark. That's what I called it.
Will he remember you, David?
Oh, God, yeah.
I am
All right, I hope so.
That's my guy.
Man, look at that
That's your
kettle.
guy.
This is Steve. You should go with Steve, man. He's
Nah, he's
great.
too big. He's too strong.
No, dude, he's
Oh,
excellent.
he's too tall. I do that.
No, look
Doesn't
at
it
that.
hurt your wrist?
That's really hard to do.
I could do that.
That's
50
really,
times.
really hard
That's
to do.
pretty hard.
Yeah. No, really, that's a clean jerk press. I forget what I'm not a really good
Well, I
student.
don't insult him.
How do they figure out that
He can
kettlebells
lift.
are a good
He lifts
workout?
like a whole person with one arm.
Sure.
It's amazing.
But how
Yeah.
do they figure out this is a good workout?
Probably
this
in
is
Russia.
like a Russian prison workout, dude. This
Yeah,
is like
no shit.
hardcore.
It looks like
There's
it
people's
would be
heads
murder on
in
your
prison.
wrist.
Yeah.
They just grab their hair on their fucking severed heads.
I cannot say he's the best. Whoa. It works really well with people like us who like are really old and like,
Yeah.
this is,
Fair enough.
this is horrible.
I like
but
the
I'm saying it again.
kettlebell.
Steve, Coach
I do,
Fury.
too.
I like when it's kettlebell day.
What I do is I set up 2 kettlebells and I figure 8 run between them quickly.
To what music? Put back on the Graham Parker
No.
Nash.
I put
Graham
on
Parker.
what's the big one? That from Flashdance.
Yes.
Oh,
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
she's a maniac.
Maniac. And my head is
Maniac.
going,
Yeah.
and I have my Olivia Newton-John headband on.
Yes.
It will cut you like goodness.
You got a little sweat here and down there.
Yes, exactly. My cunt.
Your beautiful wet camel toe. Thinking a phone call. Hi.
Oh, here it
Yeah,
is.
me just figure eighting between. Oh shit! It's 9
That
o'clock
music
already.
gets me hard.
Should we break?
Yeah, we got to get
We got
ready
breaks.
for Judd Apatow. We could go back to this, certainly.
Yeah.
David Tell's got a lot going on. He's got Dave's Old Porn Showtime tomorrow night, 11 o'clock, I believe you said?
Yep, 11 o'clock Eastern.
And then you got the Carolines, I think it's the 26th through the 30th. I believe the phone number is 212-757-4100. And I'm going to go for the trifecta here. New Year's Eve, brokerage.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, bitch.
I
I'm
didn't look
back
at
in
shit.
town. I'm looking forward to that one.
Absolutely.
I'm from Long Island, man. It's going to be excellent.
Yeah.
What town?
Big J. What town am I from?
Yeah.
We moved a lot. You know, I really.
What was your main town there? If you had to say?
Rockville Center.
There you go.
You know, a lot of you are looking down on me, but
There were bad sections in Rockville Center.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
exactly. I mean, I lived in the shed. But, hey, you had a shed? Look at me, I'm talking to nobody. Anyway, yeah, it's going to be a fun gig. Big J. Okerson's on the gig. It's going to be a lot of good times.
By the way, you know what else I do to stay in shape?
What? Wow.
I'm fucking carrots.
How many a day?
3,000. I store them in my asshole.
Can you imagine having to eat 3,000 carrots?
You really are trying to lose. You're not eating any glute. Is that it?
I don't know what gluten's in.
Gluten's in wheat and all that kind of stuff.
I'm enjoying carrots.
You really love your carrots.
Fucking hate them.
All right, we got a door thing. Judd Apatow next.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Let's get him in here. Judd Apatow. What's up, Judd?
Hey.
Mr.
How you doing,
Apatow.
man? Everything good?
How are you, buddy? It's been a while. Nice to see you.
Hi, man.
Oh, man.
Promoting, of course.
Take a seat.
Promoting, of course, This Is 40.
Yes, sir. We open the day the world ends.
Yes, the 21st, apparently, right?
This Friday.
Isn't that when it all happens? Is that going to affect the receipts, you think?
We don't know what time of day the world will end.
That's
if it's
true.
late in the day, we get matinees in.
Can only hope.
And they haven't told us how we're going to die. I don't know if we have that information. Like, are we
Yeah.
all going to burn up? Or are souls going to hell?
Yeah.
Does anyone know like how we die?
I don't know.
No.
Is it a global explosion, or is it something like that might take a while?
I'm thinking earthquake. Big earthquake.
Yeah?
One of those
We're gonna
Uber
get
earthquakes.
swallowed up.
The Mayans are going to
Yeah.
feel like such dicks on Saturday.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. How humiliating.
Dumb Mayans.
Can we find a Mayan?
That's the only reason we've talked about them for 500 years is that we think that they know when the world's going to end.
We got to find one and just
of
yell
dopes.
at them.
Yeah.
Well, that's how we know we're old, which is how many times the world hasn't ended.
Yes.
There was the Nostradamus for a few years. They had the movie, and it just
That guy
Yeah.
scared the hell out of me growing up, though. Man.
oh, that movie was scary.
Mm-hmm.
Without Twitter and stuff, like, how did they used to spread that around, though? Because I remember growing up, it's like, hey, the world's going to end at noon today.
Yeah.
It's like, how did that get around?
Stanley Siegel show. The
Is
Stanley
that
Siegel
it?
show.
Yeah.
What was that? Holy
Stanley
shit!
Siegel.
Are you kidding? I remember Stanley
Yeah,
Siegel.
yeah.
Come on, that's a
Was
good.
he
That's a
local?
deep reference.
That
Stanley
is-
Siegel.
That's a great reference. Was he local though?
He was
Channel
like
9, I think.
He was kind of the first. He was around Donahue's time, but he was the first guy that went hardcore, like
Yes.
strange people.
He went in.
yeah,
he
yeah.
went
I
all
don't know.
in. Stanley
Yeah.
Siegel. I haven't thought of that name in decades.
Wow, I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he was a good watch.
Yeah, before they went hardcore, those shows were just like, they would talk about like gardening.
Yeah, and then Stanley Siegel would have like Renee Richards, the
Ooh, yes, the
transsexual tennis player.
Oh, right. Look at me pretending I had to think of who that was. Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, right.
I ball boyed for her when I was a kid. I was on
Did you?
vacation.
How ironic. And how was she?
You know, it's funny. I was ball boying. I was like, I don't know. They're like, we need ball boys for this women's tennis tournament. And so I ball boyed. I don't know who it was, like Tracy Austin when she was like 15 years old. But women, they don't hit it hard. Or back then, there were those little wooden rackets. So every time they hit back and forth, it took 50 minutes. And I could see that the game was going to last a really long time, hours.
Shit.
And so I just went to the judge guy and I go, I got to go eat lunch. And I left, which I
Real
don't
commitment.
think. Yes.
Your film comes out Friday, and
I saw it.
yes.
Yeah.
I liked it.
I'm very phlegmy right now.
That's all right.
Oh, it's too early.
It's the morning phlegm.
That one scene we were talking about, it's like, are you concerned when you have a film come out? Like, they canceled the premiere of Tom Cruise's movie.
Right,
yes.
Yeah, well, can I explain? Because I saw it. Are you going to have problems with the Albert Brooks hose kiddie pool scene?
Well, this kind of stuff happens all the time. There's a scene in the movie, Albert Brooks has triplets, and so he's broke, and he says, I'm going to have to. What do you want me to do? Because I can't afford him. He's yelling at his son. What do you want me to do? Get rid of two of them. Let's go play murder. We'll pick the best one. And so you shoot. You shoot it a year and a half ago.
Right.
Anything could land on the week when something devastating happens. I remember when Stiller did Zoolander. It was just filled with shots of the World Trade Center.
Oh, right.
But he had a month, there was a few weeks before the movie came out, so he went and he digitally made adjustments.
Spider-Man 2, I think, had a shot of the Trade Center. They had to take it out.
But if you think deeply about almost any piece of entertainment, you can get to an interpretation of any joke.
Right.
Because I did a bunch of talk shows this week, and I'd be going through like my jokes with the segment producer, and they were like, "Oh, no, you can't talk about that because that kind of seems like it's about that a little bit."
Oh, really?
And on things that are nowhere in the universe. Like, well, you can't talk about your kids at all. Don't talk about your kids.
Jesus.
And so I understand it. I think we all debate like what the line is. I remember after after 9/11, you felt like Saturday Night Live was kind of soft for a little while. Like they didn't want to touch Bush, Cheney, because we had to support them because we're going to go to war and we can't call them morons anymore. And then suddenly they did a sketch, and this is when I knew it was over. The premise was that Cheney was basically in charge and Bush basically just blows him.
Then it's over.
And it was like, okay, they've completely come back to something else. So, it is weird, and what can you do? It's 2 days beforehand, and it's a joke from a year and a half ago.
Yeah. It was very uncomfortable in the theater, I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
but
sure.
it doesn't take away from the movie, but it was like, wow.
Yeah, and I think in your head, you're like, oh, that joke suddenly has a different context.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, bad timing, but what are you going to do?
And do you think of that when you obviously, you hear of a horrible thing like this, and it's not the first thing you think of, but do you, as the day goes by, go, holy shit, we got that? Like,
Oh, absolutely. No, I know. The second it happens, I'm like, oh, that joke's going to be weird. But I've seen it happen so many times, and it's happened to us so many times. And I have to say, I kind of avoid in all my work things that I think like people will go like, oh, I feel bad because someone in my family died in a plane crash, or like there's a certain type of joke I avoid on purpose, which I might even be way too sensitive. Like, yeah, but someone went through that, so I don't want to goof on that. But the point of making jokes is to make us feel better and to pop the tension about how shocked we are that the world makes no sense. So what are we going to do? Not talk about things? So it's tricky. What do you guys do? You guys have to talk about it for 3 hours every day.
4 hours a day. Yeah.
You try to work your way through it, I guess. You try to do the right thing at the moment.
Yeah, we've been railing the fucking news pretty much on this one because they're talking about every other thing that might be responsible for this, but they're not talking about the fact that they're pretty much making a comic book superhero villain out of these killers. And if you're going to cash in your chips, if you're going to kill yourself and go out in a blaze of glory, what better way to do it than get on the news and
our point is
anti-hero.
They should at least add it to the discussion.
Well, I think that's I couldn't agree with that more. When Columbine happened, I was immediately disgusted with how it becomes this. It's a story that you could make hundreds of episodes of entertainment news out of.
Yes.
And so they have, we've got visuals and we have interviews with the survivors and the parents and the experts. And so for months on Columbine, they were repackaging it. And, those shows, they're paid for by advertisers. It's no different than an episode of Law & Order to a television network. Right. So on some level, they're thrilled to have something that people are really interested in. And if you're nuts and you see something a billion times, you're like, well, what are my options in my misery right now?
Yeah.
I do believe that it gets in people's head, and in the 1800s, I mean, I also agree you shouldn't be able to get certain weapons that kind of make it way easier. But I think I don't know what you could do culturally. You can't stop the idea that there's going to be so much entertainment news about this.
Yeah,
but it becomes a talking point. Like what it really is like. But we said the other day, both sides use it to strengthen their argument. That event, an anti-gun crusader and an NRA member can both use that event as an amazing jumping off point to strengthen their argument. The exact same event. So that's all it is. It's just the thing in the middle of the room that everybody's pointing at and discussing, and it loses any emotional impact completely.
You just don't
kind of disagree with that because I was just going to say that
David,
this is so emotional that this is why they're having this discussion, and the NRA are on their heels.
No, I mean the media. I'm not talking about the NRA.
Oh, okay.
The media themselves, not the press.
But I think Jetta said it best, which is like they can say it ad nausea, like when they like. I think it's inappropriate to show funerals. I think that the people should have their space, and that the news should. I think they're trying to be as respectful as possible, but they're not. And that is crossing a line. Like if you were a comic on stage and you said something and you'd be like, okay, I know I just took it too far, and the crowd's groaning, then you would know, like, okay, crossing a line. In my mind, I'm watching this. I want the news. I want the story, but I don't want to see that.
No,
I know that as a person who's lost people, that's terrible. That's their moment. You know?
But they're not being. They're not
It's
even
not
trying
helping
to,
them.
They're not
okay?
even trying to be respectful. They're trying to get as close as they can without sparking a stampede. Like they don't care. If they cared about being respectful, they wouldn't ask kids. Fucking Dr. Phil.
I know
this
that's-
jizz bucket. He sits there and asks the kid, "Were you scared to go back to school?" Like, what do you think she's going to say? Like, how do you go there and ask a kid that?
Well, he's just trying to get some tears going. Yeah, makes for better TV. We all know that.
Well, when these events come up, you always have to decide how deep are you going to go into watching the parade of it. With Columbine, I couldn't stop watching it. I was devastated, but I watched it. And then 9/11, I mean, to this day, I've got this stack of documentaries, and I go back to them all the time, and I watch it. With this one, as soon as it happened, I was like, I'm going to read a teeny bit in the paper. I'm going to watch zero TV. I haven't watched any TV, and I'm going to catch up on it over a month. But I don't want to fully immerse because it's just it's too much.
They're embedded. You got plenty of time. They're embedded in that town.
They're not leaving anytime soon. But you make a good point about 9/11. I watched everything. My line was the people jumping. That's when I turned off the TV. I was like, whoa, I cannot fucking watch that. Everyone has their line.
I watched it when it happened.
That's true.
But now I won't watch it. Like now, I won't watch old news footage.
It's
of
tough to
that.
watch.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, you know what happened.
You know how it ends.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell on it. It's weird.
Yeah,
Though. You're
Zero
right. Like
Dark
immersing
30 out
yourself
this
in that.
week.
Some people just dive in.
Well, we're
like
part
head first and stay in it. And like, so what are you doing
Sounds
to yourself?
I've done that.
Sounds stupid, but we're part of the problem because as we bitch about it, we're all gonna go watch some more today, right?
No, I
haven't watched really.
I've really steered clear of it.
I've watched a lot of it.
Yeah. We're not interviewing family members. We're just fucking trying to be funny with it
But I'm
and
just
attack
saying,
the people who are exploiting it.
I'm getting mad at the coverage, but I find myself watching. So what's that about?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You feel like you have to watch it almost. That like it's part of the national. It's a national tragedy. It's like our country's tragedy. So it's beyond
But they absolutely have a responsibility that I feel they blow off still.
Well, I don't know. It's just
I just go also to all the other tragedies in the world, and so it impacts me differently because I also get angry and think this happens in Syria like every 5 minutes all day, and in the Congo by the hundreds of thousands, and people could care less.
Yeah.
And what is our lack of interest about? I mean, in Chicago, kids get killed every day of the week.
There's been 60.
But in the Congo, there's a kid
shootings
army though
in Chicago since 60 shootings in Chicago since the massacre.
school shooting.
Yeah. But you just kind of well, whatever.
Something about it.
Well, there's something about like a lot in a day or a certain, but there's all sorts of major violence problems, but they're not. They don't package as well.
Yeah.
And so people don't. I mean, Chicago. More people die in Chicago than in the Iraq War.
Right.
And it's all kids. And so why aren't people flipping out about that in a very serious way?
People have an easier time. We were talking about Columbine. The reason it was easier to swallow than this, even though it was awful, was a peer shooting people they see as peers. It's terrible, but it's easier to comprehend because we all have peers we don't like. It's when somebody like an adult is shooting somebody weak, like children.
Complete innocence.
Like, even when you hear about a fucking workplace massacre, it's always terrible.
Right.
But everybody thinks of that one guy at work that, like, the fucking smash. It's like, it's not incomprehensible. You know, it's like, wow, how did you snap like that?
Fucking rough, man. Real rough.
So you collect autographs, I hear.
I do. Your transitions are so seamless.
Thank you, John. I'm hoping you would notice.
Yeah, I do. I went to an autograph store yesterday and I found a Bob and Ray autograph.
Oh,
Bob
neat.
and Ray.
And I had never
Who's he?
seen one of those. Have you ever heard Bob and Ray?
Oh,
well,
of
Chris
course.
Elliott's dad was
Legendary comedy
Bob
team.
Elliott from Get a Life. Was in a radio comedy team, and their stuff is just insanely funny. Have you ever heard it?
Absolutely, yeah. And when he did his show, what was it called again? Chris's show.
Oh, the new one.
No, the old one.
Oh, Get a Life.
Get a Life. His dad would play his dad.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you display it? Because I'm a collector too. Or, like, I have to get them signed myself usually, but I love shit like that. Like, how do you display them in your house?
I don't really display them. They would just take up too much space, and my wife has zero interest in the idea of me like hanging up Paul Lynde autographs.
That's a cool one.
Yeah, so I don't, and I keep buying them, because I get a kick out of letters, like old pissed off Groucho Marx letters. I look for weird things like that, and
Pissed off Groucho Marx letters.
Do you actually have one of those?
I do, and I have a lot of letters from writers telling people they have no time for them because they're busy writing. I don't know why, but I have all these letters like Patty Chayefsky, someone saying like, "Will you do this project with us?" and him saying, "No, I'm writing a movie. Leave me alone."
Very busy.
So as a reminder to myself. So, but I to this day, like I'll go again. I was on Jimmy Fallon last night, and Tom Cruise was there, and it's very hard for me not to.
Don't you, I can always get a picture. I mean,
I get the picture. I got the picture.
But to get an autograph.
But we got to ask you, what's your prized possession?
Of all of those?
Yeah, or one right up there.
Well, some of them are just personal. Like my grandfather, who hated getting autographs, and he lived in Beverly Hills, so he would bump into people. They got, when I was a kid, they met Ringo Starr. And this was like in 76. And it blew our minds. Like, you were in the room with Ringo Starr. And he got me Cary Grant when I was a kid. So, things like that.
You still have them?
Yeah, I still have all of them.
Where do you keep them?
I actually had a Groucho Marx
Did you?
autograph. I met Groucho right before he died.
Yeah.
Everyone goofs on me. It's like, how old are you? But it was in the 70s, and he was at some event where, like Artie Johnson from Laugh-In was there.
Wow.
It was like one of these weird kind of fucking events. I don't know. Ben Gazzara was there.
I got a Ben Gazzara.
You got a Ben Gazzara?
That's a good one.
Damn, that is
I'll
a
trade
good
you
one.
that for an Armand Desante. You know what? I like the rejection letters of something that went like, Gone with the Wind, take this shit out of here. No one will ever believe a wizard and a tin man. What kind of porn are you making here?
I haven't talked about the movie yet.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
This is 40.
This is 40. By the way, it comes out Friday.
Yes.
I don't know if you've heard
Now,
about
this
that.
is
It's a
this
Christmas
technically
movie.
a sequel? Would you consider it a sequel?
Well, remember, it's like if they did a movie about Carlton your doorman.
Right.
It's a spin-off. When I was a kid, they always did, Mary Tyler Moore, then there'd be Rhoda, or there was Frasier after Cheers. So
Or After MASH.
Yes, After MASH, exactly. And
That's forgettable.
Joni loves Chachi. Let's not forget.
Exactly. So I always got a kick out of it as a kid. So when we did Forgetting Sarah Marshall afterwards, we were like, it'd be good to make like a whole movie about Russell. That character seemed kind of fun. So then we did Get Him to the Greek, and it felt like, well, if we like any of these characters from any of these movies, it'd be fun to see where else they go.
So you just had a lot of extra scenes. So
I had a lot of it.
Now, why Graham Parker?
Well, Graham Parker's in the
Someone
movie.
we've all forgot about.
Well, Graham Parker is just a great, hilarious guy. He was, Graham Parker came out in 1974, like before Elvis Costello and before The Clash, and he was one of the, the first kind of great rockers of that generation. He never sold an enormous amount of records, but he was a very influential guy, and I would buy his records for the last 30 years, and I could just tell, like, I don't think anyone else is buying these records, but I thought they were great, and they were like also like he can rock, but he's also like funny and he's pissed off, and I like rockers like Warren Zevon who are kind of mad and funny, and so I needed a guy who would be in the movie Larry Sanders Style and admit that they can't sell records. So then you're like, who could I say that to their face?
Everyone in this room.
And so I took Graham out to lunch and told him, and he just laughed his ass off. He's like, oh, so I'm the loser in the movie.
Oh, man.
You're going to shit on me. I'm like, well, no, you're the king, but it's the record business is somewhat in shambles, and unless you're Rihanna, you're not selling millions of records. And there's 200 guys like Graham that we love from the 70s and 80s who don't sell records and make kind of great records still. So he was up for it. So he was getting the band back together. They hadn't played together in 30 years. And
The Rumor,
and he recorded a record with his own money with The Rumor, and he was doing it anyway. And so then we put, The Rumor in the movie, made that part of the premise. And now the hilarious part is the movie's so much predicated on their failure that as a result of the movie, they're on a sold-out tour. They got a great record with rave reviews and Rolling Stone. And so, which would happen at Larry Sanders. Anybody who didn't mind you just calling him an asshole on the show looked so funny and cool. You're like, that guy can't be an asshole because he's part of this joke.
Right.
But some people would get very... don't say that. I don't want people to think that about me. And they never looked as good. So it's, the self-satire, you got to go all the way.
Who took the best beating on Larry Sanders? Like, who was most willing to really get a good smashing?
I'm trying to remember. People by the end of it would go for it pretty hard. I remember Bob Goldthwait was on the show.
Oh shit!
And he was really funny and always one of my favorites. Sandler was in Shakes the Clown, so he's one of those guys when we were starting up. Was always one of our favorites. And he didn't realize that in scenes he wasn't in, that they were attacking him. The joke, was continuing outside of his scenes.
Oh, shit, yeah.
And I remember him saying to somebody, just like, I didn't know you guys were doing that, and I guess it hurts because it's true. But he was great, and then he's fantastic in the show. And I remember Stephen Wright was pretty great on the show.
We had him in here.
Yeah, he was good.
Stephen
and he did in the episode he was slamming Bob Goldthwait, and he goes, I don't like that guy. He's got weird energy. But people are generally pretty cool.
That's a good Stephen Wright.
Yeah, I guess there's a badge of honor about taking a beating, and like you said, people know you're in on the joke, and so nobody really is going to say you can't. Although I heard Lohan just did this thing with Charlie Sheen recently, and she... they said
she was in on it.
Yeah, she was at first hesitant, but now...
Was that Scary Movie 5?
Yeah, but I think that was after she clogged the toilet and then got back to work. 5 days of production shut down or whatever it was. Really?
What happened?
She clogged the toilet, which, of course, made me like her more. But then she flooded the bathroom or something, or there was some shit that happened.
That's an old rehab trick.
Slow down.
But I kind of feel like even in our movies, it is like Larry Sanders, and you're just doing it to yourself. Also, you could do the same kind of approach to talking about your family and all the problems you're going through as a person, and by kind of really being rough on yourself, you're showing how much everybody is struggling with the same kind of ideas in their life. And I noticed that with Shandling, where we would do the Larry Sanders Show, and something would happen in his life, and then it would kind of slowly work its way into the show. I remember Dana Carvey did a vicious impression of him on Saturday Night Live, a really mean one, and Gary was not pleased about it. It wasn't even a good joke. It was just he was just whining the whole time, and there was no. It wasn't even a great sketch. And so he called Dana, and Dana was like, "I'm so sorry, I didn't write it. I think Robert Smigel wrote it actually." And Gary goes, "Well, we'll just do something on the show about it." And then he wrote an episode where Dana Carvey was the guest host and just did the vicious Larry Sanders impression. And then he's like, I just let him guest host the show, and he shit on me the whole time. So, that kind of was a reminder, all right, that's, you can blur that line and people connect more to it.
You mentioned family. Your family's in this movie, obviously. Yes. Your daughters are really good actors.
Oh, thank you.
Actresses, I should say. And is that your mom in the movie? I just need to know for my own...
My grandma.
It is your grandma.
It's my grandma has a cameo where she says to Leslie... You're 40, don't blink, because you'll blink and you'll be 90, which is what she always says to me. And then I saw her sister, who's 86, and she has a variation, which is, don't blink, because you'll be dead.
Is she the older sister?
My grandma's the older sister. Oh. She's 90, and she's
so she's 90, and she's in the
She's in the movie, and now she's in a nursing home, and she's doing well. For years, we didn't know if like we could get her to go to a nursing home. She's very independent and she loves it. But it is like high school at the nursing home. Like people can go like, your stuff is immature. And I always say like everyone is immature. And then you go to this nursing home, they're all 90, some are like 100. And my grandma's like, they won't let you sit with them at the table at lunch. They're a clique. It's exactly the same. That lady, she yelled at me because I played the piano in the sitting room.
It never ends. Like Paulie's mother in The Sopranos when she went to the old age home, and that's exactly what it was. They won't sit with me at the table. They won't play cards.
Yeah.
She tattles on everybody. It's like a bunch of children.
So I don't know why people want to be mature. Like that's always like an attack. Like you're being immature.
It's always
like it's a goal.
Right. Yeah. It's a lot more fun to be immature.
It's always hard to talk about these movies when you guys come in here because you don't want to give away the jokes and stuff. But I do want to say this: you got to, stay through the credits. The blooper was amazing
with Melissa McCarthy. Well, Melissa McCarthy's really
hilarious.
I didn't know who she was. I guess she's been around a long time, and I just hadn't seen.
We all know her from Bridesmaids, obviously.
Yeah, she was
Mike and Molly,
and Mike and Molly after that. But that's when we first knew.
But she was
about
like
her.
Gilmore Girls, I guess, for like 7 years.
See, I didn't know.
But she came in. Yeah, see, I hadn't seen it, and then she walked in, and you're like, oh, this is like one of the crazy, funny people of all time. And then, she's doing 2 scenes in my movie. And they're the funniest scenes in the movie by far.
Yeah,
that's and I don't know, she has a thing that's like Farley. She reminds me of Chris Farley a little bit. And when she like looks you in the eye and she's like doing the scene, there's a madness there that makes you laugh. That you don't get out of most people, where they're like truly gone in a way that's I could tell.
But the blooper scene, the blooper scene with the principal is a massive laugh. When I went and saw it. Wow.
Yeah, she's
good for you, Judd.
I was not gonna. I don't want to take it off the movie because I know that's what you're here to talk about. But I just want to ask your opinion since you're so well respected in the comedy world that
you asking me or Judd?
Both of you actually, but more him. What do you think that we live in now? Like you brought up the Gary Shandling show, you brought up all these shows. Do you think that we live in a new golden age of like TV comedy, like with Louis and like all these shows and stuff like that?
I think so. I mean, when I
your
look
show,
at
Girls is like a dramedy, I guess you would call it.
I mean, I guess you could go. We've never beaten the All in the Family moment, and
but that's society.
I mean, that was like part of the whole culture getting behind something. Like, it's not like people are watching any of these things in mass where 45 million people are watching Louis as they should. And also, I would go as far as to say, probably none of it is as good as All in the Family. I think like there were a couple of things back then. Like you couldn't do All in the Family right now.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
I mean, I guess you could say South Park kind of does it, but in terms of like the whole world watching it, and I don't think you could do Blazing Saddles right now.
We don't accept commentary from anybody. But real commentary is only accepted by from cartoons now. We're a country of dopes. We won't take real social commentary unless it's done by a cartoon character.
It's a political correctness. It's a mob mentality.
It's embarrassing.
But there's way more great comedy, I think, and I think it is a golden era. I remember when like Spies Like Us came out. I just thought this is going wrong. This is going the wrong way. It just felt like a lot of people getting big paychecks and doing a lot of drugs, and it didn't feel like there was a passion behind what they were saying. It was like, let's do a spy movie, and that's what we always avoid. Like just like the high concept premise. Like we try to write about something that we care about, even if it's dumb. Like something we're like desperately passionate to talk about. And Louis has just changed the game, I think, for everybody. He's like, this is how hard you can work. This is how many times you can turn over your act. Here's how honest you can be. Here's how you could write, you could direct, you can edit. So, I mean, he's basically laying down the gauntlet to everyone, like, why are you all so lazy? Because, you go on the road. Absolutely. How often is the comic on the road writing? I mean, that's what I noticed. I'd go on the road and I would never write jokes during the day, but then you'd be on the road with like Larry Miller or someone, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go write for a couple hours. I'm like, what? Oh, that's why you could do 2 hours. And I have 8 minutes and 4 of it is talking to the crowd. So I think, don't you think Louis changed that for people a bit?
That bastard.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, it's funny that you brought up All in the Family because that was like, they were breaking taboos and they were doing like really like good things comedically that are inappropriate, and like SNL did that in the beginning too, and then there became this whole wave, and these guys, to these guys, they also serve that purpose of like pushing the envelope, saying the inappropriate thing. And I feel like now that people have been so politicized into like saying that, oh, that word grown, wrong, whatever, and then a horrific act like the shooting happens, and people don't know how to react. So they react harshly on the guy saying his joke or his whatever or the movie to like somehow balance the scale, and it never will. So I know I'm putting a lot of things together, but I would say that yes, we will never have those kind of shows again because the people don't want them. They don't want that. They don't want that. The advertisers don't want it because the people don't want it, and people pull the ads. Like, let's start with the Aflac duck. Like pulling Gilbert off of that,
that
was ridiculous. Over a joke,
Special interest groups are what has the rise of special interest groups is what has ruined it because there's so much money at stake that people are afraid the special interest group will boycott the product and that will hurt the network, so the network just reacts.
And you don't think we could turn that around?
Don't like it.
No. You really don't think we could turn that around eventually?
Not at all.
No,
I mean, people aren't going to get cooler. I know that.
Well, it's related to every industry. There's a great documentary out now called "The House I Live In," and it's all about the drug sentencing. And how we've created this prison system where there's private prisons. They give money to politicians. They keep all of the sentencing really draconian. So for possession, you could be doing 10 20 years. But they're filling beds, and filling beds is making them money, and it's very hard to turn that back. Only the states going bankrupt from having too many people in jail is going to change drug sentencing. And it's the same with, I guess, probably the NRA, which is gun companies pay these people a lot of money. They have salaries, so they're fighting for weapons that it's hard for anyone to say you need that. I mean, I guess there's an argument for some of it, but there's definitely a line. But why don't they go, I guess maybe we're pushing it there. You can't have we get all of it. But someone is paying for that position, I think.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think if you take the violence out of these movies, they suck. And honestly, we're not European. We're not story people. We're not, drama and, big picture. So, be careful what happens, I think, with the whole... Okay, I'll stop.
You're talking about in terms of the culture, like pulling back violence in movies. Yeah, America will never do that. I mean, if anything, what's fascinating is that there's PG-13 movies that are crazy violent, but there's like a rule that if you don't show blood, you can do anything. And so we're in Europe. They're totally against the violence in movies. You have to be much older to see them, and they're okay with the sex. It's like it's inverted. We're here, we're weird about it.
And all our movies are shown over there anyway. I mean, all these major violent films in America are shown. It's not like they're just kept here. They just, I guess, react differently for different reasons.
And speaking of sex, the movie opens up with a nice sex scene.
That's right.
Judd Apatow. This is 40. I'm going to sell some tickets.
Yeah,
for you.
come on. It starts with sex. You have to start a movie with your wife and friend making love. That's my decision. That's something I want to see.
How do you direct that?
This is cock holding. That was.
I look away. I just go. Do make it look good, and I like.
Do you really look away?
Look away.
Obviously, it's all acting, but it's got to be strange on some kind of level.
They don't like it, so I get a kick out of making them do it. Unless they're faking it, and they might be faking it. I make them do it, and so the opening scene is them having sex, and afterwards, Paul admits that he took a Viagra, and they get into like a crazy fight immediately after the sex. And I took a Viagra once. A friend gave me one. I was wondering like what it did, and then I was literally afraid to pursue my wife. And so I just walked around the house with the boner all night long.
Wow. Why were you afraid?
Because I thought if I told her, she would get mad. I was like, so I can't tell her that this is needed. And so I just panicked and didn't do anything. That's how I thought of the scene. Like, what if I told her and she was just like, what the fuck? Why would you need that
why do you need that with me?
But you just want to know the power of it. You want to know if it really does turbocharge you.
Amazing, isn't it?
And you use it just in general life.
Constantly. I constantly take Cialis, and you never tell them. They just touch it, and you're like, wow, look at that. I'm a man. It's fun to feel
What
like
would
that.
happen if you didn't take it? Like, what's your status without it?
Here's what happens. I bat about 120, and I'm sitting on the end of the bed going, I took a Dramamine, because I flew. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
So there's no reason not to. There's no downside, really. No. We all should just be on it 24 hours a day.
And Red Bull.
But it does, but yeah, it's. I guess there's that thing, like when you get older, you don't want to admit anything's changing.
Right.
But the great thing about the Viagra is those commercials, if you watch them, the guy in the commercial always is tall and skinny with a perfect gray short haircut, and he looks like the most awesome dick. Like he looks like an erection. Like you want to be him, but he looks fantastic. You want to suck him.
Subliminal advertising.
Exactly.
Can I say one thing about your wife, who's super, super cool?
She's sexy.
That when I was in your movie Funny People, that was my favorite part, was after the shooting, when I was already thinking about, like, you know, this is like probably the only movie I'm ever going to do because I suck as an actor. It's all right.
I'm very bad as well.
Okay.
But I didn't say you were. I thought you were delightful.
You did say as well, though.
Okay, you said as well, yeah.
I know. I was
but I could care less. But my favorite part was when we were all going back to the other camp, wherever, and you said, do you need a ride, Dave? And I got to ride in the van with you, your wife, and your kids.
Oh, thank
And I
you.
didn't know I was in there with like a group of future thespians. And
Yes.
I was like, this super hot chick who's really cool with two. I was like, and this guy's like the really funny director. I'm like, this is like the life I never will have because this guy's amazing. So
thank
it's great.
you.
It was like a Make-A-Wish looking in, little face pressed up against the. What's happening?
They may be available for you soon.
What, your kids?
You know, I get divorced at some point.
Oh.
You could get
No
the whole
way.
package.
Oh, no way.
The whole package just swings
You
over
keep
to
banging
you.
out these bromances and comedies and putting in a
I like them
talking
too.
chimp now and
They're
again.
nice. They're
What
nice
is this rated,
people.
this movie?
It's rated R.
It is.
Whoa!
Good.
Yeah, it's rated R. You can't really do anything not rated R comedically. I mean, I guess.
What makes it an R, really? I mean, there is a.
Well, just if you say fuck twice. If you say fuck twice.
That's all it takes now?
Yeah, which is crazy in America. You know, my
God, it's
kids.
so frustrating.
My kids have seen everything. Like just having kids, you see that you could assume that you can block things, but
Yeah.
you can't. The second they go to a friend's house, they could just stay up and just watch any movie. They could watch Breaking Bad. They can watch American Horror
Great
Story.
show.
And so I just try to have a relationship with them where they'll talk to me about it. My daughter, who's 10, she has a funny thing. She'll like search things like on YouTube all the time, and then if something shocking comes up, she instantly searches the word bunny, and then it just shows like a bunny. And so that's how I know she saw something bad because I'll hear her go bunny, and then she's typing. So like the other day, they were searching. They love American Girl dolls, so they like these dolls. They look up American Boy, which is a gay porn site. And then I just hear, bunny! Or they look up like inflatable, they were looking up like rafts, so they look up inflatable toys, which is not rafts.
It's always
That could lead
default.
somewhere.
That's funny.
The default is always porn.
You're only.
It's like,
What are you, like 2
that'll be
clicks away
first.
usually?
Dude,
Maybe?
I needed for my luggage a strap-on.
Oh, no.
Did you?
But they're going to see everything. So then it becomes a question of will they tell you, will they help you decode it, and do they just hide in their room and look at it for hours, or are they going to do what I did, which was kind of get freaked out and never look again until
But
college?
is everything? I don't know. I don't have kids, so
Yeah.
is everything your business? I mean, like. Eventually, they're going to have their own lives. I feel like that's the
true.
world that we live in. You seem like a really good parent. That like eventually they're going to have their own life, and we won't be their filter. You know?
Well, I think that it's a joke to think that you're really filtering them. You're not filtering them.
They're
You're
just sneaky.
You're developing a relationship with them where my kids will tell me they looked up American Boy. And then if they go like, oh my God, it was crazy. What did you see? And then you could explain, well, I don't know. Some people like to have blow up toys in the shape of women. And I guess, I don't know how we feel about that.
You mean you
Let me
actually
show
do,
you with this Elmo puppet.
you actually do parenting? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything else you can do because we try to be a little bit more like the Frank Zappa family. Like they're not going to die if they hear the F curse. They're not, I mean, it'll be fine. It's just language. I'm more about like being cruel. Like, are you being mean to people? Are you being judgmental? But words they can enjoy Dave's act and have a nice night. You know what I'm saying? And your television program.
I don't do any rap.
I want to go back to This Is 40 for a second because you mentioned it's R-rated. To me, that's so ridiculous. It doesn't feel like an R-rated movie, but obviously it's the language which we're so uptight with in this country.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, especially because kids watch everything on the internet that has language. There's no filter on the internet.
Right.
So it is that like last thing we're like, oh my God, Bono said fuck by accident on the Grammys, and people debate it, the fine for 10 years while kids are just home watching everything on earth. It's like a remnant of people in the bureaucracy who can't let go and acknowledge like, no, it's over. The line is gone for the most part.
Let me take that point. Janet Jackson, the nipple. It was not even a second. the outrage was incredible. But look what we're seeing today with the school shooting. That's I would
show that.
Much just so you know, I have a 2.5-year-old.
Yeah.
I would much rather him see a dumb nipple on TV than this horrific 24-hour news cycle on the school shooting.
Well, it's like saying a kid could suck on a nipple to eat all day long, but can't look up and see
Don't
it.
look at it.
The hypocrisy drives me nuts.
Well,
watch what I'm getting at.
I mean, pay attention. You'll notice this as a father. Watch what happens as you really tune into the amount of dead bodies on the news and on commercials for the news. Where I'll be with my kids and like there'll be like a piece. I mean, there was a piece on one of the big magazine shows about Syria, and it was worse than any movie I've ever seen. And there's no warning about it. It just goes there.
My example. Did you see Ted?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we finally saw it this weekend, and it starts off a lot of cursing, like your movie. And me and my wife look at each other, our son's in the room, and we're like, you know what? We silently said, "Fuck it, let him watch." I'm not worried about that. And then later in the movie, when they kidnap Ted, it got really dark, and my son piped up like, "This is scary." I'm like, you know what? You're right. That was my line there. But the language, I don't care. I'll explain that stuff to him.
Yeah, when people are like, people are mean or torture each other. That's kind of what I try to
way worse than a curse.
Yeah. But my daughter's 15, and I'll tell you, she loves that Breaking Bad more than anything on earth. She loves it.
It's a good.
So I don't know. I also started going. She's 15. Like I went to college at 17. Like where do you let them kind of develop their own interests?
But that's a great. Wouldn't you rather have her watch that than the Bad Girls Club or like one of these other Shoe Rescue or like one of these reality stupid shows?
She watches those as well.
Cupcake Wars.
Well, they love. I didn't know I was pregnant.
Yes,
that's their favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like a girl who twists her ankle, puts on 40 pounds, and 8 months later, goes to the bathroom and a baby comes out. I thought I got heavy because I twisted my ankle.
I thought your daughter liked Lost.
She did. Well, that's how we thought of it.
It's in the movie. This is for
She watched all of Lost in 6 weeks. And she was crying like every day as she was so emotional, and she's like, "This is the best show ever," but like really suffering and going through too many emotions too fast. And we're like, "What episode are you on?" She's like, 85. And like, okay, well, she's got 25 more. Do we just let her get through it to get over this, or do we stop it now? And that's a new thing with kids too, which is they will absorb, a series in a couple of weeks that we took 7 years to watch. And
we're just jealous.
Yeah. What does that do to your brain to do like a season of 24 in the weekend?
It's healthy though. Right. I think it's healthy to cry through stuff like that because it's a good I cried through Lost too. It's humiliating, but I did because it's like a healthy release. It's like you should learn that it's okay to, even if it's not. Watching the news is when it kind of probably should happen, but at least you're crying. It's a healthy thing.
Yeah.
It's not healthy to repress.
He took that real moment and put it in This Is 40. So,
well, also she puts. She used to put the soundtrack on in the car, and there's a song on Lost. It's just like a little piano dirge, and they would always play it when a character died. And so in the car, she would just start bawling. That's the song when Sun died.
Oh, that's right. She did die in the boat. Didn't she drown or something?
I don't think it went well for any of them, really.
Oh, yeah,
How does a young girl?
I don't think it.
See, I'm jealous because like Breaking Bad, I think is like an old an old man show. It's about mortality, choices, defeat. And like what's her? What is it?
Well,
Shoes?
I don't know. I think it's like seeing the drama of life, and then like you're a kid and you're not exposed to anything, and suddenly you're exposed to all of the dramas of life through the show, and so she's fascinated by it, and she's kind of hilarious and an interesting girl. So she's
deep.
She goes for that stuff.
That's cool.
And so it's I don't know, scary, but we allow it because we're also kind of excited they like something good.
Yeah, it's really is.
When they like kind of stop listening to like some of the Disney music and they're like put on a Pearl Jam record without you asking. You're like, oh, this is the best day of my life.
Yeah. Well, it shows that they're smart because when I was younger, I liked stuff that was older than me. I watched The Honeymooners when I was a kid. I watched MASH when it was, I was 8 and 9 years old. I enjoyed MASH or Clockwork Orange, whatever it was. It's like you don't have to be from that generation to like it.
Yeah. No, it's great when you're kids. Like, you're like, what did you do today? I just watched The Graduate.
Oh, really?
Like, what? You just watched The Graduate by yourself? How did you think to watch The Graduate?
That's great.
What do you own from Chayefsky?
I own just a funny letter with him just him rejecting someone that wanted him
Oh,
to
yeah,
write
you
a
did say
play
that. Oh,
for
okay.
something. But he's the best. I mean, Network's still the. I mean, when you talk about what's happening now,
man,
the
yeah.
movie Network predicts everything that
is
I mean, you watch. I mean, literally watch it this week, and you'd be baffled
Yeah.
that some guy wrote this in 1976.
He saw where reality TV was going. He saw with the Symbian Liberation Army. He saw all this stuff.
Yeah, we say it
coming.
every time. When that movie came out, there was no reality shows. There were no 24-hour news cycles. None of it.
And corporations
None of it.
owning the networks and how that would
Right.
change what they would
Sure.
put on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing piece of work.
Or the idea of the talking head, which is kind of what Peter Finch became at the
Right,
end. Even though
we
they-
didn't have that
No.
when that movie came out. They just gave you the news. That was it.
Yeah, did they really
No
do editorials
opinions?
in the 70s?
A little bit at the end of the news. It was almost a throwaway. Like, you know, they had 30 seconds left, so
They'd
did
have the
something silly.
station manager would
Yeah, it
come
was-
out and give an editorial.
It was
and
always
then-
a fuddy
And then
duddy.
some guy could give a rebuttal.
But it was a big deal, like when Walter Cronkite
Took his
took 8
glasses
seconds to go, like, maybe Vietnam's a bad idea. Like the whole country flipped out because no one said their opinion.
No.
Yeah, it took like forever for
You
that
might have
to
been the
happen.
first.
They said that changed the feeling in the country of the war. They said Cronkite saying it was bad had a tremendous impact on people because he just didn't do that.
The war is unwinnable.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah, now no one has any impact at all.
No.
There's so too many voices. It's all
And they
opinions.
all are giving their opinions on
That's what
everything.
they're doing. They're all trying to have impact. Everyone is trying to have impact, but because we're
Yeah.
watching 500 different people, no one gives a shit what any of them say.
No one cares.
True.
People think I watch Fox because of my political affiliations. They just have the hottest girls, more so than
They
CNN
kind
or
of do.
anything. God, the
That's a
Fox
Patty
girls.
Chayefsky idea, which
Yeah.
is that the most conservative place would have the youngest, blondest,
youngest-
hottest women. I mean, it does like brainwash you. Like she
Yes.
thinks this, and she looks like a sorority girl.
Yes.
You know, it's a very specific kind of blonde look that
Yes.
you get. Because
Yeah.
Democrats were all like a little dirty. It's different. It's a different kind of feel.
Different feel,
The commentators, you don't
yeah.
get that. Like,
Like MSNBC has like roller derby queens on. You gotta put some fucking hotter women on there. I mean, I think Rachel Maddow is attractive, even though
Oh,
she's.
wow,
I do.
really?
I know she's not. She's slightly masculine, but I think she's
Slightly.
seriously. I think she's an attractive woman. She's not an ugly woman at all.
She doesn't want to dress like that on TV. They dollied her up.
But I'm
They-
not
they softened
unattracted to
up
her.
a little bit.
You know what I mean? I know she probably wouldn't feel that way about me, but I. think she's attractive.
Unfortunately, we're getting the wrap up.
oh boy.
Okay.
Judd
Oh,
Apatow, you don't come around enough.
He's a busy guy.
I might
know,
come
I
back.
understand
I might come
that.
back.
I understand he's a
More to
busy
New
guy.
York. We got a place in New York, so maybe
Oh,
I'll,
that's nice.
I'll come back.
And you tweet a lot.
and
I've
chat.
noticed that too. You tweet and you tweet pictures, which is very cool. Like
Yep.
you're not against being at an award show or something and taking pictures backstage and stuff. That's kind of cool.
Because that's
Yeah.
kind of what I would want to see.
Yes.
Like Tom Cruise was there last night. I'm like, I'm going to tweet a picture
Yeah,
of me and Tom
why
Cruise.
not?
Like,
Yeah.
Fuck, I'll tweet a picture of Judd Apatow.
come on,
That's
let's do
pretty
it right
goddamn
now.
Has anyone
Let's
turned
keep
you
this
down
going.
for a photo?
No, people are kind of pretty good. I do a funny thing, which is like if there's a photographer at an event, I'll just like also stand near somebody. You know, like I got a good picture with Brad Pitt at an event recently where like this is the camera guy. I'm like, take a picture of me, and I just like stand like really near
You're
him.
still from Long Island, man. I love it.
Yeah,
That's a,
that's a
Long
better
Island thing.
photo to be like lurking in the background
Right.
of a shot with Angelina
Yeah.
Jolie.
It's like, hey, look who that is back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like we took a weird picture of me and Cruz and Dr. Oz. I just, that's like, funny people to be in the hallway together.
Yeah.
I
I
love
wonder
that.
what they're talking about.
I love that he does that. That's
I
great.
do too. I do it
You're
every
so
time I do
famous,
Leno.
and he still does it.
I go and get a shot with the other
Yeah,
guys.
you
if I
got
can.
everybody.
I get a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, or I try to. I mean,
What's the weirdest one that you got?
we had Bernard Getz on. I got Bernie Getz.
That's pretty good.
I got
Yeah, yeah.
Sharpton. My best is Sabbath as a band and me, but that's just a personal love. I have a lot of.
I just got Pete Townsend the other day.
That'd be a nice one.
I went to see
Shirt
The
on
Who
or
in
shirt
Brooklyn.
That's a biggie.
That was a great moment to
That
get
really
Pete
was.
Townsend. It takes balls because it's like, on some level, they talk to you like you're a normal person that they can respect, and then right at the end, you're like, you can pick your thing.
And
And
then
then
you
all
gotta
of
be
it,
the fan.
all your coolness just goes out the window.
Do you know what though?
We're about to do that with you.
Yeah.
the cycle continues.
It's not like they're going to call you if you don't. Like, you know what I mean? I figure it takes 2 seconds. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Just, you know,
whatever.
Like, I did let him with Ben Affleck once, and he was a really nice guy. He came into the dressing room. He's like, hey. I'm like, hey, man. And I'm like, do you want to take a picture? He goes, all right. Like, he was just coming in to say hi, and I took a picture. But it's like, if I didn't do that, would he have called me and said, look, what are you doing later? I want to hang.
He may have.
Yeah.
He may have.
He would have forgot about me the minute we were done anyway. So I'm like, get the picture.
So you like ruining the relationship right off the bat?
I acknowledge there never will be a relationship because I respect them enough to know they're not going to want to talk to me after.
Jim.
But seriously, we're just doing a thing together. That's it.
All right, we got to get Judd out of here.
Yeah, the movie is called This Is 40. It comes out this Friday.
I just want to say I liked it. I went the other day.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did it reflect your life?
Did it reflect my life?
How long have you been married?
4 years.
4 years. So you're early.
Yeah.
It'll slowly catch up with you.
I know I relate to some of the stuff.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's meant to be like a super funny movie about the moment when everything melts down. Because when you're married, you're spinning a lot of plates. You're trying to be a good dad. You're trying to be a good husband. You're trying to still get properly erect. And then some weeks it all just goes to shit. And so it's just a funny look at a week where it collapses.
I also related to the part where you have to fucking help out your family members.
And you're tired. You're tired.
Jesus.
They expect things from you, and you get up early. Do they let you sleep when you get home? Like, hey, he was up early, let him sleep. See, I get none of that, like, daddy works hard, let's, like, take his shoes and let him relax.
No, huh?
Most days I go home and nap, but I'm aware that I better not stay in that room too long.
Oh,
you know, I got 2 kids now. I got a 2-month-old too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a
they
little
don't
rough.
let you sleep. There's no respect of like when we were kids, your dad would come home from work like, leave daddy alone.
Right.
Daddy needs to rest. But now it's like, how come you're not helping? Go pick up the kids.
That's because our parents hit.
Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be back.
Always a pleasure.
man.
This is 40 opens this Friday. Judd Apatow on Twitter. David Tell, we're finished. So thank you.
We're finished? That's it?
Dave's Old Porn is on
Thank you.
Showtime tomorrow night at 11.
Thank you, guys.
Caroline's 26th through the 30th, and the Brokerage for New Year's Eve.
And at 10 a.m., the Jim Norton Show, I'm doing my advice show from 10 to 11, and I'll be in Buffalo for New Year's Eve.
Very good.
Oh, boy.
All right. We're out of here. Thanks, Judd.
Jim Norton is a moderately successful comedian, an average author, and a terrible actor. And your chance to speak directly with him has arrived. Call 866-969-1969. The phone lines are open, and the Jim Norton Show starts now.
Yes, it does. That music just signifies that great things are about to happen. The Ropers theme song just picks me up like nothing else does. You know, last week I wound up my first week of the Advice Show. Thanks for all the nice feedback on Twitter, those of you that enjoyed it. People were moved by the veteran email I read at the end, the guy who wants to commit suicide. And I've got another email from another veteran who I forwarded to him. So I think that he's going to at least hopefully move in the right direction. And but I've decided to do more phone calls this week because that just seemed to be the more fun part of the show. But again, the number is 866-969-1969 if you want to call in. But I will start with an email because this week, obviously, with the shootings, everybody's obsessing over mental illness, which I guess we should as a country. People are just talking about mental illness, and I think we're all a little fucking disgusted with it. You know? I think we're all a little tired of hearing about mental illness. Like, it needs to be talked about, but we're sick of the effect that the mentally ill have on the rest of us. And, you know, like whenever Opie mentions it, I feel for him so much because his mom, he talks about it, he's very open, had mental illness. And I get angry for him. I'm like, how the fuck did you deal with that? So this email comes from a guy, let's just call him Tony. I don't know if he wants his real name used. But this email annoyed me so much for him. He goes, my name is Tony. My half-sister has some kind of a mental hormonal imbalance. She's super aggressive, disgusting, and ugly, which sounds like most singles ads that I've answered. Aggressive, ugly smoker. She spends her time drinking energy drinks, smoking, and lifting weights. And for years, this mental problem she's had leads her to constantly be aggressive, manic, physically and emotionally violent. She's tall and fat with big arms. I mention this because I can't match her physically, nor can my parents, and certainly not when she's manic. She's lost her job and has no desire to find a new one, nor does she want to lose weight or improve herself. She's lost her old place. She now lives with us and is determined to make everybody's life miserable. Like, reading this for the first time, I was kind of like, I hate her. She's a hateable person. Your sister is a fucking... She sounds like the monster that Bugs Bunny did her hair. You remember that one? Monsters are such interesting people. Your sister's a big galoot, and I kind of want her to pick me up and cuddle me in her big fat arms. But I got angry for you reading this email. Just thinking about her rage and her bad breath, her fucking cigarette, energy drink, crazy lady breath. And I'll breeze through the last part of the email. He writes, here's her typical MO. Blame everyone and everything for her lot in life. She does nothing to improve herself. Push people into fighting her. And when they do, she plays the victim. Example, yesterday she blocked me on my way up to my room to tell me how she nearly died and Mom wouldn't help her. She was mixing her medication with booze, apparently. And when I didn't want to hear it, she knocked the glasses off my head by slapping my face. When I fought back, she then shouted that I started everything and that my mother and I were conspiring against her. It got physical, and I still can't eat properly because my jaw being swollen. Now, he goes on. There's a little bit more. But, like, first of all, the problem, dude, she sounds like a fucking slob, and you should move out as soon as possible. Or your parents should have a little more moral courage and throw her out. Stop coddling this fat fuck. Stop coddling this fucking fat monster. She's a detriment to your family. I say she has mental illness, and I'm sorry to hear that. But boot this fucking pig out of the house. Because she's making decisions to not take her medication or to mix booze with medicine. So that's my advice to you. Stop coddling this fucking destructive slob. I've had enough of mentally ill people fucking it up for the rest of us. And we have any phone calls tonight? I'm hoping people call on the phones.
Yeah, you want to go to one?
Yes.
Let's go to Tony.
Hi, Tony. Is that the Tony I just read?
No.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Tony. Yes.
Hey, is this Jim?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm someone else. I have a different dilemma.
Okay.
Well, basically, you know, Towhead Radio, he's fucking your sister. And, well, she apparently she's not into Arabs. Well, wait, did you affect her, man? Is that what happened?
I didn't hear. Dude, your phone is cutting out, brother. I didn't hear you.
Is that what happened?
Your phone is cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
What did you say?
I got this girl, you know, I've been trying to... am I allowed to swear or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, fuck, but she says she doesn't want to date Arabs, you know. I told her, who your brother? She told me Jim Norton. So I told her, what? Can I?
Dude, your phone is your phone is crapping out. Are you calling from a landline or a cell line?
Calling from a cell line.
Okay, slow down and pay attention and make sure that it's not crapping out.
All right. Is it better now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Basically, I'm trying to fuck this.
I heard you. You dumbbell. 3 times you said it. You're plugging Towelhead Radio. 3 times he said it. All right, who's next? I love when they repeat themselves.
Mitchell in Illinois.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey, Jim. How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I am doing great. Now I'm listening to you.
Oh, good.
I obviously you heard the problem. I've been married for 2 years, and my mother-in-law is an insatiable whore. She's ruining the marriage between my wife and I, and the question that I have, and it's kept me up.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Not to interrupt you, but when you say she's an insatiable whore, now is she married or is she just fucking a lot of different guys?
Well, she's married, but the problem is that is really bothering me is I really want to know if you would ever consider doing a show in Peoria. I'll hang up and listen.
Sir, that had nothing to do with your question. Here's what I'll say about Peoria, Illinois. It's the birthplace of Richard Pryor, so I have a tremendous affection for Peoria, Illinois. Would I do a show there? Probably not. Why? Because I don't think Peoria's people would enjoy me. I think that's pretty much am I wrong that that's a black area? And I just don't think I would draw very well there. I don't think black people enjoy me on stage. So to answer your question, yes, you should fuck your mother-in-law, and B, no, I will not come to Peoria. So it's a yes and a no. All right, who's next? Trav Dog on the phones today.
Let's do John.
Hi, John.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jimmy. Morning. How are you?
Hi, buddy.
I'm married. I got 2 kids. The youngest kid rather, is 10. After my wife had our second kid, she stopped being into sex, and I can't go down on her. I can't see her naked. We have sex once or twice a week in missionary position. And what happened is I got a couple girlfriends in the past because I need, you need that type of initiation. You need that type of emotional and physical love. But the girls are crazy. They become attracted to me. They want to marry me, and it becomes a whole thing. So.
Oh, you mean girlfriends on the side?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't like that because then they, girls get fucking crazy and they. So, anyways, I started getting into cross-dressing and going to transsexual clubs and that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not into gay guys, and it's a weird thing.
Let me ask you: is there somebody on the phone, or am I just thinking out loud?
No.
I'm kidding. Sorry, no.
Yeah.
But maybe you're just bored. Either maybe you just like transsexuals because they turn you on and they've always turned you on, or maybe it's a new high. It's a hard thing to say, because you might just be bored. Like sometimes especially with computers, looking around, if it wasn't for computers, I never would have watched a horse fuck a guy to death. I never would have watched a chicken getting fucked. But because you can click on a link and see it, you do. And occasionally we stumble on new turn-ons doing that. I think that maybe is what happened to you, unless you used to like trannies.
No, I never thought about liking trannies or anything like that. But then as I wasn't getting any sex or anything from my wife, I see stuff on the computer, and then I start Googling, and they have, there's some places in New York and Boston that I go to, and you can meet girls like that. And it was very attractive and hot.
So you were having sex with them? Were you at least using protection? And don't lie.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've only had sex with them a few times, but I like hanging out with them and talking with them, and they give the best blowjobs you ever want to have. You know that. But
I've heard.
only one Asian girl I had to have sex with me a few times, and then that was it, because I'm nervous about diseases.
Yeah, you should be nervous about diseases, and I think a lot of it is, a lot of times what happens to married people, and from what I've heard, is that the women, they go into the mother mode, and they don't become as experimental sexually, and maybe the guys don't want to fuck them anymore because there's a kid there and she's the mother of your child. I don't know what happens. It does change things from what I've been told.
I'll tell you what happens. Me and a lot of my friends I know, and I don't talk about the tranny things with my friends, but most of my friends, 9 out of 10 of them, as soon as the women have kids, they just become assholes. Their hormones go crazy, and they rag you. They don't want to have sex, and they blame you for everything, and they're just fucking assholes. So it's very unbearable. Now, sometimes it doesn't happen. Like I know Opie says it doesn't. If you have tons of dough, I do very well. But if you have tons of dough, and maybe they have a different relationship. But 9 out of 10 of my friends and people I know, after they have kids, it's just fucking torture.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, again, most people do fall into that category. I don't know what to tell you. Now, come on. Now, did you ever look at transsexuals before when you were growing up, or think about it, or jerk off thinking about your friends or anything?
No, I never even knew about transsexuals, to be honest with you, growing up. I never even thought about it, knew about it. The first time I saw a transsexual, I was in college. We were at some video place, me and my roommate. We were getting some videos, and they had an X-rated section. We went in the back, and he picked one up. It was called She-Male Nurse or something. He started showing it to me, saying, "Hey, look at that, She-Male Nurse. You like she-males." And then I looked at it, and I was like, that's a little bit different.
Who was in that? Was that Sulka? She was a famous transsexual star from years ago, Sulka.
I don't know who it was. We didn't rent it or anything, but I remember he and then after that, I didn't really realize it, and then and that was early 90s, and then porn wasn't on the computer then, but as soon as porn was on the computer, I realized it, and some of those sites are really hot, so I was like, oh man, I like this shit.
All right, well, good luck, brother. I don't know what I can help you with, but I hope it works out, and, try to get your wife to be naked and a little dirtier, because you don't want to just totally lose her.
All right, thanks, Jimmy.
Be good, brother.
Bye.
Trav Dog, who's next?
Ryan.
Oh.
Ryan.
Hello, Ryan.
Yeah, hey, Jim. How's it going, buddy?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm been okay. I'm pretty much addicted to snorting oxycodones. Nobody in my family knows whatsoever. I've hidden it very, very well. It's about a $700 to $800 a habit. a week.
Wow.
And I want to get help, but I can't. I don't know what step. I can't go to rehab.
Why not?
But what am I going to tell my family? I got to take a check, go away for 30 days to go to rehab. I just don't know how to explain it to my wife, to my family. It's really gotten a grasp of my life, and I just don't know. I just don't know how to approach it. And I want to get help, but I just don't know how do I approach it to explain to my family that I've had this pill addiction for probably 5 to 7 years now.
Well, Ryan, there's a couple of ways. You could either give a worse scenario first, like you could walk up to them and say, "Look, I've been molesting children," and they'll go, "What?" And you go, "No, I'm just kidding, but I have been doing pills." And they'll go, "Oh, thank God, it's only pills." Or what you could do is weigh the options. Like, what is your family going to think if you're arrested buying oxycodone? What are they going to think if you are driving under the influence and you kill somebody? Or what are they going to think? See, the ways they could find out are all much worse than you confessing to them. You saying to your family, "Look, I have a problem. This is what I've been doing and I need rehab," is the best case scenario of ways they could find out. My suggestion would be, I know it's really hard to talk about this stuff, but your health is at stake. There's no way you're as good a family man doing this stuff as you will be when you're not doing it. There's no way. First of all, you're throwing all that money that should be going into your family away on it. So I don't know your wife, obviously, but I would suggest very strongly going to rehab, because the most important thing is you not doing those drugs. It's more important than anything is you stopping where you are right now and taking steps that's going to save your life. Because honestly, dude, there's nothing more important than you sobering up. And if they leave you for it, well, they would have left you anyway if they found out. Is he still here? Oh, right. Like let's say you get arrested with oxycodone, or they find it in your pocket, or there's some way they find it. They're going to know anyway. And wouldn't you rather have them know, saying, "Look, I'm sick, I can't stop"? Maybe you want to try a few NA meetings first. Maybe you can go talk to a couple of people in Narcotics Anonymous or another program if you find one, and see what they have to say, and maybe have one of them sit down with you and give you a little one-on-one advice too. Like, get to know you a little better than I can in a minute on the phone.
I struggle with the idea of just, I guess because I've been addicted to them for so long, I struggle with the idea of how am I going to even go through day-to-day life without being high.
You can do it. You can do it. And what's happening is the sick part of us gives us reasons why we can't give it up. Realize that you saying, "I can't tell my family," is just the addict side of you giving you an excuse to keep doing it. Like, if telling your family would enable you to do a lot more drugs easier, the addict side would be saying, "I got to tell my family." It's anything to keep the addiction going. The sick part of us.
And that's all it is. I just rationalize it in my head.
Sure.
Keep ignoring the problem just to keep getting high.
Yes, and I definitely understand that. And it's something we all do, man. It's a common thing. Like, I've never met you, and I know that. It's because we all do it. So just understand that your best methods, your best thinking got you right where you are right now. I would just suggest going to a 12-step group, talking to a couple of people there, and one of them will sit down with you and maybe help you work out a way that you can work this into your family and maybe go to a rehab. But you got to be willing, and you got to take the first step, dude. It's kind of like Apex Tech. You have to take the first step.
Yeah.
All right?
I appreciate it.
But touch back out and let us know how you're doing. But honestly, man, you should do it, because it gets better beyond where you ever think it can get better. Everything I have is because I'm sober. Everything I have gotten is because I'm sober.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Good luck, my friend. Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's go to Jeff.
Jeff.
Hey, Jimmy. How you doing?
I'm good, Jeff. How are you?
Oh, I've been better. I've had a lovely fever for the last 3 days, and just got a card from the love of my life. It was a handwritten Christmas card, which I've never gotten before, and she's totally gone with some other guy, and I just don't know what to do.
Wait, so she wrote you a Christmas card and told you I'm leaving you in a Christmas card?
No. She knows that she's the love of my life, but she's just always been away. Like, she's just been a friend, and
Oh.
Friend zone for forever and never got through it.
Okay, you're the guy friend.
Yes.
Yeah, dude. How long have you been friends with her?
Almost 12 years.
You know, one of my girlfriends, and I know that this is a torture that men deal with. Being the guy friend stinks. I was in love with a friend of mine, and I finally told her, does this girl know that you love her?
Yes.
See, I finally told this girl in an email, only because I didn't want to, I wasn't afraid to say it to her, but I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable. I wanted her to have her own space and her own energy. And she said, look, I don't feel that way. Your past is too scary to me and blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay. And I just kind of stopped being friends with her. Not angrily, not fuck you, bitch, but this is hurting me too much. There was one point where I went to LA and I came back and she's like, how long have you been back for? I'm like, 6 months. And she's like, you didn't call me? And I'm like, well, no, because we wound up dating for 1.5 years and we broke up. And you know what? Staying friends, I'm glad I dated her in hindsight, but it would have been okay if we just stayed friends too. Sometimes you got to realize that you're idealizing somebody because you don't have them. And once you're in a relationship, all the shit that happens in a relationship that's bad with other girls can happen with this one too. Like sometimes we build these other people up in our heads so much because deep down we know they're inaccessible, so they can become this ongoing fucking fantasy, this ongoing goal to reach, this goal to achieve. But once you achieve it, you realize, oh, it's the same thing. I still want to fuck other girls, or I still want to do this, or she still nags me to go see her family and I don't want to, or I still have to bitch at her to do this. It's the same as every other girlfriend. So my suggestion would be not angrily, not be a dick about it, but maybe spend a lot less time with this girl or cut her out of your life because it's just too uncomfortable. And why would you put yourself through that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I hear where you're going there. Like we did hook up a little bit, and I feel shitty about it because I was cheating on my friend because he was in Iraq. So there's lots of other things that are.
Wait, she was dating your friend? And
kind of. I mean, they were kind of dating. He was kind of fucking everything he could come into because he was in Iraq.
Sure.
But he's a scumbag too. Like we're both shitty people, and I get that. And
I wouldn't say you're shitty people, dude. We all do dick things when it comes. You know what's the expression? 50 bad men can't ruin one good woman, but one bad woman can ruin 50 good men. The things that we do, and I'm not blaming women; it's our own weakness. But any woman can make most men act like complete assholes for the sex. So
yeah.
You shouldn't do it never to your friends ever. But, don't shoot yourself over it.
No, I'm not going to be bad, but we talked about it. Like, I told my friend when I came home.
Okay.
This is what happened, and I'm sorry. And, like, we're still friends because I'm not that shitty person that's going to hide it and try to avoid it. But, I had to tell my friend that I did this horrible thing to him, and that's why we're still friends.
Well, so what is your thing with this girl? What is it you want to happen?
When I first met her, it was that stupid storybook love thing where I didn't meet her for a reason, but I did, and it was I fell in love immediately. Now she's I live in Pittsburgh. She lives in Brooklyn, and like we definitely have like a love thing, but it's now it's one of those things where all I want to do is I realize I'm not going to be with her, but I want her to be protected, and this scares me. When you see shitty stuff like what happens in Connecticut and all that stuff, but like,
well, unless she's 6 years old, I wouldn't worry about her being shot in a first grade classroom.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude, you can't look at that and then look at I want to protect her because something bad might happen to her. I mean, 9/11 affected people like that. Let me ask you a question. Do you jerk off thinking about her?
Never.
See, that's exactly. You're in the exact same boat that I was in. You're idealizing her. To me, I'm not saying you should only look at women that you're jerking off, but if you're not looking at her as a complete person. You're looking at her as this rescue from your emotional state, or this amazing fantasy goal. But how are you not jerking off to her? Like literally, if you're that into a girl, you should be.
I could. Like I've actually found this video that has a girl that looks exactly like her, and it fucking creeped me out because the guy looked kind of like my friend, but it wasn't him because I asked him, and it was one of those things where that I was able to. I was because I was able to put somewhere else.
Right.
I was able to hide it, and because I wasn't raised up super religious, but I was raised up to be a decent person.
Yeah.
And so I was afraid to jerk off to chicks that I know about.
I also think that's a separation of love and sex, where girls I love, and I want to hold and kiss them on the cheek and be angelic with, and then girls I want to fuck are different. There's a really weird love and sex separation. You know, they call it like the Madonna whore thing, which men have, and I don't think women necessarily have that. I think men do. My suggestion would be, since she knows how you feel, and she's not reciprocating those feelings, to maybe detach with love for a while. But there's no reason to be hanging out with somebody that you're looking at the relationship different. Me and Bob Kelly hang out, and I'm not in love with Bob Kelly. So his love for his wife doesn't threaten me.
I love big tits too, but I mean, that's not what it's about.
Well, Bob's more to me than just big tits. It's the bald head, it's the accent, it's the juicy Samoan lips. All right, well, thank you for the call, brother. I would just suggest sparing yourself and detaching with love, and don't be angry about it, and don't make a big deal about it. Just kind of drift away and let her do her thing.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. Love you, buddy.
All right, good luck, my friend.
All right, see you.
What? Oh, yeah. We have this is a really weird email I got, and I wasn't going to read this one. But this guy's kind of like, he says, look, the holidays are almost here. Don't wait. I mean, I want to get a gift for the woman in my life, and it's got to be a great gift. And I'm like most guys, I have no clue what to get. And, dude, here's my suggestion. I would say Steven Singer. I mean, like, Steven has the best suggestions for the holidays. I mean, this is just me talking. And I understand that there's free shipping and a 90-day, no hassle. You're obviously in distress, sir. It's a no hassle back guarantee. And you don't even have to move to check it out. I mean, you were able to email me this very, very poignant, tear-filled question. So go to IHateStevenSinger.com and just see his great collections. I mean, last year we all, we talked about Steven Singer's Super Silver Argentium with Diamonds collection. I'm just thinking this now kind of off the cuff. And from what I understand, Steven may now have expanded that collection. So, hey, look, take a look at the love necklace. That's my advice. What, you don't have $129? You have enough time to email me. You don't have a job that pays you $129. It makes the perfect gift, you silly goose. And Steven Singer's Super Silver Argentium, it's not only beautiful, my friend, it's whiter and brighter than platinum, white gold, and traditional sterling silver. See, I'm just improvising this. So every time I say sterling, I want to go, it is high, it is far. Sterling silver. That's silver that ruins the game by overacting the calls. This collection, it cannot get any better. So to answer your tear-filled email question, go to IHateStevenSinger.com because, look, first of all, there's fast and easy shipping because the guy goes, oh, here's the part of the email I forgot in parentheses. He goes, Jim, I'm concerned that I'll get her something and it won't get here on time. What the fuck? And I say you're going to have a great gift in time for the holidays. So you check out the Super Silver Argentium and Diamond Collection today, starting at $129. Look, if you're in Philly, and this guy says I'm not in Philly, but I'm saying if you are in Philly, it's at the other corner of 8th and Walnut, because he said, I went to Philly once, and I was on one corner of 8th and Walnut, and I saw nothing that helped me. There was just a dildo store. So, sir, the other corner of 8th and Walnut, and this guy says, look, I just got a phone with my email. I'm so happy. So it's funny you have a phone. So I would say on the phone, dial 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, and online is IHateStevenSinger.com. That's my answer to your question. This guy's name is Bill, right outside of Philly. That was a good improv on the name, Jim. So we have any more calls, Travis? I mean,
that's great advice.
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to go to an email and break it up.
Okay, go back to calls?
Yeah, go back to calls.
How about Matt in Arizona?
Oh, Matt in AZ. I was just in AZ doing a private party. Sorry, that's all about me. Hi, Matt.
How you doing?
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I've always had this dream about being a stand-up comic. Any advice on how I could get started with something like that?
How old a guy are you?
22.
Perfect. I started when I was 21. Here's my answer to. I've gotten a lot of emails about this too. Here's my answer. I would suggest write down everything you think is funny. Write it down. Maybe it won't be as funny next week, but put it on paper. Get yourself a little body of things you can look at and work on. Find an open mic and go on stage. We're going to hang up on you just because your phone is really bad, but please listen to the, I'm not cutting you off, but your phone is a little bit, you have a lot of air coming over the line there. But Matt in Arizona, and to all you aspiring comedians, I would suggest write down the things you think are funny. And it's about establishing a relationship with the audience. Like, we're all funny with our friends because we have private inside jokes. Like, Sal will walk in, and I'll just go, hey, look at this Pepite-haired douche. And we laugh because that's a private joke between me and Sal. Sal laughs. He smiles. So how do you establish that relationship with strangers who are in the audience? How do you immediately make them want to listen to you? That's something you learn by going on stage. One of the greatest gifts I got as a comedian when I started was this middle act. I've never seen her since. Her name was Lynn Vecchio. And I've tried to find her to thank her because I had never done stand-up. And I said to her, I asked advice, and she stood there and talked to me for a half hour. And she was the middle act, either for Quentin Heggs or Otto and George. And she just talked to me, and she listened to me, and she made me realize that I had to go up and actually try it to try it. There's no other way. And I loved. I want to do something for this woman so bad because I would never ever forgot that time she took to talk to me. So I would suggest getting on stage. Don't keep stand-up as a secret dream for yourself. Sometimes we don't try things because we're afraid that if we try them and fail, we're not afraid of failing. We're afraid of losing that little secret place that we can go to. You know what I mean? That little secret fantasy you have for yourself, whether it's being a comedian or being whatever it is. And trying and failing means the loss of that secret place, which is the heartbreaking part of it. So, my friend, try it a few times. If you suck at it, you'll know you suck at it. What did Wayne Gretzky say? You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. And I just did that hockey analogy because, well, that's the only thing hockey fans are going to hear this year. That's going to make them happy. And I'm not a Wayne Gretzky guy, but that's a brilliant quote. And by the way, I'll be on Love You Mean It with Whitney Cummings tonight at 10:30 on E. I just wanted to how great is that? After a brilliant Wayne Gretzky quote, I make it about me. So good luck, Matt, but try it. Whoever's next, Travis.
Ryan in California.
This is the 2 out of 3 calls have been from Ryans. That means nothing. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Jen, just had a question.
Sure.
I've never negotiated or picked up, a hooker, and I know you have massive amounts of experience.
I do.
Yeah, can you just maybe walk through things to be aware of, good tactics? I don't know. I'm thinking about doing it, and I don't want to get screwed over, rolled, whatever.
Well, now, do you want to do it? Because the game has changed a lot since I started. For me, it was always street girls. So I'd ride around, and I would kind of know that they were hookers. Now, you want to do it in the street, or do you want to call on a computer, or how do you want to do it?
No, there aren't any street prostitutes where I'm at, so it's going to be more through kind of an online thing.
I would suggest what you do is you Google the phone number, first of all. Get the phone number, Google it, and you see if they have a lot of other ads in other places as different names. It might be an agency who will bait and switch you. But if you see them coming up in the same place as the same girl, then it might be legit. Then you might want to go to the eroticreview.com. I've plugged that site and see if they have a review online and see what other people are saying about them. You have to pay for it, but it's worth it because if you see them all getting good reviews, that means that they're probably legit. And don't try to discuss details on the phone because they're not going to talk to you about details on the phone.
Okay.
But I would suggest joining the eroticreview.com and looking around on like Eros Guide and just try to cross-reference a little bit. That's the one advantage to computers. You can cross-reference. It's the one thing. Did I talk about this last week? The CIA and the FBI do not cross-reference, and had they cross-referenced, we probably would not have had a 9/11. So that's what we can learn from 9/11. When you're going to go out and get blown, cross-reference. All right, my friend?
Great. Thanks, Jim.
Good luck, buddy.
Bye.
Art in Pennsylvania.
Oh, my favorite place to go to look at it. Wordplay jokes. I hope that Matt in Arizona. See, that's something I would write down. Talk to a guy named Art in Pennsylvania. I said, what are you, hanging on the wall or something? Hello, Arthur.
Hey,
I don't like your drinking,
I have a little bit
Arthur.
experience with this, but I wanted to ask you
Sure.
what your reaction was to when you went to Brazil and you said you took 100 milligram Viagra.
Yes.
I had experience with took 30 milligrams of Cialis, and after sex all night, I wanted to fuck my aluminum siding in the morning.
Yes.
But I was just curious of how did you behave with 100 milligrams of Viagra, which I can't even believe.
Oh, I thought you were actually going to ask me about an aluminum siding question, a tip, how homemaking tips. Oh, I would always say fuck the doily first. Once your cock is used to the doily, you're roughing it up. No, well, it's different, dude. Cialis and Viagra are different. I believe 20 or 30 milligrams of Cialis equals 100 milligrams of Viagra. I don't think there's any such thing as a 100 milligram pill of Cialis or Levitra. So, again, ask your doctor about that, like I did. But I took 100 milligrams because I'm an addict. So, if I probably could have got by on 25 or 50. But me and Keith Robinson were taking them. And, I just remember me and Patrice looking at our fucking hard-ons. My hard-on with my robe on, tenting. And just laughing like children at where we were. We're both there naked. This giant black guy and me. Our dumb bare legs are showing. Our dumb comedian legs. And we both have wristbands on our left wrist. Girls are treating us much sexier than they should have. And we're looking at the outline of my penis in my robe, giggling like fucking 8-year-olds. So be careful with that stuff, though, dude. You don't want to overuse it. Take a 25 milligram of Viagra. You probably don't need 100 milligrams, dude.
No, I was just curious of what you behave like, because I know when I took that 30, that was the first time that my girlfriend said, enough, we're done. I can't do this anymore. It was like, yeah, I finally wore her out. Finally, but
it becomes uncomfortable. It's hard to come. You have to jerk off too hard and too long to come. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend against it. It's not needed. Take a lesser dose and just enjoy it. Your dick doesn't have to be, so hard that you never come. That's a man addict type of thing.
Yeah,
so,
it is kind of an addicting thing. I will admit that, but it was an interesting event. When I heard about the 100, I just had to ask, and I was just like, that's just crazy. So.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, but it's a different milligram. So thank you, my friend.
All right, pretty cool.
Yes.
Ian in Utah.
Oh, hello, Ian.
Good morning, Jimmy. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. I've been eating carrots.
Well, you'll be able to see in the dark.
That's right. You ever see a rabbit with glasses? Take us out. Go ahead, kidding. I used to love that joke. You know what joke I used to love when I was a kid? What's invisible and smells like carrots? Bunny farts. That joke always makes me laugh because little bunny farts. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I was referencing back to one of your earlier callers. The sex does get better after I got kids too, and my youngest now is 10. Sure. And my wife has opened up this whole new sexual side to her.
Oh, okay.
And it's good. I mean, she's really experimenting a lot. Actually, talking about bringing other people into the bedroom. I mean, kind of crazy like that.
A guy or a girl, or both?
She doesn't care. Yeah, both. She just is really just kind of opened up.
That's great.
She was really conserved before, so yeah, it is. It's really good. But we're going on a cruise. And me,
oh, cool! Drive safe. I'm sorry.
I've never really been one to take like drugs or anything like that, but she's really lately wanted to try and.
What kind of drugs?
She wants to try ecstasy.
Honestly, dude, I mean, like, once you have kids, that's usually the time to start experimenting with fucking hard drugs. We wanted to wait till we had children, and then we began tying off and booting heroin with our Haitian friends. I don't know enough about ecstasy, to be honest. I've never done it. I don't know how addicting it is. It's like, look, if you're experimenting and she's being dirty and open, it could be great sex, but I've heard the come down from ecstasy is fucking horrifying. So it's almost like if you're experimenting with this stuff and you're being dirty, why chance it? Like, why chance fucking up this great new place you are sexually by doing a really hard drug? I wouldn't recommend it. Maybe you smoke a little grass and fucking try to eat each other's genitals with cotton mouth, and then you laugh at how terrible you are at it. I don't know enough about ecstasy. Talk to people who've done it, buddy. I've never done it.
Okay, yeah, and I wasn't sure, and I've read that too, that that it gets addicting, and that's why my question was if it was one of those things where once you have it, then you always have to be at that level in order to, have any kind of good time. So
Right, you don't want to do that because look where you are right now. You're both branching out into other areas. Like, hey, let's have other people come in. Maybe we'll fuck in the air. When you're in that, let's try to keep this going thing. You don't want to start upping it because once you get to a level, it's hard to go back to the lower level. Like if you bring a person in, I had a couple threesomes with a couple girls I dated, and I've never watched a girl fuck a guy, but I had one girl, and we would see this other couple. And I would just watch her suck the guy's dick, and then the other girl would suck my dick. But I was glad that we didn't move to sex. Like maybe you start with oral sex or something like that, where if it's uncomfortable, you haven't gone all the way. Like, you know what I mean? Ease into that shit, dude, because once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Right. No, and that makes perfect sense.
And be careful with the ecstasy. I would always say be careful of hard drugs. You got kids. You don't need to be doing fucking ecstasy, dude. Just tie each other up. Let her put on a strap-on, fuck you in the ass, spit on you. You laugh about it later while you're having your Sanka in the morning.
I'd rather take ecstasy.
Yeah, you and me both.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Be good, buddy.
Henry in Pennsylvania.
Oh, hello, Henry.
Oh, Jimmy!
Henry!
Hey.
Hi, buddy.
You've traipsed all over the world, and you've obviously been a connoisseur with women of the night. So I was just wondering where you and Patrice, where you guys have had the best experience, and what were the best ones? What got the highest grades?
I like the fact that you pluralized the wrong person. Women of the nights, like I'm fucking King Arthur's chicks. Yes, I'm eating their smelly pussies as they wipe their hands on dogs because napkins haven't been invented yet. Brazil, honestly, Brazil is the only place we travel to outside of the country. But I would say that my best hooker experiences have been in New York. I mean, because the variety here has been so good. My experiences have been so many. But the only place we travel to, like Patrice and Keith and Bobby went to Amsterdam. I never did Amsterdam. Patrice went to England. I don't know if he got hookers there. And he went to Brazil with his girlfriend. For me, the only out-of-country traveling with friends hooker experience I had was in Brazil. So I'd have to say there. But here, the homegrown ones, I don't like the lack of language communication. I like the communication. I like being able to talk because half of what makes us dirty is the mental, the exchange between each other. I don't like thinking someone's doing it because their children are starving. That turns me off because I'm a piece of shit, but I'm not a predator. I don't like predatory things. I don't like fucking, honestly, kids. I don't like innocence. I like fucking dirtbags who are very aware of how dirty they're being. So I need the commonality of language.
Yeah, down the hole, looking to go deeper.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what that means. I just said exactly.
You're my king, and I just wanted to say thanks because, you guys have been great to give me so many laughs over the years. So this might not get to talk to you again over Christmas time. So just want to say thanks, and you guys are the best. You're my king, Jimmy.
Thank you, bud. That's very nice. And you probably will not be. It's safe to say you won't be talking to me over the Christmas time since we've never met. I don't see us Christmasing together. Well, if I don't see you at the holidays, you won't. No, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
Love you, Jim.
This is great. Take care, buddy.
Kyle in Alabama.
Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Jim.
How you doing, buddy?
All right. One of my good friends, we were in each other's weddings, and over the past year and a half, 2 years, it's kind of, we don't hang out anymore, and it's really, honestly, and I think we would both agree, it's because of his wife. He kind of got the whole new set of friends, the whole new, and he's done it to other people. There's a couple of my buddies that still hang out with him, but he's kind of traded it in, and I guess my question is do I just kind of let it run its course like it has the past 6 to 9 months, or I just feel like I need to say something, or it's going to kind of stay with me a little bit, but I don't want to get to where I'm criticizing his wife and
yes,
and move to that stage. It's a delicate situation, so I appreciate any kind of advice you would have.
You can't come between him and his wife. Well, maybe you talk to him. You might say something like, "So, hey, I like being married." He'll probably go, "That's all right," and you could go like, "You ever think of having her killed?" If you don't want to go that route, you could say something like, "Hey man, I feel like we don't hang out as much. Hey, look, I don't want to be a pussy about it, but I kind of miss seeing you." Maybe leave his wife out of it because you never want to pit yourself against his wife. Because in fairness, he should choose her because he's married to her. Obviously, there's something about her he likes or loves because he married her. So maybe she's being cunty and judgmental on his friends, or maybe he's just enjoying her more. I don't know what.
Here's the one. Sorry to step on you. Here's the one thing that is kind of confusing on my part is they're hanging out in groups of 5 or 6 or whatever. They go do different things and whatnot. But 2 of the guys that they hang out with or that are in this quote new circle are guys she banged in college.
Oof.
Now that's where I get to where and believe me, this is not going to I have a lot of friends that have a good time. I have a wife and I have a kid, and that's not a problem. But
sure,
that's what I'm thinking. Is if this is something about me, I guess. But if he can hang around with guys that she banged in college, then I'm just really blown away of what it could possibly be.
I don't know. Who knows what? Excuse me. Maybe he's just enjoying them more. Not to be a dick to you, but maybe he's enjoying them more in this period of his life. What's that?
How's that not being a dick to me?
No, but I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to, but
I know.
Literally that might be it. Maybe he's just enjoying them more, or maybe those are her friends and he's a little pussy whipped at this point and he's just trying to start off on the right foot. I don't know. My suggestion would be to talk to him without bringing her into it. He knows what conversations he and his wife have. You're not going to say, hey, I think your wife is saying something. And he's going, oh, my God, you're right. She did say that to me last night after we fucked. He's privy to those conversations and you're not. So if you say we're not hanging out as much, he will absolutely know whether or not his wife has been influencing that. So don't put that on him. Do not pit yourself between him and his wife because he will choose her. I would just suggest come to him honestly. Say, hey, brother, I miss seeing you. Or maybe you don't have to use Hulk Hogan lingo like I did. But then you fucking, leg slam him on the floor, whatever the fuck, that dumb finishing move. Or maybe like Hulk Hogan, you can have sex with his wife, while he films it from the handy cam in the fucking ceiling fan. But I would talk to him without at all accusing her, all right?
All right, man, I appreciate it. I'm going to try to make it to Nashville to see you. So.
Good luck, my friend. I would hope so. And listen, we're out of time. I wish we weren't. We started a couple minutes late, but we got the reads out of the way, right? No, good. I got one. What do you mean one more? I haven't done one yet.
Oh, right.
Oh, my. Oh,
Just
God.
one. Yep.
Is this the same one?
No.
Oh, it's a different email. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay. This guy threatened me. He got to call me up. He goes, this is it. You have no time left. And I wrote back. I said, what do you mean, dude? He goes, you have to get the woman in your life a gift today or else. Apparently, this guy is afraid that I have a woman in my life who I'm not going to get a gift for, and he wants me dead. And I said, well, I don't know what you mean. And he goes, you want it to be a great gift. And so I wrote, I don't know what the answer is, dude. And he writes back, the answer is easy. Steven Singer. So, of course, I write back, why? This was a really long Gmail exchange. He says to me, because if you order from Steven Singer right now, you'll receive the item before Christmas. So I write back, well, fuck you, I'm not paying for shipping. He writes back, fuck you, you don't have to, it's Steven Singer. I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, Steven Singer has free shipping, you cocksucker. And I'm like, yeah, bullshit. No one's going to guarantee me that. He goes, yeah, fuck your mother. Steven Singer guarantees it to arrive on time. And I'm like, what am I going to do about my dick? He goes, you can't beat it. I'm like, why can't I? It's my dick. He goes, forget the dick. You can't beat this deal. I'm like, dude, I don't know where I'm going to go. Maybe there's other places. And he writes me back, Jim, this is where it got nice again. Why would you go anywhere else? Steven Singer has the best gifts for the holidays. And I'm like, yeah, but the whole shipping thing. He's like, cocksucker, I already told you. Free shipping. And I'm like, yeah, big deal. What if he charges me and I want to send it back? Then I'm fucked. He says, stupid. There's a 90-day no-hassle money-back guarantee. And I'm like, dude, I'm fucking lazy. I hurt my back. I don't want to get up. He goes, yeah? Well, you don't even have to move to check it out. And I'm like, bullshit. How does that happen? Magic? He goes, no, do you have a computer? I said, yes, we're emailing. He said, then go to IHateStevenSinger.com, you fucking tranny lover, and you can look at his great collections. And I said, you know what, dude, you're making sense, but I can't even remember what you said. He goes, don't forget, Steven Singer has super silver Argentium with diamonds. I'm like, you know what, dude, that sounds pretty intriguing. Tell me more. He goes, well, the love necklace makes a great gift. I'm like, dude, but how much? He says, $129. I'm like, hey, not bad. I'm like, is it beautiful? He goes, is it beautiful? Steven Singer's Super Silver Argentium is not only beautiful. I'm like, but what color is it? I fucking hate things that are dark. He goes, well, dude, you're in luck. It's whiter and it's brighter than platinum. And I'm like, well, I like white gold. He goes, fuck white gold. This is whiter and brighter than this platinum and traditional sterling silver. So I wrote back, LOL. This collection doesn't sound like it can get any better. And he writes back, LOL, it can't. And I'm like, ROFL with Steven Singer's fast shipping. It sounds like I'll have a great gift in time for the holidays. And he writes back, you will, Jimbo, you will. Let's agree to agree. And I'm like, dude, I live in the Big Apple. He goes, well, you better take the train to Philly. And it's at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. Because he knows I go to Philly a lot. And there's a place called the Transsexual Hangout. And I'm like, well, that's on the corner of 8th and Walnut. And he goes, well, you're already there. It's the other corner of 8th and Walnut. And I'm like, well, I might just want to call. Because sometimes I like to call. He goes, well, dial 888. I Hate Steven Singer. And online at IHateStevenSinger.com. Check me out on Whitney Cummings tonight, my friends, on E at 10:30. I had a great time doing Love You Mean It with Whitney. And she is fucking stunning on television. And I will see you next week. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you for your great calls. Christmas is next week. Uncle Paul is hosting a Christmas special, so I'll see you in 2 weeks, and I am really enjoying the show. I hope you are too. Thank you, guys.
Jim Norton is now done dealing with your bullshit.